In the headlines, 2 point in discipline. California renames Cesar Chavez Day following sexual abuse allegations. And Nepal swears in youngest prime minister. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
An Abuja Federal High Court presided over by Justice Hamza Mwazu has discharged of the Federal Capital Territory High Court has discharged a former Minister of Aviation, Stella Odua, and her former aide, Gloria Odita, of a 2.5 billion naira fraud charge. Justice Mazu ordered their discharge after the prosecution said it had discontinued the case against them based on a plea bargain agreement reached by the parties. The prosecution, however, retained two companies linked to the former minister, Sabora International Limited and Global Offshore and Marine Limited, as defendants in an amended charge. Counsel for the federal government, Rotimi Oyedepo, said the prosecution reviewed the case in the light of the agreement and proceeded against the companies, which were accused of benefiting from the alleged fraud. Following a guilty plea entered on behalf of the companies, Oyedepo urged the court to convict them and order their winding up, as well as the forfeiture of 1.2 billion naira paid as restitution, contained in a bank draft submitted before the court, as well as 780 million naira recovered during the investigation. Counsel for the defendants, Onyechi Bazo and Wale Balogun, did not oppose the application, following which the judge convicted the two companies based on their guilty plea. The prosecution had alleged that the defendants conspired in January 2014 to obtain 2.4 billion naira from the Federal Ministry of Aviation through Broadwaters Resources Nigeria Limited and Global Offshore Marine Limited under alleged fraudulent claims. Nigeria's push for decentralized policing has received a fresh boost as the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, has submitted a proposal on state policing to the Deputy Senate President, Jibrin Barau, at the National Assembly. Speaking during the submission in Abuja, the police boss noted that evolving security challenges such as banditry, kidnapping, and communal conflicts require a more localized and responsive policing system. He explained that the proposal provides a framework for the establishment, funding, and coordination of state police outfits, while ensuring federal oversight to maintain professionalism and prevent abuse. Disu emphasized that the initiative is not intended to replace the Nigeria Police Force, but to complement it by allowing states to tackle peculiar security concerns more effectively. Responding, Deputy Senate President Jibrin Barau commended the Inspector General for what he described as a forward-looking initiative aimed at strengthening national security. He assured that the National Assembly will thoroughly examine the proposal, stressing that legislative backing will be key to ensuring accountability and constitutional compliance. State policing has long remained a contentious issue in Nigeria, with supporters arguing it will enhance grassroots security, while critics warn of potential political misuse. With this latest move, the National Assembly is expected to begin deliberations that could significantly shape the future of policing and security management in the country. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has distributed an array of advanced operational equipment to state formations as a way of enhancing personnel motivation and operational efficiency across formations. The distribution took place on Friday during the agency's annual strategic meeting, which took place at the NSCDC National Headquarters in Abuja. Addressing senior officers and state commanders, the Commandant General of the organization, Ahmed Audi, thanked President Bola Tinubu for renewing his tenure, describing it as a mandate to intensify operational efforts. He urged officers to uphold best practices and embrace discipline with unwavering diligence, saying the Corps is entering a new strategic phase in which conduct must reflect the highest standards of professionalism, loyalty, resilience, and dedication to duty. Audi highlighted notable progress under his leadership, particularly in resolving long-standing welfare issues that had previously dampened morale. A highlight of the event was the unveiling and distribution of a comprehensive suite of modern operational tools intended to enhance surveillance, response times, and officer safety, including drones for aerial monitoring, operational backpacks with mini tablets, solar chargers, GPS trackers, and situation room connectivity packs for real-time monitoring of personnel, among other materials. Factional National Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Kabiru Turaki, says he has appealed the bench warrant issued for his arrest by a high court of the Federal Capital Territory, following his absence at a scheduled court hearing. The branch warrant issued by Justice Peter Kekemeke followed Turaki's absence to answer to a one-count charge of allegedly giving false information to the Inspector General of Police in a petition he wrote in 2022. Turaki, who served as Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs between 2013 and 2015, explained through his principal private secretary, Ibrahim Abdullahi, that his absence was due to a sudden hospital visit. He noted that his lawyers had also filed an application to quash the charge, which ordinarily would not require his physical presence. Turaki maintained that the matter is unrelated to the PDP, but hinted at possible external political influence. The case was initially before Justice K.N. Ubonaya, but was reassigned to Justice Kekemeke after Turaki petitioned the chief judge, expressing lack of confidence in the earlier proceedings. Still to come, FG unveils entrepreneurship certification in 14 universities. NNPCI's $60 billion investment targets 600 TCF in new master plan. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has unveiled the Entrepreneurship Innovation and Business Incubation Certification Program in 14 universities, which plans to expand it all to all federal universities by 2027 and all federal tertiary institutions by 2028. The Minister of Education, Maruf Alausa, disclosed this in Abuja on Friday during the official unveiling of the initiative, which he described as a major shift in Nigeria's education system towards innovation, entrepreneurship, and job creation. Alausa explained that the Business Incubation Program is designed to incorporate entrepreneurship across disciplines, to equip students with practical competencies in innovation, business planning, financial literacy, and venture development, enabling them to build sustainable enterprises even before graduation. The program will be implemented in phases, beginning with 14 universities, including the University of Lagos, Ahmadu Bello University, University of Jos, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, University of Nigeria Nsukka, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and the University of Abuja. Other beneficiaries include Bayero University, Kano, Usman Danfodio University, University of Benin, University of Port Harcourt, Obafemi Awolowo University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri. Earlier, the chairman of the Planning and Monitoring Committee for the Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Business Incubation Certification Program, and Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos, Professor Tanko Ishaya, described the initiative as a major step toward aligning education with national economic goals. The program is expected to play a critical role in reducing youth unemployment and driving sustainable economic growth in Nigeria, as participants will receive an additional certification in entrepreneurship alongside their academic degrees. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has given a 4-day ultimatum to the federal government to implement the newly approved salary structure for university lecturers across the country. The president of ASU, Professor Christopher Piwuna, disclosed this on Thursday while delivering a speech at a public lecture held at Saadu Zongo University, Yuli campus in Bauchi State. Piwuna stated that the ultimatum takes effect from Thursday, stressing that the federal government must act swiftly and commence payment under the new salary arrangement, which was approved after prolonged negotiations between both parties. He lamented that the federal government has consistently failed to honor several agreements in the past, a situation that has led to repeated disputes and industrial actions. On the proposed establishment of a branch of Coventry University in Abuja, in Nigeria, following President Bola Tinubu's visit to London, Piwuna said ASU would resist the move, arguing that it would further erode the value and relevance of Nigerian universities. He described the planned entry of Coventry University as a form of colonialism on Nigeria's education system, noting that the union has long been committed to improving the country's university system. The federal government, he said, should instead collaborate with ASU to improve the standard of Nigerian universities and better serve the educational needs of present and future generations. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has unveiled plans to grow Nigeria's gas reserves from 210 trillion cubic feet to 600 trillion cubic feet, while attracting approximately $60 billion in investments into the sector. This was disclosed by the Executive Vice President for Gas, Power and New Energy in NNPCL, Olaleko Ogunleye, on Friday at the CERAWeek Energy Conference by S&P Global in Houston, United States. Ogunleye stressed that the gas master plan is grounded in disciplined execution rather than ambition alone, saying the plan is neither aspirational nor theoretical. The strategic moves, he said, will position Nigeria as a major player in global LNG supply and the gas-based industrial sector, leveraging both its natural resources and geographic advantage. Up next, California renames Cesar Chavez Day following sexual abuse allegations. Nepal swears in youngest prime minister. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
California Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill on Thursday to rename Cesar Chavez Day as Farm Workers Day in an effort to reconcile the Latino labor icon's legacy with explosive sexual abuse allegations before the state holiday on March 31st. The state Senate approved the legislation earlier in the day with bipartisan support. The change comes after allegations became public last week that Chavez had sexually abused girls and women during his days building a major farm worker labor rights movement in the 1960s in California's agricultural heartland. The state's efforts to rename the holiday is part of a wave of other moves to alter memorials honoring the man who in the 1960s and 1970s helped secure better wages and working conditions for farm workers and had been admired by many democratic leaders. Balendra Shah, Nepal's youngest prime minister, has been sworn in after his party's landslide election victory following protests led by young people that toppled the government in September. A rapper turned politician, Shah was appointed prime minister by President Ramchandra Paudel on Friday after his 3-year-old Rashtriya Swatantra Party won 182 seats in the 275-member parliament in the March 5th vote, the first election since anti-corruption Gen Z-led protests in which 76 people were killed. Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko has gifted North Korean leader Kim Jong-un with a rifle as they signed a friendship treaty in Pyongyang, state media reported. The two leaders, both key supporters of Russia's war in Ukraine, agreed to cooperate more closely and resist pressure from the West. In turn, Kim gave Lukashenko a sword and a vase featuring a portrait of the Belarusian leader. According to him, he said that at a time when the norms of international law are openly ignored and violated by powers that be, countries need to cooperate in protecting their sovereignty and improving the well-being of their citizens. Lukashenko described the friendship treaty as fundamental, while Kim said it would further guarantee the stable development of bilateral relations. India has lowered fuel taxes in a bid to protect consumers from rising global energy prices, a result of the United States and Israel's war on Iran. Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri said in a post on X on Friday that authorities were forced to choose between drastically increasing fuel prices amid the crisis or taking a hit on its own finances to protect buyers. Fuel duties were slashed by 13 rupees per litre to 3 rupees per litre, according to a government order on Thursday. Similarly, the 10 rupee per litre duty on diesel will be completely removed. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has downplayed reports that his invitation to the forthcoming G7 summit in France has been withdrawn, saying non-attendance by a country outside the bloc should surprise no one. Reports on Thursday claimed the US had put huge pressure on France to rescind Ramaphosa's invitation to the summit scheduled for June. They claimed US President Donald Trump had threatened to boycott the summit if the South African leader attended. France, which holds the presidency of the group of 7 industrialized nations, said on Thursday that it would hold leaders from South Korea and 3 other non-member countries, India, Brazil, and Kenya, at its annual summit in Evian-les-Bains. It said the invitations were part of efforts to correct global economic imbalances. A federal judge in California has indefinitely blocked the Pentagon's effort to punish Anthropic by labeling it a supply chain risk and attempting to sever government ties with the AI company, ruling that those measures ran roughshod over its constitutional rights. U.S. District Judge Rita Lynn, an appointee of former President Joe Biden, said she would delay implementation of her ruling for 1 week to allow the government to appeal. But in her ruling, she made it clear she disapproved of the government's actions, which she said violated the company's First Amendment and due process rights. The ruling is the latest judicial broadside against Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, as he sought to use powerful tools at his disposal to push back against companies and individuals he tussled with in recent months. And that's it on the international news.
Next is sports news with Christopher Lele.
France forward Kylian Mbappe showed no ill effects of his left knee injury on Thursday when he broke free for a goal to give France an early lead on its way to a 2-1 victory over Brazil in a World Cup lineup in Foxborough between 2 of the world's top teams. With a crowd of 66,215 heavily favouring Brazil, Mbappe and Hugo Ekitike gave France a 2-0 lead on the same pitch where they will play their final group stage game of this summer's World Cup.
Casemiro has his pocket picked. Forward now for Mbappe. A real opening. Mbappe! Oh, wow! One fabulous French foray. Kylian Mbappe within 1 of the all-time goal-scoring record. Here come 10-man France. Olise with the ball at feet. Ekitike!
Free-flowing French football at its finest. Kylian Mbappe draws so much attention at the bottom of the screen that it gets.
Vietnam to register a comfortable 3-0 victory over Bangladesh in an international friendly at Hanoi on Thursday, with the host dominating proceedings from start to finish. Early errors in set-piece marking saw Vietnam take a comfortable lead and then a third before the half-time whistle ended the competition. Bangladesh plays Singapore in the AFC Asian Cup qualifier in 4 days and will hope to turn the tide sooner than later. In cricket, defending champions Lahore Qalandars started their Pakistan Super League with a comprehensive 69-run win over new side Hyderabad Kingsmen. After opting to bat first, Qalandars posted 199 to 6 built on an opening stand of 84 between Fakhar Saman 53 off 39 and Mohammed Naim 30 off 19. They were both dismissed by Hassan Khan, either side of Abdullah Shafiga being run out as Qalandars slipped to 94-3, but Hasbullah Khan made an unbeaten 40 and Sikandar Raza hit 24 off 10 balls to help them up to a defendable total.
Chipped, leg side, possible catch taken. Asif Ali with the catch. Ubaid has his first. And Hyderabad lose their second.
Not realizing a fielder has been placed. He was better off whipping the ball.
In golf, England's Paul Warren shot a 7 under 63 to lead after the first round of the Texas Children's Houston Open. The 41-year-old, who is playing on a medical exemption and was a late entry to the field, was 5 under at the turn, and his bogey-free round was his lowest ever on the PGA Tour. Warren, who has only made 6 cuts from 26 events on the PGA Tour, is 1 shot clear of former US Open champion Gary Woodland, while Sam Burns, Tom Hogg and Michael Brennan are 2 shots behind at 5 under.
For the international from England, started his day at 12 with a birdie to get to 2 under par. Started his day on the back 9, I should say, so started on 10. That was his second birdie inside the first 3 holes. And then he keeps it going, Carl, right away at 13, makes it back-to-back and 3 in his first 4. And so Paul Waring immediately was at the top of the leaderboard and taking control of this opening round. Up to 16 we go.
Yeah, you can tell these little mid-range birdie putts, if you get hot with the putter, those are the distance putts that you can really make. Now this one, maybe a little bit out of range for thinking you're going to make it, but it's that kind of day.
And that's Sports News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Next is entertainment news with Gwyneth Wokonta.
Nollywood actress Sarah Martins has stirred controversy after alleging that the spirit of Bimbo Ogbonna, the late wife of auto dealer IVD, is responsible for Blessing CEO's reported illness. She made the claim while reacting to reports that Blessing CEO is battling stage 4 breast cancer and had appealed for public support for chemotherapy. Martins criticized her for past comments about Bimbo, accusing her of siding with IVD during the controversy surrounding the 2022 incident that led to Bimbo's death in a fire at their Lagos home. Martin suggested the illness could be a form of retribution Blessing CEO had earlier identified as IVD's relationship therapist, later went public with a relationship with him, and the pair reportedly held a traditional wedding in 2025. Nigerian singer Oma Stanley Didia, popularly known as Omalay, has sparked reactions after indicating a return to Christianity from Islam. The Rivers-born artist had previously hinted at converting to Islam a few years ago. However, in a recent post on Snapchat, he suggested a shift back to his birth religion. Omalay stated that he has resumed reading the Bible, noting that although he appreciated reading the Quran, but he relates more to the Bible. Popular social media critic Very Darkman has reacted to Blessing CEO's claim that she is battling cancer. Blessing CEO, a controversial self-acclaimed relationship expert, announced on Wednesday that she has been diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer while appealing to the public for financial assistance for treatment, including a possible mastectomy. The announcement drew messages of support from many Nigerians, including celebrities. But however, in a video shared on his Instagram page on Thursday, Very Darkman questioned the claim, stating that he was not convinced and urging her to provide medical evidence. He pointed out the absence of hospital reports or proof of expenses, suggesting that more transparency was needed to back up her appeal. A Russian court has banned the Oscar-winning documentary Mr. Nobody Against Putin from several streaming platforms, claiming it promotes negative attitudes towards the government and the war in Ukraine. The film, which exposes pro-war propaganda in a Chelyabinsk school using secretly recorded footage, was also accused of featuring minors without parental consent and displaying an opposition-linked flag deemed extremist. Now, the ruling marks the first legal restriction on the film as authorities continue efforts to suppress dissent and reinforce pro-war narratives in Russia's education system. That's the entertainment news. Gwyneth Wokonta, Signature TV News.
That's it for the news. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
This is a public service announcement. The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, wishes to inform the public that this month's cleanup exercise, which was scheduled to hold on Saturday, March 28, 2026, has been cancelled. The cancellation is due to the JAMB mock exam scheduled to hold the same Saturday across the country and to allow candidates of ENUGU State origin participate in the exam. We regret all inconveniences this cancellation may cause Ndi Enugu. ESWAMA, however, calls on Ndi Enugu to continue to maintain a cleaner environment. ESWAMA, a cleaner tomorrow, today. Signed, Richard Onaga, Managing Director, ESWAMA.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing just finished where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
This is a public service announcement. The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, wishes to inform the public that this month's cleanup exercise, which was scheduled to hold on Saturday, March 28, 2026, has been cancelled. The cancellation is due to the JAMB mock exam scheduled to hold the same Saturday across the country and to allow candidates of ENUGU State origin participate in the exam. We regret all inconveniences this cancellation may cause Ndi ENUGU. ESWAMA, however, calls on Ndi ENUGU to continue to maintain a cleaner environment. ESWAMA, a cleaner tomorrow, today. Signed, Richard Onaga, Managing Director, ESWAMA.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished taking why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far. Wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
This is a public service announcement. The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, wishes to inform the public that this month's cleanup exercise, which was scheduled to hold on Saturday, March 28, 2026, has been cancelled. The cancellation is due to the JAMB mock exam scheduled to hold the same Saturday across the country, and to allow candidates of ENUGU State origin participate in the exam. We regret all inconveniences this cancellation may cause Ndi Enugu. ESWAMA, however, calls on Ndi Enugu to continue to maintain a cleaner environment. ESWAMA, a cleaner tomorrow, today. Signed, Richard Onaga, Managing Director, ESWAMA.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing every...
Just finished thinking.
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
This is a public service announcement. The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, wishes to inform the public that this month's cleanup exercise, which was scheduled to hold on Saturday, March 28, 2026, has been cancelled. The cancellation is due to the JAM mock exam scheduled to hold the same Saturday across the country and to allow candidates of ENUGU State origin participate in the exam. We regret all inconveniences this cancellation may cause Ndi Enugu. ESWAMA, however, calls on Ndi Enugu to continue to maintain a cleaner environment. ESWAMA, a cleaner tomorrow, today. Signed, Richard Onaga, Managing Director, ESWAMA.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We should play. Let me know if this television sound is on. Hello, good morning, Nigerians. Welcome to New Day. It's Saturday, the 28th day. We're almost at the end of the first quarter in 2026. I am Princess Ken Ochama. This is New Day, your weekend favorite show here on Signature Television. You know, days like this, Saturdays like this are when we just sit down, rewind, unwind, and analyze how the week has been for us, and of course, prepare for the week to come. So I don't know how your week has been. I don't know how tedious, stressful, or stress-free your week has been. But personally, it's been a great week. It's been a week of refreshing and just preparing my mind for the year. Yes, like I often say on this show, the year just started. I hope you're living. I hope you're dreaming. Don't just sit and wait for something big to happen. Don't just wait and sit and expect a miracle from heaven to fall on you. Get busy, read, make researches. There's a lot going on in the country. There's a lot going on around you for you to stay abreast and know what is happening in the world. Now, on that note, we'll be starting off with our newspaper headlines this morning, and we'll read them out, analyze them. And of course, I would always say this, it's not just about reading these headlines or hearing them or listening to them. It's also about making an effort, going an extra mile to get these papers and read them and get the full content of what these papers say to understand fully what goes on around you and in your country. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be reading out our headlines for this morning. Stay with us.
This is a public service announcement. The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, wishes to inform the public that this month's cleanup exercise, which was scheduled to hold on Saturday, March 28, 2026, has been cancelled. The cancellation is due to the JAMB mock exam scheduled to hold the same Saturday across the country, and to allow candidates of ENUGU state origin participate in the exam. We regret all inconveniences this cancellation may cause Ndi ENUGU. ESWAMA, however, calls on Ndi ENUGU to continue to maintain a cleaner environment. ESWAMA, A cleaner tomorrow, today. Signed, Richard Onaga, Managing Director, ESWAMA.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Quiet is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing every
Just finished taking
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
This is a public service announcement. The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, wishes to inform the public that this month's cleanup exercise, which was scheduled to hold on Saturday, March 28, 2026, has been cancelled. The cancellation is due to the JAMB mock exam scheduled to hold the same Saturday across the country and to allow candidates of ENUGU State origin participate in the exam. We regret all inconveniences this cancellation may cause Ndi ENUGU. ESWAMA, however, calls on Ndi ENUGU to continue to maintain a cleaner environment. ESWAMA, a cleaner tomorrow, today. Signed, Richard Onaga, Managing Director, ESWAMA.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspective.
Welcome back. We apologize for the delay. We're starting off immediately with our papers, starting off with Saturday Sun, an APC convention, security gridlock at Eagles Square. As delegates, journalists battle entry hurdles, Tinubu's ministers bound from VIP box. Ruling party set to endorse president for second term. Also on Saturday Sun, on flooding, anxiety in Lagos, Oyo, Anambra, and others. Residents, farmers weigh options over NIMET predictions. We're working hard to avert disaster, state governments assure. All right, that's for Saturday. So we'll move over to this day. On the cover page, APC convention, Tinubu preaches unity, fires at opposition, showcases reform gains. Confusion over El-Rufai's ICPC release after mother's death. APC convention, political parties, and Nigeria's democracy. That's for this day. Move over to the matrix. On the matrix 2027, INEC extends deadline for submission of party registers. At 103rd NEC meeting, Turaki assures PDP's place on ballot. Female deputy governors seek 35% quota for women from APC. No real opposition in Nigeria, FFK blasts ADC. Yawal Tida Ajibola Basiru return as APC National Chairman Secretary. NCC unveils feature to assist banks, telecoms in combating fraud. All right, that's for the matrix. We move over to the Saturday Sun. On the cover page, we have India clamps down on Nigerians. Students envoy decry annual visa renewal, racial profiling. Nigerians are police informants, says diplomat. Federal government can't decide for India, says NITCUP. That's on the cover page of The Punch. Tinubu knocks opposition, stop twisting electoral act over politics. All right, that's for the Punch newspaper. On Lassa fever, 25 doctors infected. El-Rufai gets bail after mother's death. Igoho faces fire for threatening president's critics. That's for the Punch. We'll move over to the Tribune. Saturday Tribune, PDP crisis. Makinde's group awaits Supreme Court's decision. Says, when men play God, God shows himself as God. Wike's group set for convention tomorrow. On the APC convention, Tinubu's men return to Buhari House today. CPC bloc takes backstage. Oshun appoints new Akure of Ikire. All right, Randy, General Overseer in Police Net for impregnating teenage girl in Anambra. He slept with me inside his church farm residence. That's on the Tribune. Wike grants land titles to FCT traditional rulers, waives statutory fees. That's for the Tribune. We'll look at the weekend. We have a picture of the president. Says, cheers to 74 years. Years of wit, wisdom, and wins. An article or report written by, a wish written by His Excellency Abdulaziz Yari Abubakar. On the convention, APC convention, Tinubu tightens grip on APC. That's on the Weekend Trust. Now we move over to Leadership Weekend. On the cover page, Coronation Day, APC crowns serving NWC members. Win more members, Tinubu tasks new working committee. Why I resigned as Kano deputy governor, that's Guazo. All right, abducted ECWA boat chairman, Reverend Anang, regains freedom in Jos. All right, that's, okay, Hormuz closure, freight costs, fuel prices, inflation may rise. Maritime experts warn. All right, that's our paper. That's all our newspaper. That's all our newspaper for this morning. We have with us here Mr. Chris. Good morning, Mr. Chris.
Good morning, Princess, and good morning, people of the world, and welcome to another day, a new day, Signature Television Newspaper Review. We are here again by the mercy of God.
All right, let's just start off. Because of our time, let's discuss a few things. So some weeks ago, we had, when we were preparing for this APC convention, I asked, one of the questions I asked you in our conversation was, are we likely to see what is playing out in PDP, also in APC? Because from the papers this morning, we're seeing, I mean, I think it's a reboot camp that they went for. You know, there is this one of the papers said, Tinubu said, go out and win more people. Like it was like a retreat. You know, so what do you have to say about that?
The insatiability of APC to woo members has not stopped. So we do not. So if the president of the ruling party, president of Nigeria, is urging members of APC, go into the field, 10 new members. So I mean, everybody will like more members.
Yes.
But then the convention has proven that the APC is not immune to whatever is happening to all the political parties in Nigeria. We are senior members of the Federal House are struggling to get seats even at the convention with the journalists to enter the convention venue. Mm-hmm. More people, more trouble. You know, they say uneasy lies ahead. Now that they have opened the door, even accommodated everybody, the good, the bad, and the ugly, they have to manage it. So anywhere APC meeting convention is called, you have management crisis of managing everybody that you have opened the door, but the mad, the good, the bad, everybody is coming in, the peacemakers, the troublemakers, the thugs, everybody is welcome into APC. It's a good party that opened door to everyone. So I remember sometime in the past, we have a state in Nigeria, which is literally my state, that answer home for all. Mm. At the point, the governor came, I think it's Peter Obi that came and said, hey, this home for all. I go to Opiwek, I see a lot of mad people, beggars everywhere, you know, thieves. So, no, Anambra should pick a new name and wait for the name that has actually started bearing on the state when they answer the light of the nation. So if APC is the party for all, they should look at how to see it, because it's not just to welcome everybody. Where will they sit? And if new people come in, what will happen to the people who are already seated? Are they going to get up for them? That's the question. Because every Nigerian politician is looking for something at the bottom of the soup plate. If it's not fish, it's meat. And when he gets there and he doesn't get it, he will keep searching. You remember the musician who, Bongo Sikwe said he keeps searching, for love. But in this case, Nigerian politicians are searching for positions. So they go to APC. When they say APC, welcome everybody, they get there and they didn't get what they want. They want to look for another place. Now, the problem might be something that they're creeping up, coming out of, where what we hear by certain rules that are being set by even APC and other parties, it's going to become difficult. Some of them are very wary. Like, if I come to APC and I didn't get what I want, at what point do I leave to go to another place to get
the
it?
timing.
Will there be restrictions to my movement? Because Nigerian politicians are like harlots. You know, whenever they change position, they become new. You know, they become brand new, and that's how they survive. So anywhere you want to stop them and say, hey, you commercial sex worker, you have come here, you're going to stay and retire here, they become wary. And that is where what the APC is going to manage.
All right, we
so
see.
we wish them luck.
Yes.
Even in there were dreadlocks of security dreadlock, traffic dreadlock, population dreadlock. A lot of things were, you know,
put in place.
That's it. When the big party like APC meet, you have dreadlocks.
All right, so INEC has told us that they've extended, I mean, the paper did not, probably in the details, that they've extended deadlines. I'm sure they gave this deadline as at sometime this month, but they said that they've extended the deadline for party registration of party participants. So is this ideal, or is it just another ploy?
It's ideal,
okay,
because the people are watching. When people are dancing, I go to African theater in town, I go to watch masquerade. If masquerade is dancing and moving, they follow the movement of the masquerade. The crowd follows. When INEC is dancing, and the dancing for Nigerians for election, and the dancing for political parties for contest. Now, if one day they were dancing and nobody is watching, they find out nobody is watching again, they will have to change their dance
something,
because it's like where we have been crying here, that it's like there's a plan to muffle the opposition. So with INEC changing some of these rules to make sure people will have time to meet up some of their conditions and register the contestants who will contest for them under their banner, it's kind of a good move by INEC, so that they will not look like what people think they are doing. They will still look seemingly that they are accommodating other people. And that's good. It's good that we give thumb up to INEC for that. Because you cannot send a child to go and buy salt, and then you go back and make rain and follow the child. He said parties should register. And then you get very tight deadline for them to organize convention, the type APC have done. Then you select people to meet up certain committees, submit names. While some of them are in the court, you have now asked court to hasten, then release whatever court cases. Give deadline where the court should settle every issue so that they have, people are in Nigeria working at crossroads. INEC is setting this rule. Appeal court to high court, Supreme Court is setting their own rule, moving at their own snail speed, making sure that the opposition do not come out of court to even go and sit down and go for this competition that's coming in, contest that's coming in 2027. So it's like the environment, the whole activities, everything is planned to make sure the opposition do not. It's the politics. I remember one governor that used to, may God bless his soul, Chinwo Kembadiloju, he said, no politics kalewu. Yes, when you ask me, say, oh, politics kalewu. So politics kalewu in Nigeria, but I don't politics in Nigeria. Let's work politics in Nigeria with the human face. Because what is good for the geese is good for the gander. And let's make it seemingly look like you have given a good playing ground for the oppositions to come to. Otherwise, if you make it too tight, you'll be contesting with yourself.
I mean, so it looks like a fair game.
Yeah,
let's see that others are playing.
Of course, that you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. We have a lot. We had a lot to talk about this morning. I mean, there's the visa issue.
Sorry, the visa is, but let's commiserate with
El-Rufai, yes.
He lost his mother. He's still in the gulag of ICPC, and then he got bail. He's either to go and say goodbye to his mother. You know, as Muslims, within 12 hours, the dead must go to travel the way of all the mortals. So the woman probably at his age, we see the picture. I don't know his age, but if you look at the picture on the matrix, it's like the woman is quite aged, and then she has to manage with her son. who has been on the high limelight. Now I'm going to be in the behind bars answering questions of multiple billions of naira that they say the son, So the old woman will say, I'm not going to be alive to see this. Is the better I quietly go. I've fought the fight and I've stayed long enough. We thank God for the life of the woman, and we thank God that at least El-Rufai has opportunity of going to say goodbye to his mother, and we wish the departed mother well. God have mercy on her and grant her soul eternal rest, and let the angels of heaven sing her to sleep. Or the people who are living will have to still live to fight their trouble, solve the problem. Right? Whether the bail is temporary or not, when they finish, they will come back. Because people say, only one to chop. Who goes after fighting, after going to ICPs, after getting bail to go and bury your mother, you come back to ICPs. You
come back and continue.
Answer the question of over 290 billion of.
Because of our time, this is how much we can take this.
You said something about visa. Will you quickly go?
Yeah, but our guests, we already have guests lined up, and of course, because of our time.
All right.
Thank you so much for joining this morning. Yeah, I know you are wondering what the papers say. Get them, read them. You can easily buy them. You can easily download them on the internet. Read. I say this, read. It's important to read, because if you don't read, if you don't understand these things, when we talk about these things, well, when you see people having conversations, because you don't read about them, you wouldn't know what to contribute. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, it will be time for our interviews for the morning. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome back. Now, on our first conversation this morning, we're talking about power failure. Now, we live in a country, Nigeria, where the power sector has experienced significant challenges, from increasing frequency to great failures to high tariff to no electricity. You know, some people pulling out, the federal government suddenly saying, oh, we're no longer part of the grid. These are the challenges that we faced in Nigeria when it comes to the power sector. Now, recently, the NLC, the Nigerian Labour Congress, has taken a strong stance, that there will be no bailout for any electricity company in Nigeria. Everybody has to put heads together. Nobody is running independently. Nobody say, oh, I am not working for the federal government, oh, I'm working for this particular group of people. It has to be a joint effort to restore the energy in the power sector in Nigeria. Now, we're discussing this morning with Professor Ogugwa Egu. He is the chairman, Nigerian Labour Congress, Ebonyi State. He's joining us via Zoom. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
All right.
Good morning.
First
Hope
off,
you can hear me.
For a layman who has lived in a community where at a certain point, he did not have lights. He was not enjoying electricity. And then suddenly he moves into an era where, okay, it looks like things are looking up. I now have electricity. So the current situation where some days you go without light, some days you see 2-3 hours in a day, and then you're wondering what exactly is going on. You're hearing grids falling, you're hearing hike in tariff plan. Help us understand, why does this happen? Is it just based on the TCN, the electricity company, or is it the fault of some organization handling the power sector?
Thank you very much. Yes, correspondent. You see, the concept of power problem in Nigeria is hydra-headed. When I say hydra-headed, it is as a result of numerous factors.
Okay.
Factors that we can say they are intrinsic, and factors that we can say are extrinsic to the power sector. Now, of course, we know that the GENCOs, the generating companies, have demanded a 6 trillion naira bailout from taxpayers' money, from government. And they claim that these bailouts is as a result of accumulated, what they call legacy debts. Legacy debts that have accumulated over the past years. And in fact, they claim that they are being owed 65% of what they generate every month. And that means they are paid 35%, which is about 80 billion naira. And so government of Nigeria owed them 200 billion every month. And if you calculate 200 million by the number of months that are being owed, that is what has amounted to the over 6 trillion naira that they are demanding as bailout. And I keep asking myself, does it mean that these companies have never made gains? Since privatization in 2013, that is over 13 years or about thereabout, does it mean these companies have never made profits from generation of power in Nigeria? Our Congress is asking, what have they been doing with the profits they have made? Nigerians have not significantly seen an improvement in the power sector. In fact, in the last 3 years, since 2023, the national grid has collapsed 19 times, 12 times in 2024. And in 2026, where we find ourselves, generation has come so low that at some point we battled between 0 and 24 megawatts. Right now, it's about 2,900 megawatts, far below the maximum production that we've had in recent time, which is about 4,000 thereabouts. These GENCOs keep packing up, power generation companies, no support. And you find out that the problem is truly hydra-headed. If you come down to the ordinary people, the distribution companies are not better off. The distribution companies keep fluctuating tariffs. Tariffs keep increasing from this. In fact, there was a time that it jumped to about 300%, or the 300% increase. And this thing ordinarily rests on the everyday people of Nigeria. And we ask ourselves, does it mean we can never get it right as a country? Now, it is obvious that the global energy crisis, that of course, that is as a result of the dispute between America, Israel, and then Iran, has exposed the vulnerability of our energy sector. It has exposed the incapacitated nature of our energy sector. It has exposed that we do not have shock absorber. And if this crisis continues, Nigeria is going to be on the precipice of terrible things. Because people will lose faith in the system. People will lose faith in our country. And that is why the government of today should make a conscious effort to cushion the effect of this global energy crisis. What do I mean? Countries in Europe have started doing something. But Brazil released about 300 million euros to cushion the effect of this global energy crisis. Countries like Italy, Belgium, Finland, yes, you may say that these countries have very good economies. But Nigeria is a country that is dominated by people living in extreme poverty.
Okay, Professor.
Middle class, yes.
Yeah, what I asked, or what I'm trying to understand it. I mean, you've said a number of things, quite a number of things. Now, the issue of, which is the first question I asked earlier, for a layman, for someone who may not understand the logics of things, is it safe to say that the reason why the power sector is epileptic in Nigeria is because 13 years ago, the situation or the community when it comes to power deliverance was handed to private sectors? Or is it that even with the private sectors, the organization that are in charge of power generation and distribution in Nigeria have, had a way to limit the rations people get when it comes to power? Because what I'm asking is, if a private sector comes to say, oh, this is not the agreement we had a particular agreement for you to be giving us a certain percentage from whatever is generated, and they are coming years later to demand a certain amount, it's just safe to say that either they are being greedy or some persons, we are cheating them out of their earnings and their gains. So who is to blame when it comes to lack of power in Nigeria?
You see, maybe you didn't get me right. When I started, I said that this can be described as intrinsic within the power sector and extrinsic outside the power sector. The intrinsic problems are caused by the key players within the power sector. The owners of the generating companies, the owners of the transmission companies, and even the owners of the distribution companies. Because they work hand in hand in Nigeria. And so it is their fault. There is no conscious effort. There is no intentional effort to be effective and efficient in the distribution of power, in the generation of power, in the transmission of power. It is intrinsic within the power sector. That is one. Two, the extrinsic part is that governments who ordinarily should live to their own end of any bond, any agreement, has failed. Now, if you listen to the Chief Executive Officer of Association of Generation Companies, recently, I've forgotten the name, one Joy Ogaji, on the 19th of February, she said that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria met with them in July and assured them that 4 trillion naira will be released to take care of the accumulated debt over the years up to the end of 2024. But as we speak to you today, that amount has not gotten to the Gencos. What does that mean? It means that extrinsic factors outside the key power players have also contributed massively to the epileptic power supply. And that simply means that those with the Gencos are not completely efficient, they are not effective, the transmission companies are not effective, the distribution companies are making, there is no level of efficiency within the power sector. And that is why the Nigerian Labour Congress had proposed that there should be a merger between the Petroleum Ministry and the Power Ministry. And if there's a merger, there will be a fuller understanding of the complementarity of the products of the petroleum industry and the generation of power. This merger should be called the Ministry of Energy or the Energy Ministry. Now, today, between January and March, we know that Nigeria has very low water levels. These low water levels cannot effectively power our hydro turbines. That is one. What are the alternatives? There are no alternatives. The alternatives are not there. Why? Because the gas industry is not effective in generating power in Nigeria. How many gas turbines are functional in Nigeria? Of course, you know that the current global energy crisis has further impeded the performance of the gas industries. Why? Because a great percentage of gas being imported into Nigeria does not come. And so even the ones we generate, we are more interested in exporting them than in using them to solve our power problems. And so you find out that, there is a great percentage of extrinsic factors and a great percentage of intrinsic. Intrinsic factors are caused by key players within the power industry who are capitalists, who believe in making more money, who believe in ensuring that their capitalist cartel remains functional and, of course, afloat financially and economically. And then the extrinsic factors who are interested in the extrinsic contribution to the power sector. And that is why it appears the power sector in Nigeria has remained in coma very long time. In fact, it has gotten so worse that Nigerians are beginning to confess that they have never had this so bad. Why is it that bad? Because of the skyrocketed price of the premium motor spirit, the PMS. People who ordinarily can afford POS, little volumes of PMS to power their generators, to survive and to stay afloat as ordinary Nigerians can no longer afford the PMS. And so the impact is more on the ordinary people. And this is a wake-up call for our politicians. This is a wake-up call for our leaders. This is a wake-up call for those who are in the ruling class. That, in fact, this hardship should be an avenue for them to show the love they claim to have for ordinary Nigerians. This hardship should be an opportunity for them to transmit the love they have for Nigerians. It's unfortunate that a lot of countries are doing things that will cushion the effect of this power or this energy crisis. Nigeria has not done anything. Nigeria has not even thought about it. Nigeria has not even brought it up to be at the center of national discourse. Why? It appears there's a disconnect between the ordinary people, the ordinary Nigerians, and the ruling class. And I hope that as they do their politics, nobody stops them from doing their politics. Let them be reawakened of the fact that they should, matter of urgency anyway, bring in policies, initiate policies that will cushion the effect of this global energy crisis. And that the other factor is the issue of bailout. The Nigerian Labour Congress resists this issue of bailout. You cannot tell me that from 2013 to 2025, you accumulated 6.5 trillion or thereabout. Meanwhile, between as at 2020, it wasn't even up to 1 billion. So how did this skyrocket so much? And so we feel that there should be a conscious effort made by government to audit those the legacy debts that they claim we owe them by the entirety of Nigerians. Because this 6.5 trillion naira will come from the taxpayers' money. And the taxpayers themselves are not finding it funny their survival mode in Nigeria. So we reject it and we call for a comprehensive audit of this legacy debt that they are claiming that should be a bailout for them. And then it has also exposed, the global crisis have also exposed us that indeed, that Dangote refinery may not have had the capacity to sustain Nigeria. That is the truth. If Dangote refinery had the capacity to sustain Nigeria in less than 3-4 days when the Iran-America dispute started, this would have still been buying, fuel at the normal 790, 800, per liter cost. But it didn't take up to 3 days or 4 days, and the prices skyrocketed. That means we do not have a shock absorber. And it's also a wake-up call for Nigeria as a government, as a people, to ensure that our refineries start to function. Now, they claim that the already existing refineries that Warri, Port Harcourt, Eleme, and Kaduna have gone beyond repair because they have tried so many times to repair those refineries, and only God knows what came out of it. Let us encourage modular refineries. Let us encourage modular refineries. There are a lot of young men, entrepreneurs, who are willing to invest in this refinery business. And the more the merrier. If this is approved in Nigeria, I believe that it will decentralize and demonopolize this issue of where PMS coming from one source. And the most important thing also is ensuring proper standardization of quality of these modular refineries. It will help Nigeria as a country. It will help Nigeria in PMS, it will help Nigeria in AGO, it will help Nigeria in DPK, it will also help Nigeria in even gas generation. There will always be a way to manage this. And we see this as an opportunity that the fragility of our economy, or the fragility of our energy sector is obvious. It has become obvious. And let our country, let our leaders significantly make an impact. There should be an intentional, a conscious effort to make these sectors work. One, like NLC, we have always proposed, let there be synergy between the petroleum and the power sector. And that synergy will be maximally achieved if they are merged and an energy ministry formed. Two, let there be a comprehensive audit of the GENCO's claims of legacy debts. And this audit will open our eyes as a nation to see whether indeed that the distribution or the generation of 280 billion naira worth of power is indeed what they are giving us and what Nigerians are receiving. Because I try to match 280 billion naira worth of what we have. It's actually embarrassing if you pay 225 naira per kilowatt.
Because of time, I have a couple of more things to clarify on. Now you've said a lot of things, of course, about how the NLC is pushing for the no bailout. How to minimize or find a way to re-strategize, which is what we need at a time as this. Now, speaking about the Iran-US-Israel war and how this affects, us and our economy, as the NLC is fighting for the power, what are they doing when it comes to this hike in price in fuel? How are they urging the government to intervene to find solutions? Because it's not just to leave. If the NLC is actively fighting for the interest of the common Nigerian, and of course we can see what they're doing with the energy sector, what are they doing when it comes to this price hike that keeps fluctuating every single day? And secondly, this request or this call for no bailout, does it have anything to do with the increase in salary that the NLC demanded for?
Thank you very much. You see, they are all interconnected. First of all, you need to understand that a sensible and sensitive government does not wait for trade unions to make noise before they listen and understand the plight of the citizens that they are, ruling, so to speak. A sensitive government does not need a protest to understand that they should introduce policies that will cushion the effect of these skyrocketing prices. Of course, prices in not just power, not just PMS, not just energy. It has multiplied into every aspect of Nigerian people, Nigerian economy. And so, if you say that we must go on strike or we should go on protest, our government is not sensitive, because they should have done the needful when this matter started. Then secondly, it is not unconnected to our cry. Of course, the Joint National Negotiating Council has, proposed a minimum wage increase of 154,000 naira or thereabout. And this is not rocket science. It's not an impossibility. It only takes a willing government to call them to the negotiating table and arrive at something that will favor Nigerians and will not disfavor the ruling class. That is the way it should go. Because the truth is that there's a difference between ability and willingness. Nigeria as a nation has the ability to treat workers well. Nigeria as a nation has the ability to even pay a minimum wage of over 250,000 naira to Nigerian workers. But the truth is that how willing are they? What are their priorities? NLC, of course, has initiated process of talking with agents of government on how to introduce policies that will mitigate this trend of skyrocketing prices of everything, not just energy requirements of households. Skyrocketing price. Now, in some countries that have responsive and sensitive governments, sorry to use that word, but that's the truth. They have already done that. They didn't wait for trade unions to react. I said earlier that Brazil pumped over 300 million euros into the economy to cushion the effect of low-income earners. Finland, Belgium, UK. Some people have cut tax. Some people have removed VAT. Some countries have removed VAT. Some have cut other taxes. Some have even increased their contribution to household utilities of their citizens, especially low-income earners. Why are Nigerian leaders too far away from the people? Why are they far away from the people? Yes, I know this is the time for them to do politics. And I want to use this opportunity to appeal to all of them, all levels of government, from the federal to the state to the local government, that this is the time for them to campaign well if they want to come back next year. This is the time for them to tell Nigerians that indeed that we love you and we feel your pain and look at what should be done.
I think, Professor, can you hear me? All right. I think he's being cut off.
I can hear you, my dear. I can hear you.
All right. Because of our time, we might have to end our conversation here. Of course, I had a couple of more questions to ask, but of course, because of time. So thank you so much for joining this morning. Do have yourself a wonderful day. All right, this is still New Day. We took a short break. We'll be right back.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, And they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Nollywood actress Sharon Martins has stirred controversy after alleging that the spirit of Bimbo Ogbonna, the late wife of Auto dealer IVD, is responsible for Blessing CEO's reported illness. She made the claim while reacting to reports that Blessing CEO is battling stage 4 breast cancer and had appealed for public support for chemotherapy. Martins criticized her for past comments about Bimbo, accusing her of siding with IVD during the controversy surrounding the 2022 incident that led to Bimbo's death in a fire at their Lagos home. Martin suggested the illness could be a form of retribution. Blessing CEO had earlier identified as IVD's relationship therapist, later went public with a relationship with him, and the pair reportedly held a traditional wedding in 2025. Nigerian singer Oma Stanley Didia, popularly known as Omalay, has sparked reactions after indicating a return to Christianity from Islam. The Rivers-born artist had previously hinted at converting to Islam a few years ago. But however, in a recent post on Snapchat, he suggested a shift back to his birth religion. Omalay stated that he has resumed reading the Bible, noting that although he appreciated reading the Quran, but he relates more to the Bible. Popular social media critic Very Darkman has reacted to Blessing CEO's claim that she is battling cancer. Blessing CEO, a controversial self-acclaimed relationship expert, announced on Wednesday that she has been diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer while appealing to the public for financial assistance for treatment, including a possible mastectomy. The announcement drew messages of support from many Nigerians, including celebrities. But however, in a video shared on his Instagram page on Thursday, Very Dark Man questioned the claim, stating that he was not convinced and urging her to provide medical evidence. He pointed out the absence of hospital reports or proof of expenses, suggesting that more transparency was needed to back up her appeal. A Russian court has banned the Oscar-winning documentary Mr. Nobody Against Putin from several streaming platforms, claiming it promotes negative attitudes towards the government and the war in Ukraine. The film, which exposes pro-war propaganda in a Chelyabinsk school using secretly recorded footage, was also accused of featuring minors without parental consent and displaying an opposition-linked flag deemed extremist. Now, the ruling marks the first legal restriction on the film as authorities continue efforts to suppress dissent and reinforce pro-war narratives in Russia's education system. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
France forward Kylian Mbappe showed no ill effects of his left knee injury on Thursday when he broke free for a goal to give France an early lead on its way to a 2-1 victory over Brazil in a World Cup lineup in Foxborough between two of the world's top teams. With a crowd of 66,215 heavily favouring Brazil, Mbappe and Hugo Ekitike gave France a 2-0 lead on the same pitch, where they will play their final group stage game of this summer's World Cup.
Casemiro has his pocket picked. Forward now for Mbappe. A real opening. Mbappe! Oh, wow! One fabulous French foray. Kylian Mbappe within one of the all-time goal-scoring record. Here come 10-man France. Olise with the ball at feet. Ekitike!
Free-flowing French football at its finest. Kylian Mbappe draws so much attention at the bottom of the screen that it gets.
Vietnam to register a comfortable 3-0 victory over Bangladesh in an international friendly at Hanoi on Thursday, with the host dominating proceedings from start to finish. Early errors in set-piece marking saw Vietnam take a comfortable lead and then a third before the half-time whistle ended the competition. Bangladesh plays Singapore in the AFC Asian Cup qualifier in 4 days and will hope to turn the tide sooner than later. In cricket, defending champions Lahore Qalandars started their Pakistan Super League with a comprehensive 69-run win over new side Hyderabad Kingsmen. After opting to bat first, Qalandars posted 199 to 6 built on an opening stand of 84 between Fakhar Saman 53 off 39 and Mohammed Naim 30 off 19. They were both dismissed by Hassan Khan, either side of Abdullah Shafiga being run out as Qalandars slipped to 94-3, but Hasbullah Khan made an unbeaten 40 and Sikandar Raza hit 24 off 10 balls to help them up to a defendable total.
Chipped, leg side, possible catch taken. Asif Ali with the catch. Ubaid has his first. And Hyderabad lose their second.
Not realizing a fielder has been placed. He was better off whipping the ball.
In golf, England's Paul Warren shot a 7 under 63 to lead after the first round of the Texas Children's Houston Open. The 41-year-old, who is playing on a medical exemption and was a late entry to the field, was 5 under at the turn, and his bogey-free round was his lowest ever on the PGA Tour. Warren, who has only made 6 cuts from 26 events on the PGA Tour, is 1 shot clear of former US Open champion Gary Woodland, while Sam Burns, Tom Hogg and Michael Brennan are 2 shots behind at 5 under.
For the international from England, started his day at 12 with a birdie to get to 2 under par. Started his day on the back 9, I should say, so started on 10. That was his second birdie inside the first 3 holes. And then he keeps it going, Carl, right away at 13, makes it back-to-back and 3 in his first 4. And so Paul Waring immediately was at the top of the leaderboard and taking control of this opening round. Up to 16 we go.
Yeah, you can tell these little mid-range birdie putts, if you get hot with the putter, those are the distance putts that you can really make. Now this one, maybe a little bit out of range for thinking you're going to make it, but it's that kind of day.
And that's sports news on Signature.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
All right, welcome back. Now, for our second conversation, we're discussing water. Right. You know, one of the 2 major things that has plagued Nigerians, or that is plaguing anybody in the world, is electricity and water. Right. So this morning, we're discussing access to water supply and the issue of gender and vulnerable groups. It's one thing to have to struggle, you know, to have sufficient water supply in the area where you live or wherever you find yourself. It's also one other issue to be limited just because of your gender or because of, you know, a deficiency that you live with or a condition that you live with. So this morning we're discussing, why is it so? What needs to be done? How do we move past? Do we even have enough water to go around? Do we even have enough water supply in the areas where we live? Talk more of having to limit them just because certain persons are of the female gender, or they're living with, probably they're crippled, or they're in a wheelchair, or they're blind or something, just because they are disabled. Now we're joined online by Yemisi Alaka. She is the chairperson, Association of Women Town Planners in Nigeria, Lagos State chapter. Good morning, Yemisi. Thanks for joining me this morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, I can
So,
hear you clearly.
okay, yeah. Nigeria and water. I mean, first off, I know Nigeria is some parts of Nigeria are living in a place where we have sufficient water, and we have some persons living in an area where you don't even have water at all. Probably persons living in the north. Firstly, is there a way? I know this is rather a very broad question, but is there a way we can balance? Is there ever a way there would be a balance to the issue of water supply in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, my host. Yes, the question you asked, you said already that it's very broad, but with adequate planning and implementation, we can have water supply, access to water everywhere. If it's happening in other parts of the world, then it can also happen here. We can have a water supply to every area and access to the water. So with good governance, with adequate planning, and following the SDG 5 and 6, then there will be access to water to every gender and to everyone. Thank you.
That's our topic at hand. Why? I just want to ask her because I may not have experienced, a certain level of limitations when it comes to water because where I've lived, you could easily fetch water. But we've heard of stories where when you live in a home, you are sent off to fetch water as a lady. Let's talk about the female gender. There is this responsibility oftentimes when it's been relegated to ladies in the house, probably as a form of punishment or just because you are a lady, and then it limits them in a certain type of way. Why is this so?
First of all, we have to know that water itself is life. Water is life. Water is dignity to life. Water is important to everyone and is not only as a natural resources, but also a fundamental human right for every society to have water, for every community, for every individual to have water. But in this part of the world, we are facing a lot of difficulties in accessing water. In Lagos, for instance, we have water works that is located where we call Ajiyan in Akute area of Lagos State. And from there, this water is being transported to other parts. Transferred to other parts of Lagos. That is, you have water in Lagos Island, you have in mainland, you have in every part of Lagos. And at the rate that this water is being pumped out daily, the schedule should be like 70 million gallons of water to be piped out. But when you now compare the number of this gallon to this household, how do you get the number of people in a household according to population and according to our planning standard? A family should have at least 4 people. That is the father, the mother, and the children. But in most homes now, you find that there is more often more than that. There is over density, there is over population, even in our families. In Lagos, we are over 20 million. And more people are coming in every day. Like yesterday, I went to Ibadan. On my way back, I could see trailer loads of people coming in to Lagos. Those are not captured, and they are going to use water anyway once they land in Lagos. So we are having problem with that, our daily consumption. Because each family, each person is supposed to consume 20 to 50 liters of water, gallons of water per day. And with this population, there's no way to circulate around everyone. So that's one problem on the planning issue. Another problem is that even the water that is being pumped out daily to designated places by the government, that is the mainland, the Lagos Island, Surulere, and few others, is not even enough for them. So we have other areas that they don't even have this water supply at all. How do they access water? It's either they have traditional well, boreholes, they have vendors that supply water, and how are you sure of the water you are getting out of those places? You have so much contaminated water out there. You have a lot of problem accessing the water. Now there's problem of accessing water. Who face this problem most in our families, in our communities, is women and children that face this problem most. And due to this, it leads to a lot of problems. We have so much problems at hand, basically from the government. We have problem from the community. We have problem from the people ourselves in accessing this water. So what can we really do? What can we do to have this done, to have our water accessible, following the global provision by the SDG, the UN? The SDG Development Goal 6 says there should be access to clean water and sanitation. Then SDG 5 says there should be gender equality. Are we having that? No. So there's a lot of problem, and this problem is lying most on the women and the children, except in few houses where you don't have, because some families is only male and the mother. So the mother and the boys have to face the problem, the challenge of getting water to the house for household use and other things. So we have lots of issues at hand. And the WASH initiative also, we are having lots of issues in accessing water. And that is why the organization is trying as much as possible to go out there and ensure that people have water, clean water, access to water, and there should be gender equality in all this. Thank you so much.
All right. Now, you said that you use Lagos as a case study where you said over 70,000 or 70 million liters,
70 million
gallons of water is being distributed, pumped and distributed daily. And you also mentioned that some areas have wells and then they have people that supply water to them. Now, my question is, it's safe to say that we rely mostly on this, or some regions rely mostly on this distributed water. My question is, seeing that we have some communities that has water already, instead of relying on one particular distribution outlet, how is it that these waters, these wells, these streams cannot be distilled and purified, seeing that they are closer to the users, instead of waiting for, like you said, where the location for the pumping is different from where it's been distributed to? So for these areas that have wells, that have probably streams or places that they could easily get water, since we are more concerned about clean water, right, because of the health purposes, and then of course to avoid emergencies, isn't there a way to distill and purify these waters for them. Also, isn't it an option to create water closer to them? Like you see, when you go to some communities, one of the major projects of politicians is to dig wells. So shouldn't that be a more viable option for these water corporations than to just distribute water and probably put in a tank and make people come to get them? Thirdly, another thing I want to ask, maybe when we will get to that in due time, is the sale of water. Is it safe to say that water is no longer a natural commodity, seeing that we have to go through all these processes to get water? Let's start from the purification before we get to the digging of wells and then water payments.
All right, thank you so much. Getting water, clean water, is not just on the surface.
Okay.
You can't just say, okay, because there's stream here, let's just tap into it and start distributing it. No. There's a level that you can get clean water, because you don't want to give people contaminated water, and it will be improper for any government to just say, okay, there is a stream here, oh yeah, start distributing it to the people around the world. No, you can't do that. There's a chemical composition. There's table level water, that is the aqua, that you can get to the depth, the aquifer, where you can get clean water to give to people. That is why it's even Lagos is, you have water everywhere, but it's below water level. So if you just say because there's river or there's stream somewhere and you just tap into it and you start sending it to homes as a good water, no, you can't do that. Government have to look for where they can get the good level of table water before they can send it out to homes. But now, the alternative that people are doing is getting boreholes. That is why we have lots of contaminated water out there. So that is why government now in Lagos State, we are trying as much as possible to have some mini and micro water outlets in Lagos Island, in VI, and some part of mainland as well. The project is ongoing because of the awareness that the WASH program is doing, and the SDG that we need more access to water. And because the government is responsive, that is why they are trying in as much as possible to ensure that we have these projects ongoing. And I'm sure within short of period of time, we'll have more access to clean water, especially in Lagos. And I believe in other parts of the country, in Abuja as well, they are doing that. And let's be hopeful that we'll get access to clean water.
Okay, before you continue with the answer, we have another guest joining us this morning on this conversation. He is Dr. Joachim Ibezimako SZG. Yes, he's a WASH expert and sustainable development analyst. Good morning, doctor. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, good morning.
Dr. Joachim, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning over there.
Good morning, madam. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm having two guests this morning, so I would just, alternate between the two of you. But Dr. Joachim, thanks for joining once again.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'll return to Yemisi. I was trying to find out, we are still talking on, water provision and water cleansing. So you have spoken about the possibilities or what process it takes to purify a water before it's been distributed. Let's talk about the digging of wells to persons, for the sake of persons who are living with disabilities and persons who don't have to struggle to queue up to get water. Let's talk about that before we come to Dr. Joachim.
Okay, that's the main problem now. That's why we are saying that the access to water is not that okay. Is not yet perfect. Is inequality. There is inequality in access to water, and we have vulnerable people. Even digging of the well or the borehole is still not sufficient enough for people to have access to clean, hygienic water, especially people with disability. There's so much problem for them in accessing water. In fact, you have a lot of hygienic problem, especially with ladies with disability. When they are in their menstrual period, they find it difficult either to go to school or to go to work. There's no water. So the digging of the well is not standard. If I may put it that way, it's not standard enough, but it's just an alternative rather than not having anything. And yet, even that is not yet enough for these people. For women, they have to travel long distance. Children, they have to, girl child, they have to travel long distance to get water. So it's just an alternative. And at times, even some area, like I told you earlier that having stream or lagoon does not mean you have clean water. So even when they drop some well, we short you maybe during the dry season, you find that there is no more water there for them, especially those people up north. They find it difficult to get water. So the well is not yet an alternative. It's just what people improvise for them to have. So a lot of informal sectors also, they have no water. And everybody, like I said, water is life. It's an access that everybody must have. It's human rights for them to have water, for everyone to have water.
All right.
Thank you.
Dr. Joachim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I do. Hello?
Dr. Joachim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Are you hearing me yourself?
All right. Let me see. Let's just continue. I think Dr. Joachim
I can hear you
from the internet. Now, one of the last question I had.
I can hear you.
Payment for
Hello.
Water. Now,
I can hear you.
In ENUGU, I'm currently in ENUGU, and I understand that there's some parts. I also understand that some parts of ENUGU. Okay, Dr. Joachim, thanks for joining.
Thank you. I can hear you very well. Go ahead.
Okay, Miss Yemisi, I'll get back to you in a moment. Let me just ask a few questions to Dr. Joachim. So earlier, with the other guests, I had asked a couple of questions, but one of the things that I find striking is the unequal distribution of water, even in a given state, right? Even in a given state. And Ms. Yemisi had mentioned earlier that in Lagos, that a certain number of, or a certain quantity of water is expected to be distributed every day. And it's also understand that it can also be understood that some parts at the end of the day may not get equal distribution. You might come to fetch water in the morning, you get a few gallons, and then when you come back in the evening, you are told that water has finished. Now, in Nigeria, where some parts have water, some part doesn't, what would you say could be a way to resolve these issues and probably, have to some level equal distribution of water, since water is one of the natural commodities that is given to man, but because of purification and all the things that get into it, we don't seem to have that play out in the country. So how do we work at getting equal distribution somehow?
Okay, thank you. You see, when you talk about water, access to water, there are three factors you have to consider. You talk about the cost of the water, you talk about the quantity, and you talk about the quality of water. And also talk about the distance to get the water. So the lower you have these figures, because these figures are more of quantified. If like for quantity, you have the number of coliforms in the water. It is expected that water you drink, because a measure of quality in water is the amount of coliforms in that water. So if the number of coliforms is maybe less than 100, or it's graded. Those ones that are above 100, those are less than 100, and those that are 0. So when you have water that is actually 0, so you say, okay, this water, people who drink this water that have 0 coliform will be said to have better access to water than somebody who drinks water that have up to 100 or micro units of coliforms. Coliform is a term used to describe infection, especially of fecal matter in water, because the major contaminant, when you do biological testing of water, you look at the fecal coliforms, which has to do with impurities from human waste, from stools of people. So that's why you have lab that treats water. The aim is to reduce the quantity of coliforms in the water. So the amount of coliforms in the water is used to calculate if access is improved or not. Then you have distance. When people walk a distance of more than 2 kilometers to get water, they have what we call poor access. For you to have good access, improved access to water is when the water, you don't need to walk for it, is within the living premises. You go to, you live in a self-contained house. You have a kitchen. You go to the kitchen, you put your cup, you get water and drink. That cannot be said of somebody who has to carry buckets to go and get water outside his home. So you see that access has been quantified. Then when you talk about quantity, the amount of water you get in a day. In a household, you can have a family depending on 30 liters of water. They will use it to cook. They will use it to bath. They will use it to wash their clothes, and other things. So they will be struggling. People who get water in buckets, line them up in the bathroom or in the passage, and they said, please, they will tell, please don't use this water, leave this water. My mother will say, don't use it, we're going to use it to cook. Then when the woman comes back, he sees that water has been used to wash clothes, or someone has used it to take his bath. So these are things to measure. So when you talk about access, water access, because when I break this thing down, I can see how it affects woman or man. So you see, water access can be poor, it can be basic, it can be improved. Let me shock you now. When you have a borehole in your house, a borehole that is not treated, you just bring water from the ground, it's raw water, and you drink it. You will think you have improved that. You don't have improved access. What you have is basic access. So when you come to Nigeria, there's a lot of boreholes in Nigeria. So what Nigerians have is basic access. We don't even have, if you look at the figures you get on newspapers and books and reports, it's about basic access in Nigeria, not improved access. Because the only improved access we get is if water board is supplying the water you drink. If water board, because the water from water board is treated and is monitored. That is why in the developed world, when water from the water board, anything happens to it, they'll tell people, they'll give what they call boil water alert. People will have to start to boil their water in order to guarantee some level of safety for everybody. So it's not enough that you say, because there's water, you say there's water access. There's no water access. If we talk about Lagos, the water in Lagos, the lagoon. I went to Lagos with somebody. We were passing through the lagoon across the bridges. He said, but why people in Lagos don't have water? Is this not water everywhere? I said, why? I laughed at him. He said, the water is untreated. So this water cannot be counted as access to water, even if it's on your feet. If you just on your feet. So because it's constrained by quantity, quality, then and quantity, and then the cost. So when you talk about water, it's not enough to say it's a natural resource. Water, if you say water is a natural resource, then you go and get it from the stream. You go and get it, or you get it from the rain when it's falling directly from the heavens. But water has to be treated, and it will take money to treat it. Water has to be transferred, it has to be supplied from where it was. That's why when you see borehole, you drill a borehole, you put a pipe and bring water from the ground. When you go to a river, for those people who get water from the river, they put a pipe and transfer it from the river and bring it. And then they have to treat it. There must be a treatment system. Any water that is not treated before people drink it is basic water. It's not qualified. It's not an improved water source. So water must be treated and not just treated and left, because as water moves through the pipes, it can get contaminated. So there is further chemicals they leave in the water. So as it goes, if there is any contaminant, that chemical remaining in the water will help to get rid of it. That is why you must have heard about residual chlorine. Residual chlorine is left somewhat. Sometimes when you drink water, you will see the taste of chlorine. That thing is deliberate to kill any contaminant that happens to fall inside that water. It removes it. But then you compare it with your borehole. It is not treated. It is just raw water. It's unfortunate. You see, Nigeria has a problem. Nigeria exports oil raw. Yes, Dangote has come now. But Nigeria, all the oil in Nigeria extract this oil and they sell it as a raw product. As if we lack capacity to refine anything. The water we drink in Nigeria, we don't refine it. We just drink raw water. So that is the problem. So to have improved access, so if you want to talk about access to water in Nigeria, access to water in Nigeria, as it is now, is less than 10%. Because people who have access to treated water in Nigeria, there are very few. Only very few individuals are treating their boreholes. And if you are not treating your boreholes, you don't have improved access. You just have a basic access. But it is worse if you have to go to a stream to get water, or you just collect water from the rain. Those ones are poor access. They have to be improved upon. Thank you.
Now, Doctor, you mentioned something that is quite alien to me. You said most of the water that we drink, that when we buy water, when we drink them, those taste that we feel on our tongue when we drink this water, that they are deliberate. I just want to be
sure
that
the chlorine,
that's what I heard.
Chlorine, yes, the chlorine you have in the water, yes.
Okay.
It's deliberately left in the water to maintain the quality of the water, the treated quality of the water, yes.
So it's not entirely harmful. It's not harmful.
No,
it is.
It is not harmful.
Buy it, and then when they taste it, there's this, oh, these people sold bad water to me.
No, it is not. It is part of the water treatment process. It is what is the requirement. It's the requirement. They call it residual chlorine. It's deliberately left in the water to maintain quantity. With time, it moves, it goes out, it fizzles out, but it is a deliberate. You can Google it, how water is treated and quality maintained. Without that chlorine, the residual chlorine, you'll be drinking something else, not clean water.
So is it not possible? I mean, I know Miss Yemisi had mentioned earlier, but I just want to, since we're talking about purification, these distances people go to these communities that have wells in their communities, isn't there a way to, purify them, or does it always have to come out of these wells in order to be purified? And when they're being purified and stored up in, say, a tank, it runs out. So what's the continuity objective for communities that already have water supplies within them?
No, when you talk about, let's be clear, let's not miss things, issues up here. When you talk about community, there are community managed water sources, and then there are privately managed water sources. When you go to the maybe Lagos State Water Board, they have a lot of treatment plants. Madam said the government has a lot of mini water works. it's a way to get water, treated water, improve access to treated water for people. That's why government is putting water across the state in various places, So for a community water system, if the community is getting water from maybe a water board or water corporation, that water is already of higher quality. It's already of higher quality. But if the community is getting water from a river, a stream, or well, a dog borehole, when you talk, these things are broken down. You go to some communities, you see well online. They call them online wells because they are not protected. The water just comes. Your underground is, you see the walls of the earth. You see the walls of the earth. You get water from there. That water is a basic water. When you talk about basic is like you have people who are in primary school, you go primary school and then GSS 1 to 3. They say it's basic education. That means it's education you can have to live. Beyond that, you will struggle. It's education, the basic education you need, because it's important. So people who get this water that are basic is just for them to get by. But that is, it doesn't guarantee that everything will be fine. Because you have struggle. You may break down, you can have gastroenteritis, you can have other issues with your health, you can have typhoid because of the water you drink. But when the water board supplies you water, because the water has been treated, there are experts who have been employed to treat the water. So when you look at communal water schemes, some communities have boreholes that are aligned. Boreholes that are aligned are those boreholes, they have built walls on them and the water is being moved with pipe, not just with buckets. You bring water online wells. Then it's an issue. Treatment and the type of water and the environment where you have the water will determine the type of quality treatment you use. The treatment is universal. It's not universal. That when you talk about purification, you know what purification is. You talk about distillation. Distillation is entirely a different level of water treatment. Then you talk about, but most of those things is not just one system. Most of them, it's stages. You can have first the stage of filtration. Filtration, moving water from a place of a medium of a membrane that allows water, limited amount of water. Anything above a particular size would not go. That's physical filtration. Physical. But if you come, like, there's what they call sand. They use sand. This is not a water treatment class, so I'll be careful so that the people don't get these things confused. So they use sand. Most places they use sand to filter water. Then before chemicals are introduced, and they go through other processes to get better quality water. So community treatment of water is not always possible, unless if it is centrally managed by a utility. A utility, what I mean by utility, I mean a water board, where you have experts who are experts in water, treating the water. So you see, they do it very important. But when we look in our country now, the water boards are not working. We tend to forget that those guys are doing an important work for the society. Because all of us, we are all a community. So communal supply. The water from the water board is communal supply. I don't think there's any village or any local group in Nigeria where that are treating their water directly by themselves.
All right. Mr. Yamisi, pardon me. My next question is for you, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let received by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. We are local.
International communities observing just finished the Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
We are local.
International communities observing
Just finished the game. Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. We sincerely do apologize for that break in transmission. Oftentimes, these things just happen without warning. All right, but continuing in the program for the morning, we're getting into a retrospect. Retrospect is where we bring highlights from conversations we've had in the course of the week on the sister show Signature Morning here on Signature Television. Now, starting off from Monday, our first guest was Dr. Lawrence Anukum. We discussed World Water Day, the gender and vulnerable group concerns. Second conversation was, what do Indibo want in Nigeria? With two guests, Emeka Siri and Professor Malaki Oche. This is what they had to say.
And local people will emphasis on that. So it is necessary to be gender specific when we're discussing issues of gender and water resources.
Now, you've mentioned, vulnerable groups, and that brings me to ask, let's look at vulnerable groups, beyond, gender and gender specifics. So how would you say that the inclusion situation is for people who live with disabilities and other people who are vulnerable apart from, gender specific issues? How would you say that their inclusion is when it comes to water accessibility and water policy design?
Thank you very much for asking that question. You see, this is where the issue of gender, defining it properly, comes in. From what you've said now, for example, the disabled, if they don't have access to clean water, for example, even in the urban areas, if where you have a public toilet system, they don't have access to it, no way to get them into that, they are seriously affected. The rural people, if their common source of water supply is polluted, if they don't have a borehole, and meanwhile there's big industries around their normal natural water supply polluting their river system, they are the vulnerable, they are affected. So inclusion presupposes that everybody should be involved. They have the right to clean water supply, and in that situation, then it is the responsibility of government to a great extent, and all the special advocacy group to make sure that the voice of these people are heard. The rural women, where they have no borehole, you have to trek a long distance. It is the responsibility the uneducated, the rural people, the poor people, the disabled people. They are all the vulnerable group. They are seriously affected. Sorry, please. Can I hear you again?
Dr. Anukan, before we lost you briefly, you were talking about, people who live with disabilities and, the vulnerable groups and how the inclusion process is like for them. So please continue.
Yeah, what I'm saying that we as a people, we as government, we have a big responsibility for the vulnerable group. And you mentioned clearly who are the vulnerable group. The disadvantaged, the uneducated, the rural people, the poor people, the disabled people. They are all the vulnerable group. They are seriously affected by water issues than we, who might say that we, in the sense of those who are a little bit more than them. So it is our responsibility as a government to see how we can get them seriously included. So in the policy development, we should make provision where their interest is seriously recognized. I was giving an example to do with in the urban areas where you have public water system, there should be a provision whereby for the disabled, they can have access to also to use a water system. This is good for hygiene. Even for the other people, hygiene is key for all gender. Let's make clear. But you will know that for women and girls and all that, they may even have enough money for hygiene. So this inclusion is very necessary, that we make a provision where we recognize all these issues and tag them properly in terms of vulnerability. But otherwise, vulnerability is a key aspect, and all human beings, to a great extent, I said, we're all part of the gender, but vulnerability is key. So we must put that into consideration.
All right. Now, seeing as, this is a long-standing issue, and a lot of people, both men and women, people living with disabilities, are affected by this, how does this then translate to, long-term developmental and economic consequences for the country if we consistently have issues around water supply and water accessibility?
No, it's a big problem. And this is why a good water resources management policy, there is need for that to be in place. I know Ministry of Water Resources over the years, they've had various policies. I know too the agency I worked for before, NESRA, they also have these enforcement and compliance and various regulations to do with water quality and then the waste disposal. If government, with support of government, putting resources into where it is necessary for all of us to make sure that implementation of our policies, positive policies. You made a very good introductory remark about the issue of water. That is how it came to be. The Dublin Conference in 1991 in Dublin, the UN Conference on Water, which led to the Earth Summit in Rio. The issue of water was strong, and every government is required within the Dublin principles to make sure that they develop processes of inclusion, as you mentioned, develop processes for effective water resources management, they develop processes for participation, they develop processes for advocacy. So if we put all, which I think we have already done, but what is required now is effectively with financial resources to frame up very good implementation. We have very nice policies being revised from time to time, but I think our problem really is the issue of effective implementation, and fragmented aspects of getting the work done. But otherwise, if we do that, the vulnerable group, if we follow all that principles, which we are part of, both in Rio, in New York, and in Dublin, and Nigeria has come a long way with WASH and program and all that. We can do better.
Right. Now, you've mentioned, about the issue of implementation being one of the major barriers when it comes to this issue. Now, apart from implementation, what other institutional barriers would you say limits this responsive or gender responsive policy making within environmental structures, and what solutions do you propose that could help improve the situation?
Well, thank you. We first, private sector participation. This is where we're talking about participation. The policies are not just for government. When government develop policies, every stakeholder has a key role to play. Another issue very necessary to look at in this process is the issue of funds. Funds is key. Government will come up with a lot of policies, budget and all that, but if the money is not there, key. And another aspect too, the implementation, what we're talking about. How do we implement these things? If we implement in silos, what do I mean by silos? Ministry of Environment is doing its own in a different way. Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Agriculture, and their own agencies, everybody is working in silos. They are also like protecting their own boundary and territory. It will never work. When we talk about water, take example from the UN. Over the years, UN realized that the issue of water cuts across. Then the UN has to come up with what is called the UN Water. This is bringing all the agencies handling water in the UN system together just to discuss and follow up, just to make sure that there's a uniformity of purpose. The same for climate change. Right now, all the UN agencies involved in climate change, they have the UN climate. How does it relate to what we're doing? This is what we have to do too in our country. When we talk about water, it cuts across. The implementation, the responsible agency could be the Ministry of Water Resources. But in doing that, there must be a very strong stakeholder participation where all the identified agencies will be involved and they'll be part of that process. If we don't do it, we'll continue to work everybody to himself and we can't get the result. And that becomes a problem of implementation. And that fragments the entire process, which is not good enough for the system. And then every year, we're still going to be where we are.
Well, let's hope that, as time goes on and in the coming years, we improve, our policy and implementation situation in the country. Yeah. It's a pleasure to have this conversation with you, Dr. Lawrence Anukam. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you too. Thank you for having me. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
So inside them, they know they are Igbo. But in order to escape this persecution, they deny their identity, their Igbo-ness.
So how do we want to move forward when some parts of us
So
have been-
because of that, so since they don't want to freely agree that they are Igbos, they want to be on their own. Then at the Mpoki Igbo conference in 1994, we now decided to solve that problem. In 1994, that was when General Abacha announced that there will be a conference in 1995. So the Igbo intelligentsia came together and said, okay, now we have a problem. Our Igbo brethren in the south, it wasn't called south at that time, in the Riverine, say they are not Igbos. So what do we do? They said they don't want to be part of us. So what do we do? Then they brought out the Aburi Accord and made a critique of it. Why did it fail? We now found out that the people from the Riverine, who are supposed to be our brethren, and those in the Middle Belt, who are also supposed to be our brethren, have denied us. They said they want to be on their own. So what shall we do? Then the Igbo intelligentsia said, okay, fine. Let's give them their own space. Let's give them a different identity so that they will not be saying that they are being dominated. But that has been the word. They are being dominated. Okay, fine. Be on your own. The Igbo intelligentsia created an imaginary geographical cardinal point that never exists on Earth called South-South. There's nothing like that in geography. We have East, West, North, and South. Or North-East, North-West. There's nothing like South-South. But the Igbo intelligentsia created an imaginary geographical cardinal point called South-South. So, okay, now you're South-South. You're on your own now. You can now struggle with Abuja on your own. So Igbo are no longer dominating you. They were happy. So right now, they say they have Niger Delta, they are South-South. Using the word Niger Delta is also a problem because the NDDC Act included Imo, Abia, and so as Niger Delta. So it's better they call themselves South-South. But even now, the problem is coming up now among them.
Okay, let me say that the decision by the Igbo intelligentsia to do what you have just explained could be the major problem that we have. Because you don't deny your origin because of your stomach. Let me tell you something. The issue of Niger Delta did not start with the denial by Kwere or peripheral Igbos in the Niger Delta, in Delta, in Asaba, and so on. It did not deny that. The Asaba has never denied. Because if they denied, there would be no blood on the Niger. There would be no blood on the Niger. But Asaba accepted their Igbo-ness. Ikwere did not. I was in the University of Port Harcourt in 1982, and I saw Professor Foyza, who actually was the engine room of this change of identity. So where you have Umu Okuta,
Put R.
The consonant
R.
Where you have Umu by male. You have
So they put the R.
Just it's a question of identity. We came himself, even when there was this problem of IPOC, ENUGU, we denied the people. They have kept doing that. It's not just this for their political conscience.
Yeah.
It's their political conscience. The Igbo man couldn't have, because right now, the president of Ohanese is from River State. If they have their identity, why are they heading the apex socio-cultural organization? The reason is that the Igbo man, the core Igbo man, has become an endangered species in Nigeria. And whoever denial of Igbo-ness serves his or her purpose, it's important to deny Igbo. University of Port Harcourt. He was the editor of Uniform Hero. That was a contributor to Uniform, a very close friend of mine. His name is Chibike.
Yeah.
How can Chibike deny? Is Chibike a French name?
Yes.
How can Wike deny his Igbo name? Is Wike a Latin name? How?
Well,
you see them, Chibike, Panjoku, all these places. So, for me, they are one of the major problems because if we come together, and that is why they tell you, Jonathan, when he went for the presidency, had to adopt a strange Igbo name. Jonathan Ebele Azikiwe. Ebele Azikiwe was a magical name. And for them, that is Igbo. So, what we want from every perspective of Igbo nation, yes, we want, if we must stay in Nigeria, there must be a recalibration of the Nigerian state. There must be a recalibration of the Nigerian state. There must be a situation where the Igbo man feels free to contribute to the Nigerian project on an equal footing, like a Yoruba man, like an Hausa man. And you see, there is this kind of unspoken alliance. It did not start today between the West and the North to rotate the presidency between themselves and deny the Igbos the presidency.
Yeah, it started after the war.
Yeah, but before we go to that, Barrister Mekesi, I just want to ask, considering this issue of identity, would you say that that is part of this issue of marginalization and this issue that we're having as to, you know, the Igbo voice and being a part of the political system in Nigeria?
My colleague has addressed that actually it's because of their political benefits. That's why they are hiding their identity. But they are Igbo. They know they're Igbo. Now, there's something that's happening among them now. There is a division among them now. There are some people who say they are indigenous reverse Igbo right now. And they are not denying it anymore. So there's a problem now. Why those who are still afraid of persecution, they are still afraid. Why some are now bold to say we are Igbo? Let heaven fall, we are Igbos. So there's something happening now in the riverine area, even in the Delta states. Some are now out to say we are Igbos. If heaven will fall, let it fall. The boldness has come up now.
And the question will always be whether you accept your Igbo-ness or not. Why would the Igbos be persecuted?
Good. That's a good question.
Why would they be persecuted? Why will one accepting I am a Yoruba man, I am a Fulani man, I am an Hausa man, I am an Idioma man, Sifi man. That person, his origin does not attract persecution. Why would I am an Igbo man attract persecution? That is the fundamental question we must deal with. Because once we deal with that question and people are aware and know that there is no more persecution in your claim and acceptance of Igbo-ness, that nobody is going to persecute you. So there is something about the Igbos which other sections of Nigeria, I stand to challenge them. They are afraid of the Igbos. And if God will create me 1,000,000 times, and I have a voice to say, God will ask me, where do you want to go? I also want to go to my family in Igbo land. And I'll be an Igbo man 1,000,000,000 times.
Good. Now,
I'll be an Igbo man 1,000,000,000 times.
Good.
Because as an Igbo man, I ask questions. As an Igbo man, I like trying untested waters. As an Igbo man, I am not a robot. As an Igbo man, I like exploring, succeeding where others have failed.
And that's a problem.
succeeding where others are failing.
So would you say that
And
is
that's
the
the problem.
reason for the
Yeah,
marginalization?
that's the problem. Because the Igbo man is daring,
Yes.
a risk taker. He takes risks where others fail. He takes risks and he succeeds. And it brings jealousy. So that's it. That's our nature.
So what do we want now to bring us out of this quagmire?
Well, we have said my research ended that Igbos want freedom. Now, but this freedom is it freedom within Nigeria or freedom outside Nigeria? But if it's about what Igbos want, they want to be free so that they can manifest their God-given talents.
That is our major problem.
That's it. So we want to be free.
Yes, free from what? Because yes, every human being wants freedom.
Even animals.
Even animals. Yes. They want freedom. Now, what do we want in Nigeria? It is because of this Igbo problem in Nigeria. Chinua Achebe contextualizes as the Igbo problem in Nigeria. And this idea of Igbo succeeding where others have failed brings what Chinua Achebe called hubris on you. But we cannot, because we succeed where others fail, then we become, so timid that we say whatever you people say, we will take it. We want freedom. And there are two kinds of freedom we want. Number one, if you want us to be part of this country, we want a restructured Nigeria.
Exactly.
We want a restructured Nigeria. That's what the Igbos want.
Exactly.
We want a restructured Nigeria. Then there is one of the problems we have in Nigeria, especially in Igbo land, is the disconnect between the political elite and the masses, the Igbo masses.
That's right.
Now, there is no trust between the political elite in Igbo land and the people. So for so many Igbo people, our political leaders and our elites, are minding their own stomach, their families, and so on and so forth. They don't want to see what we have suffered. That's the reading outside there. And it is this reading that has given image, currency, and presence to self-determination.
Agitation.
Like myself, like IPOB, and so on. If Nigeria is properly restructured and everybody becomes an equal stakeholder in Nigeria, there will be no agitation for that. How do we restructure? How? For instance, look at the political map of Nigeria. The Igbos, without sounding immodest, are one of the most populous ethnic groups in Africa. In 1990,
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished speaking.
Where the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right. And on Tuesday, our first topic for conversation was the Middle East crisis and effects on developing economies. What should Nigeria do if it lingers? All right, that was our topic for conversation. And we had two guests in the studio that morning. We had Ifediora Amobi and Stan Ukeje. Also, on the same Tuesday, we discussed Nigerian youth and endless weight to power with Promise Wadugo. Let's take a listen.
Signature television. Yeah. First of all, you see, for your question, I feel that the reason for that is that over times the Nigerian youth have they have geared up themselves to to align with the government processes, and also they have aligned with the way the leadership has planned and prepared to do things. But coming down the line, they're going to find out that there is no future in all of this for young people and for the youth. So I think being discouraged over times, and also looking generally that the system has nothing tangible for the youth, because year in year out we keep hearing we are the leaders of tomorrow. We are, and when the tomorrow comes, we'll still keep hearing we are the leaders of the tomorrow. So now the question is that a lot of young people are they are tired of believing in some of these lies, and now so they have decided to take their future by themselves and in their own hands, and that is why so many of them now choose and decide to believe in the things that and follow up the things that that will be more profitable for them. So are no longer following the government policies or whatever they have to offer.
Right. So now you've mentioned that about the situation in the country, how it doesn't look like there is actually a future for the young people because the system has nothing tangible. And I'd like to know, why is that so? Why do you think that the system doesn't have anything to offer the youth? What exactly would you say is wrong with the system that is affecting the youth to this magnitude?
Well, bad leadership, and also having people at the center who are not with the youth. Yeah, because if you check, most of the political appointees, starting from the ministers and all political appointees, and also most and a lot of governors, so they are not in connection. They are not they are not grassroots. So I think that is the challenge. You see, when politics has turned to rub my back, I rub your back. So it has become a challenge. And then you see, we have a lot of vibrant young people, who are highly intellectuals. And then when you come in terms of technology, who are doing so well in their own field of endeavor. Then when you come to leadership, they are wonderful. But then you now come to ask yourself, when it's time to appoint the right people who will do the job, then our political leaders will go and handpick their friends and their political allies, who are not in tune with their people and who don't even know and understand the job that they are called for. I think this is the challenge and the problem.
All right, let's look at this issue of youth unemployment, which is something that is a very serious issue that is affecting most Nigerian youth. We see that youth unemployment is extremely high. Now, would you say that this could be part of the cause of this youth disempowerment or not being part of what is happening in the country? Is there a relationship between economic exclusion and political exclusion in this situation?
Yeah, okay. Let me let me give you, let me answer that by giving you an, so some kind of examples. Like, for example, when you hear tomorrow that there is a job openings in NNPC, CBN, Foreign Affairs, before it will be made public, you get to find out that politicians have shared these jobs to their friends and well-wishers and their family members, and then and when the real young people, by the time it gets to them, the job is no longer there for them to apply. Even when they apply, they will not get the job. So that is just a simple example. So it is the cause. It is the cause. It is the cause. When you have people who are not patriotic, when you have hungry people in leadership, when you have people who just come to make noise because they want to feed their pockets, because they want to feed their family, and because they have seen politics as a means of acquiring wealth. So this is what we get. And then it's now left for the youth to wake up. I must tell you, because we have the most vibrant, intellectual, most powerful young people, go around the world, across the world. Nigeria has the best intellectuals. So I think it's time for us to wake up and also, see how we're going to align, to be seen at the center. Yeah. And also we the young people will not be employed if things keep going the way it's going. Look at the people there. Just look at the people, at the helm of affairs. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. For an average young person today who manages to buy a Corolla, they can't be able to fuel it. They can't be able to fuel it. So the problem is too much. You are doing a small scale business. You cannot be able to afford, the high NEPA tariff that you are paying. So the trouble is too much for the youth in Nigeria. The trouble is too much, and I pray that we will overcome. That's all I will say. But it's too much.
Right. Now, when you were speaking, you mentioned something about the youth waking up, and the Nigerian youth should wake up. And that brings me to ask, what exactly do you mean by the youth should wake up? Because we've seen that over the years, Nigerian youth have come out, to protest in forms of activism, calling out the government, doing things to show that they want to be involved and they want to be a part of what is going on. So when you say the youth should wake up, what exactly are the youth doing wrong that they need to do better to put themselves out there? What do you mean by that?
Yeah. What I mean by that is, the youth must not be discouraged and should not be discouraged.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Petroleum to food to items, manufactured goods, etc., fertilizer, and so on. And so every time there is a global crisis, it hits us. We have both foreign exchange disruption, we have supply chain disruptions, we have all those things affect Nigeria as an economy. With the wars going on now, both the Israel, US, Iran, and the Ukraine, Russia, it's hitting us both ways. One is because of oil. We export crude oil, but we we actually import refined fuel. So as much as we are gaining as a country, in terms of the high oil prices, it's a windfall for Nigeria. We're making a lot of money as long as the war goes on. But we're also paying high prices at the fuel stations. We're paying high prices at the markets because it's affecting transportation, it's affecting, food security, etc. And so it hits us. It's like a double-edged sword. We're affected both from the gains windfall gains, and also from the high cost that affects our people. And so Nigeria is at the crossroad because we never really, and we're not fully prepared for crisis like this. There are so many things that we should have done to plan adequately to ensure that when there's a global crisis, the effect on the country and on the citizens of Nigeria is less. But we still haven't done enough of that.
So basically, it seems that we're a country that fails to plan. Why? And I'm just wondering, what would you say is the reason behind that failure of Nigeria planning ahead for these situations?
Well, to start with, I mean, we know that because of our dependence on oil and petroleum, we still don't have a strategic reserve in the country. We don't have silos or tanks of refined fuel and fuel products, so that when things like this happen, even if it is a 1-week war or a 1-month war, we have enough supply, strategically to last for between 2 and 3 months at any given time. So that will act as a buffer. But see what just happened now. As soon as the war started in Iran, it hit us almost immediately because of our vulnerability, and also because we have removed subsidies. So we don't have that subsidy buffer that we used to before. So any spike that happens internationally hits us almost simultaneously. And so it becomes, a problem. If we had planned and had this reserve and planned for this buffer and ensure that our domestic production of refined fuel is enough, I mean, thank God for Dangote, refinery. Even if another war comes up by this time next year, we'll still be affected the same way we are affected today.
So you've mentioned the issue of domestic reserves. What do you think is the issue that is making Nigeria not to plan ahead for situations like this?
Well, he has been a policy advisor to the president or the vice president. So but when I first spoke, I talked about a breakdown from national policy to individual preferences. Most people who go into office, which are structured under the Constitution to perform certain roles, go there for personal power, and they have been succeeding. So when they get there, they don't ask what is the policy. They come with their own preferences. And you can see it has come down to a very basic level. Somebody was recently appointed as Inspector General of Police. He called a press and said, "These are my priorities." He shouldn't have priorities. The Police Act has provided the job of the Inspector General of Police to coordinate. The commissioners of police in different states have duties to do. But hopefully, so I talked about the national policy on petroleum because we have a minister of petroleum who is the president. The provision is that 450,000 barrels per day is reserved for national domestic consumption, whether it is refined here or abroad. When our refineries started having problems under military rule during Abacha's period, a new GMD was appointed under Obasanjo, Dr. Obaseki, well-trained chemical engineer. He knew what needed to be done. He sent those 450 barrels abroad to refineries to refine and bring back products that will be consumed in the country. But the cartel that killed the national refineries attacked him by saying that he was living at Nikon Noga Hotel and it was costly, which was not an issue. The hotel belonged to the government, so he was removed. And somebody who had retired from the NNPC was brought in to replace him. The what was called subsidy started, and we are not out of it. You can subsidize something notionally by pricing at a preferred price, but you don't pay cash. But in Nigeria, we were told that people were being paid cash for a cap price, and others were making money through what is called Petroleum Equalization Fund. But all those things have broken down. Now, the Dangote refinery is located in an export-free zone. In other words, it's like a foreign company. But you can see that the gentleman is playing domestically, even suing NNPC for issuing licenses. If he was ExxonMobil that was there refining, he wouldn't have the audacity to do that. Now, those who allowed him to be operating also did not make provision for reserve, because NNPC is a part owner of Dangote refinery. They should be able to buy and store. There's a storage facility in MNA here. But in the last maybe 10 years of petroleum policy, people have completely forgotten the pipelines because they were laid there to reduce movement costs. If the pipeline
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On Wednesday, Chinedu Agbodike discussed on what do Ndi Igbo want in Nigeria. And also we had Reverend Father Ambrose of Fodile and Alhaji Isiaka Musa talk on the topic, do religious leaders in Nigeria preach peaceful coexistence of citizens? Let's hear what they had to say.
Made a lot of mistakes, of course, when they not wanted to leave, we should have allowed them, and also the Sikh who wanted one Nigeria, and other people who have done everything possible to make one Nigeria possible. We found out that actually the Igbo wanted a level playing ground where everybody has the right to enjoy his or her citizenship, not only for Nigeria, Nigeria, but for Africa, or the continent of Ethiopian continent, or Egyptian continent, or Songhai continent. So we really need unification. We really need peace. We need work in harmony. That's why the Igbos, wherever they are, they call it Ebonyo Bikona Washis. That means wherever you are living is your home. We need Nigeria to allow us to live any place, anywhere we want to live, buying the land, not acquiring the land by force, and buying the land, developing and living peacefully among ourselves. That's what we want. On the level playing ground in politics, we want to be participating as full citizens. We don't want to be use and dump system. We don't want this to continue. And we don't want to be persecuted or blackmail. You know, when you use the word blackmail, please try to understand it. That the Igbos who are giving contracts by governments have always been blackmailed. If you talk, we will remove the contract because of that. We are not actually part of this country, if you per se, if you look at what is going on. So what we want is a level playing ground where we can participate like any other person. That is exactly what we want. Agui tried to surround himself with the Northerners, and that caused his demise. Ojukwu removed Awolowo from Calabar prison. That caused his demise too. If you look at whatever you have been reading in history, his own story, you find out that Igbos have actually wanted togetherness. Let's work together and save the black race. That has been their motto. So the Igbos need inclusiveness in all ramifications in everything you are doing. Let's work together as one. That is exactly what the Igbo man needs. And I'm one of them. I'm an Igbo man, and I need peace, and I need unity. And you need to work together with my brothers who have the same skin like me. Anybody who has this skin is my brother. We need to work together. And the only way we can work together is to create a level playing ground where everybody is included. Thank you.
Now, you've spoken about, togetherness and creating or having a level playing ground, with every other person. Now, how do we achieve this level playing ground? What should be done to give everybody, the Igbos and even people from other tribes as well, that level playing field, that togetherness that you speak about, considering the constant issues around marginalization that the Igbos have constantly complained about?
I didn't hear your questions. I didn't hear your questions correct. If you can hear me.
All right. Now you mentioned togetherness and having a level playing field in the affairs of the country. And so I ask, how can that togetherness and level playing field be achieved? What should be done to get to that point where everyone has a level playing field, considering the issues of marginalization that the Igbos have constantly spoken about?
Now, hunger is a weapon. Hunger has been weaponized. And I'm an analyst, and I want to analyze what has caused the Igbo man what he is today. Hunger has been weaponized after the war, after Kwashoko has killed us. They weaponized hunger against us. So you can imagine those who were born after 1970, most of them don't have Igbo blood. And the real Igbo man does not want problem. He wants unification. He wants to work together as one. So weaponizing hunger has made us not to have one voice. So that when you see an Igbo man, they say they like money. Nobody hates money. Everybody likes money. But what you should understand about that slogan is that they weaponize hunger. And because of that, you give an Igbo man a contract, and if you threaten him that if he does anything, I'm going to owe you, I will not pay you, or I will not give you further contract. Because of that, he betrays his brother, he betrays his sister, he betrays his father, he betrays his parents, he betrays his own children. And these are the weapons we must know how to overcome. Let us be contented. Whenever you have enough, our duty here is to help others around us so that there will be contentment. So what I'm looking for that will make us achieve this is to have unity among ourselves and to have one voice, to speak with one voice and go for it. The Arewas speak with one voice and go with it. The Oduduwas speak with one voice, they go for it. I'm not talking about clans, 3 clans in Nigeria. We're talking about the real politicians. They speak and go with one voice. But mark you, the Arewas or the Oduduwas were not weapon. They didn't use hunger as weapon to deal with them. We are the one they use hunger as weapon to deal with. And that is what has been happening. It has stopped our psyche. It has damaged our mental understanding of politics, that when you are in politics, they will give you contract. And when contract is given to you, you are now a slave. You are now a slave to the system. I'm taking myself as an example. I've always given you people that I am from Mbazlika Mish, the boy is good. My mother senior him. So I'm giving myself an example. In 1985, Buhari was the president. He invited me after giving him a pension. I was a student to work with the government. I refused. Babangida in 1986, during my youth service, he invited me to work with government. I refused because I understand that immediately you work with government, you will be under scrutiny, and whatever they find out against you, they will use it as a slave weapon to blackmail you, and therefore you will now become under their subject, and that you must do whatever they say. This has been the problem of Igbo man now uniting to form one voice. So the real answer to their question is that we must have one voice, we must have one goal, just like others in other places. It's only the Igbo land that scatter them into pieces. And when you use the word Hebrew, remember that the Caleb and Abbas, which is Calabar, the Kwaz and Hebrews, and the Perez, the Inquiry are all Hebrews. You know, if they don't want to understand that, but they are. We're talking of the Eastern region. They don't play the politics of unity. That's why we are not moving forward. Everybody is on his own. Everybody follows whichever party, which is correct. But when it comes to national, that is their own need. When it comes to Western need, when it comes to Northern need, they unite together to get what they want from the government of federal Nigeria. So federal government of Nigeria, they unite. We are not united in terms of getting one goal, something we are pursuing. And that has been our problem. If we can solve that problem, but how do you solve that problem when hunger is weaponized after the war? The whole thing is still going on. And I think, and I'm speaking equivocally, that I think what the Igbo man should do now is to go for reparation, because there was no Igbo coup, and you killed 6 million people. Face them with reparation. Face them, the best form of defense is to attack. Face them with that. so that they will stop using weapon of hunger to.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Inclinations or leanings, we were first Nigerians. And because of that, we need to learn how to coexist with each other. This year again, the CBCN also talked about the same peaceful coexistence, because it is very important at this time. And that's why it is very important that even all religious leaders should also make it their point of departure, their point of understanding that this peaceful coexistence, despite what we believe in, there is need for us to always be together as one, and then despite our belief systems. And sometimes we should not be fanatic about our belief systems, because sometimes it is because we are so fanatical about what we believe in. That's why we go to the extreme. When you place what you believe in on the table of ratiocination, and what you believe in does not, is not at par with society, with what is expected in a normal society, then you need to scrutinize your religion. Any religion that sees peace, of course, all religions profess peace, but when it comes to realization, practical manifestation, we see that people have different understandings of this peace we are talking about. When we talk about peace, it is not just an absence of conflict. We are talking about peace. Christ will always talk about, after his post-resurrection appearances, he will always say peace to you. Not just peace from the point of view of everywhere is calm, or what you describe in Nigerian discussions as peace of the graveyard. You talk about peace that is enduring, not just a temporal peace. We talk about peace that, in despite your situation, you are peaceful. I take a lean into Chinua Achebe's understanding of peace when he talked about a week of peace, and Okonkwo had to defy that week of peace by shooting at one of his wives. It's not just that type of peace, the peace that is temporal, that is time bound. We're talking about peace that affects every aspect of the society, and that's what should be preached everywhere. That as far as we are from different belief systems and different cultural systems, we need to understand the need for us to coexist as people of the same humanity.
All right, Reverend Father Ambrose, Alhaji Isiaka Musa is with us now, joining us via Zoom. Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I'm hearing you very clearly. Good morning, all, and especially the Reverend Father.
Good morning.
You're welcome
Alhaji.
to the station.
Right. So we're talking about, religious leaders and the role they play in preaching peaceful coexistence in Nigeria and among the citizens. And I'd like to get your opinion. Do you think that the religious leaders are doing, great when it comes to preaching peaceful coexistence among citizens? Do you think that they preach peace? What is your opinion on how the religious leaders have so far handled the discussion around peace in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. There's one thing I want us to understand clearly, and that is the religion and the religious leaders. Religion is a set of beliefs, and that there are those kind of belief system that link us to our Creator, to the power above. And like the Reverend Father said, we can't do that except to have somebody to lead us. And those leaders are our mentors. We look at them as the mouthpiece of God. We look at them as righteous people. We take them more importantly than even anything else, because we believe whatever they say is from God. So for a very long time, people rely more on the religious leader, even more than the religious book, because they assume they have read the book, they've understood, and then they have spiritually led. So everybody believes in what the religious leader said. And when we were growing up, and if you look at them and their behavior, they were very excellent. You see them, the way they behave, their action and inactions are all tailored It's also tailored to how man can grow both spiritually and then in terms of a coexistence with the fellow human being. So if your religion is not linking you to God peacefully and is not linking you one man and another man peacefully, you are actually not practicing any religion at all. I am a Muslim, and in Islam, we believe in peace and peaceful coexistence. And our neighbor's keeper. And then you talk about neighbor, and the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said your neighbor is 40 houses away to the front, to the back, to the left, and to the right. So if you, before you could work on all those things, usually everybody is your neighbor. And your neighbor is somebody you work together with, somebody you do business with, somebody you do anything with. So we now take our religious leader as people that are very, very upright people. And they have been doing that job perfectly well in the olden days, except recently that religion become a business. I personally, as a Muslim, I attended a Catholic school. And in that Catholic school, never any day anybody call you to teach us is moral, what to do and what not to do. If you know you are a Muslim, at the time of prayer, you must go and do your prayer. You cannot just be wayward. We do everything together. You don't know whether this one is a Christian or this one is a Muslim. And I'm from Alpha in Kogi State. We don't discriminate among ourselves, so we coexist for a very long time. You cannot see here that there is a religious war in Alpha, no, because every family we have a Christian brother, we have a Muslim brother. So what we are seeing now is not a religion per se, and it's not all religious leaders that are doing well. Some of them are not doing well. That's why we are having a problem right now. Those that are doing well are actually doing well. You can see that in most of the religious leaders, before you can become a religious leader, you will be groomed properly. Like a reverend father, you don't just become a reverend father until you have gone through a lot of orientation and you become a reverend father. But what we are seeing now is that somebody wake up one night, before you know overnight, he says he's a pastor, he says he's an imam. And then he's now talking rubbish. And people believe, since he's an imam, this is a pastor, now to follow them. That's where we are.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, and that's the mark we're taking this morning on New Day. It's been a wonderful time on the show. Of course, as usual, today is the last Saturday, or last Saturday in the month of March. So the next time I'll be seeing you will be in the new month, in the new quarter. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for staying with me up to this moment. I hope you learned a thing or two. Till I come your way again next week. Keep living, keep breathing, keep fulfilling. I am Princess Kenna Choma. Have a wonderful day.
Well, I am actually Alhaji. I'm not sure Igbo people would like the Alhaji part of it. Maybe no Funzek. I am actually if you I'm teasing. Thank you so much, Ifoma. But I think that the message is clear, and it is that the purpose is, we're in unity, we're in unison with what we're doing. The message, the mission of the center, the purpose for founding the center aligns with our collective idea of whom we are as a people and touches on our overall appreciation of our identity. This is a special edition of Nkata because, as I mentioned, Nkata is not holding at the Center for Memory, it's holding an Omorphia, and it's in the spirit of the Things Fall Apart Festival. And this month, we're looking at Onoka. Onoka, the theme is Onoka. Things fall apart when stories are lost. And this session will reimagine, a renaissance of the Igbo society through cultural memory. And it's to be led by no other person than Ujuako Akukwe, who is the founder of the Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival, ENIF. Anyone who has come across her or has paid attention to the festival will know that she's a force of an individual because as Igbo people, we have a lot of stories, we have a lot of potentials. But one thing also stands out, and it is the challenges that many of us meet when we take the step of founding or driving enterprises or communities. And as someone who has done that, she knows what it takes, she knows the challenges firsthand. And I think that there is no better person to speak to the issue of Onoka, the place of storytelling, the place of memories, the place of cultural memories in shaping our identity and moving forward as a region than Uju Akokwe. And so, since Ifoma has talked about the center in the absence of the director, the conversation will start. Bikonu, in Omuafia, Milin Ezoku, it was mentioned, in fact, in every chapter of the book, in one way or the other, Chinua Achebe talks about the weather. Sometimes, too much rain, sometimes too much sunshine. And I think that we're experiencing a part of, that Omuafia that we read about in the book, where today it's a little too much rain. But we're also hoping that, the sun comes out and the weather is fair enough as we proceed in today's endeavor. So thank you so much for joining us, and I will welcome Ujuaku to the podium for her presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so happy to be here today. And it's not my first time. I think about 7 years ago, the Center for Memories hosted the screening of my documentary, Afi Attack, at the ENUGU Sports Club. And that evening planted a seed in my heart. And when the time came for us to establish an organization, we chose to bring it back home. So we established Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival and decided to host it in Southeast and in Enugu. Eastern Nigeria International Film Festival, it's ENIF for short. And we did that because Center for Memories, they're already here, and they encouraged us to come. And today, ENIF stands as one of the living testimonies of what becomes possible when we find our way back home. And I'll say with intention and purpose. So to Center for Memories, I truly appreciate all you do to keep our memories alive. And I want to say a very big thank you, not just for the invitation, but for your consistent work in preserving our culture. I also want to say a very big thank you. I think he's someone I appreciate a lot, and I can't stop appreciating him and telling him how important he is to the Igbo nation and to me in particular, because he's someone that has supported my work since I met him. He's my mentor, my big brother in every true sense of the word, and my darling friend. And he's no other than Chief Ben Etiaba. I always tell you that you are an excellent man. And Jide Kiji, Ifenia, you are truly a light. So, my name is Obianu Juako. It means I came in abundance of wealth. I will also add that I came in abundance of stories, culture, and purpose to create impact, empower voices, and preserve heritage. I was born curious, not the kind of curiosity that drives children to scatter the house. No, not that type. But the kind that pays attention to silences, especially ones that come after laughter or after stories end too soon. I grew up in a home where storytelling was not merely entertainment. It was the structure behind how my siblings and I learned. And looking back, it's not surprise to anyone that know about my background. It's not surprise that I became a storyteller. So today, I'll be telling you a beautiful story. Are you interested? My late grandmother, Ogbenyanu, a woman of sharp wit, caustic tongue, and few direct answers, believed that truth lived in metaphor. She told stories layered with proverbs and riddles, and she expected me to sit with them until understanding came. And I remember one day we were watching a Nollywood movie titled Died Wretched, Buried in 3.2 million naira caskets. I don't know how many of you that will remember that movie. The film told the story of a man who lived in poverty but was buried in extravagant luxury. And I said, Mama Nobi, like we used to call her, why do people spend so much money on people when they are no longer here and can no longer see us? And she looked up from the television, looked at me, and said, Onolo akwa nwanne ya welu nkata jebe afia, okposanya zolo, obafolubo onye ebu onwu. And you know that I'm not going to interpret this proverb. Makanani ibu anyada akowa inu. Right? Then she turned back to watching the movie as though she hadn't just left me more confused. That was the world I knew, where lessons were hidden in proverbs and wisdom was rarely handed plainly to you. And I'm sure a lot of us came from that kind of world as well. It was also the world my father tried to preserve with his memo. My late dad, Akokalia, documented our family history, our culture, and ancestral knowledge. He believed that if we didn't archive our stories, we would be forced to borrow the identities of others. That foresight, I believe, was prophetic. So, when I was invited to speak on this topic, Onoka, things fall apart when stories are lost, reimagining our Naibo through cultural memory. I felt an immediate sense of both honor and urgency because we often speak about Anibo as a land, a place on the map. But Anaibo is more than geography. It is a worldview, a way of being in which community, spirit, and nature were so deeply connected that today it almost seems mythical. Because when you research thoroughly about pre-colonial Igbo society, you will understand that our forefathers came before their time, and they did a lot to bring us to where we are today. So when you talk about the achievements, people will look at you like, oh, are you sure this is not another Nollywood movie? But I tell you, they did so much, and I will encourage anyone that is a true son and daughter of the soil to research pre-colonial Igbo. So the Igbo believed that life itself was spiritual. That was and still is our philosophy, a sense of purpose, wholeness, of Ubuntu, if you will. And when we speak of cultural memory, it is not nostalgia, it is survival. To reimagine an Igbo through cultural memory is to walk back through the smog of colonial disruption, spiritual erasure, and economic devaluation and retrieve what was almost lost, our dignity, our designs, our spirituality to which our moral compass is tied. Because it's important that when people talk about Igbo spirituality, that is what we know as ordinana. It's not about setting up ring lights to make videos or using chalk to put under your eye to tell people that you are now an ordinary practitioner. It's tied to hard work, decency, and it's tied to our moral code. So it's important that we know that ordinana is not just about performing spirituality. And I'll say that this work of remembering where we come from cannot be passive. It must be done with imagination, with nuance, and above all, with the humility to admit that we have in many ways become strangers to ourselves. And this brings me to the man in the title, whom I love so much, Unoka. In Things Fall Apart, Unoka was the father whose life was never meant to be emulated. He was a flutist, Ogboja, a debtor, Onyogwo, a man who avoided war. He loved his music and moonlight. He enjoyed the present moment. His son, Okonkwo, hated him for his effeminate nature. But I want us to pause and reconsider. And what if Achebe wasn't merely contrasting father and son, but seeding a question in our minds? What if Unoka wasn't a failure, but a symbol of an alternative Igbo masculinity that was once allowed to exist and flourish before it was shamed out of memory? Before colonialism interrupted and recorded our value systems, our culture had created space for all kinds of people. There was room for the musician, the storyteller, the dibia, the hunter, the farmer, Diji, the palm wine tapper, Diochi, Dimba, the wrestler, Dinka, the creative person, and so many of them. Back then, strength was not only measured by aggression, power, authority. It was also measured by wisdom, empathy, and restraint. But times changed. What changed? Colonial rule, missionary teachings, and later on, our own internal anxieties and insecurities. They turned us towards a narrower version of manhood, one that glorified dominance, immoral wealth, and excessive materialism. And in that shift, Unoka the flutist, the gentle father, the man who preferred music to war, became everything we were told to reject. But I want us to also pause even further and think. Unoka was not just a passive figure. He was a creative, a dinka, a master of music. And in a society where professions like Diji and Diochi were honored for sustaining the community, the dinka held a vital role too. He was the conscience of the community, the one who gave expression to joy, grief, conflict, and hope. His flute was not mere entertainment. It was a vessel of memory, emotion, communication, and collective reflection. And like all true artists, like myself and many others, they carried what others felt, but could not say or express. Music in traditional Igbo life was not entertainment alone. It was communication, it was ritual, it was resistance and rest. The flutist was not idle, it was integral. And Unoka's role as a flutist, when understood in this light, was not one of failure but of function. His art served a purpose that our modern metrics no longer know how to measure. And Achebe, Chino Achebe, masterful as always, gives us a glimpse of this in the wrestling scene. And that is my best scene in the book. When Okonkwo prepares to wrestle Amalinze the cat, the sound of the flute floats in the background, a sound that reminded him about his father that he so despised. So even in Okonkwo's greatest moments, where he is at his most physically powerful, Achebe brings back the presence of Unoka through music. There's a lot packed in this scene. family history, identity, remembrance. And I do not think that it is accidental. That is memory. Achebe perhaps was reminding us that tenderness and strength are not opposites, that one does not cancel the other. They coexist. As our people say, when one thing stands, another must stand beside it. We make a mistake when we evaluate a flutist with the metrics of a wrestler. Every calling has its own measure. And I wonder, in today's world, would Unoka still be considered a failure? I don't think so. In today's world of creators, wellness advocates, and storytellers, where vulnerability is no longer shameful and emotional expression is seen as strength, Unoka might not be mocked at all. And I think he may be an influencer and have a large following on Instagram. His flute might even be his brand, because my brother here, Gerald, his flute, his oja, is his brand. And also there is this Reverend Father that uses oja during Mass, and I think a lot of people love him. So I think Unoka would have been a great celebrity today. Unoka might be the one reminding us to slow down, to breathe, to live fully in the moment, to live life because of tomorrow, the very things so many of us are now trying to relearn. And there's something deeply ironic in all of this, that the very traits colonialism taught us to dismiss, tenderness, creativity, and emotional openness, are now celebrated around the world. And the traits we were made to embrace, stoicism and relentless striving, are the very things unraveling many of us from the inside. Because before all of that, our culture had created space for everyone. We lost that not by tradition, but by disruption, and we are only beginning to remember. And maybe Achebe was Okonkwo's tragedy, but offering us a quiet alternative. And maybe he was whispering that our future as a people does not depend on Okonkwo's fire alone, but also on Unoka's way of being, that both are needed and that neither should be forgotten. And maybe our loss of cultural memory is not simply about forgetting facts, but about forgetting our options, forgetting that there were once many ways that made us Igbo. Because when stories are lost, it is not just memory that disappears, it is identity, unity, spirituality, and even vision. We begin to lose our sense of honor, of home, not just as a place we return to at Christmas to show off our beautiful cars and mansion, or a place to perform culture by wearing red cap and displaying our isiago, but honor as a symbol. We forget that in Igbo cosmology, life is not linear, it is cyclical. And that to forget is to fall out of rhythm with who we are. And Igbo, in my opinion, didn't fall because the white man came. Part of it. But I think it fell and continued to fall because the stories stopped being told and documented. Chinua Achebe once said, and I quote, "There is no absolute. There is no absolute anything, even good things. The Igbo are against excess. Their world is a world of dualities. It is good to be brave, but also remember that the coward survives the brave man." That, he said, was the central theme of his life and work. And it was also where Igbo culture first came into conflict with those who came to improve us. The missionaries brought certainty, one way, one truth, one life, one religion. But as Achebe pointed out, the Igbo found that idea very extreme, because to be Igbo is to make space for tension between bravery and caution, between tradition and modernity, between worshiping God in a particular way and the possibility of having different ways of worshiping God. Makananko di namba na eyelu mba nli. Our stories created space for contradiction, and our worldview kept that balance. And without those stories, we lose more than memory. We lose our ability to think in layered, flexible ways. We then begin to crave absolutes. And this is how a people once rooted in balance begin to break. Our cosmology, the Igbo cosmology, was never random. It taught us that the dead, the living, and the unborn exist in constant dialogue. That names carry memory, that rituals are not superstition, they are structure. They map our time, our values, and our place in the world. But when memory fades, language begins to sleep, and with it, we lose the frame through which we once understood everything. Because to name is to remember, and if we can no longer call on the names of our deities, like Akwali Omumu, Ogugu, Udo, or speak of Ofo N'Ogu or Ikenga without discomfort or apology, then we are not merely forgetting, we are unlearning who we are. So what do we do now? We reimagine. And reimagining is hard work. It is invention rooted in remembrance. It means returning to the sources of memory that still linger among us and shaping them to meet this moment. We do not have to look very far to begin. The fragments are still here with us, some whole, others cracked, but still alive with meaning. And perhaps the first of these is our language. Let us begin the reimagination with our language. Our proverbs are short, but they carry weight. In just a few words, they pass down lessons, values, and warnings. The Igbo do not shout to teach. We whisper wisdom in lines like Ewe Belu, Ugo Belu, and trust the hearer to understand. These are not just sayings, they are political blueprints. They teach justice, equity, and diplomacy. Then we turn to storytelling. I remember the moonlight evenings filled with riddles and tales of the tortoise, not just to entertain children, but to teach society. These stories carried lessons on greed, humility, cleverness, and survival. And what we called folklore was moral framework. And today, we must return to them, not by retreating, but by retelling through podcast, animation, and cinema. Let them live again, not only on the lips of our grandmothers, but in pixels and sound waves. And we must not forget our elders. They are books that were never printed. Their memories carry the architecture of pre-colonial life, justice systems, land agreements sealed with just words, that's integrity, marriage customs that valued family ties over flashy celebrations. We should be archiving them, not as relics, but as teachers. Because when an elder dies, it should not mean that a library has gone. And yet, too often, it does mean that. Even time for us had its own rhythm. Our market days, Eke, Ore, Avo, Nankwo, they weren't just names on a calendar. They shaped how we lived, when we gathered, traded, rested, celebrated, and even buried our dead. Today, we live by time that never stops ticking. Calendar alerts, deadlines, wake-up time, countdowns. But perhaps our healing lies in remembering our own time, aligning with them, our own rhythms, and deeper meanings we once attached to them. Our spiritual frameworks deserve remembering. Chi, Allah, Ofo N'Ogu. These were not outdated beliefs. They were structured philosophies of justice, identity, and accountability. They told us that every person carries a divine spark, Chi, and that truth had a spine, Ofo. And Allah was not just land. It was sacred, Adi Emeru Allah. To harm the land was to disrupt the order of life itself. And to discard all of these is to lose the moral code our ancestors lived by. How about our governance systems, often misunderstood or dismissed as informal? They were in fact detailed models of participation and accountability. The Igbo famously say, we've heard it many times, the Igbo have no kings, but that does not mean We had no order. What we had was a decentralized, consensus-based system rooted in collective responsibility. Power was not concentrated, it was distributed. We had village assemblies, councils of elders, and age grades who performed duties for the community. We had the Omonna, patrilineal kinship groups that managed the land, settled disputes, and maintained societal structure. But alongside them, we had the Umuada, the daughters of the land, women who could challenge wrongdoing and restore balance. The Umonna wielded power, yes, till today. They made laws and protected lineage interests, but the Umuada held authority. When the Umonna strayed, the Umuada intervenes. They did not fight for equality in the Western sense. They practiced equity. Roles were different, but power was not absent. This wasn't about sameness, it was about balance. Each group in its time was entrusted with the power and authority to act for the good of all. We don't need to reinvent everything. Some of our governance blueprints are still here, deeply republican, partially democratic, and very comprehensive. What we need now is restoration and strengthening to recognize that equity was our way, and in that way was wisdom. Atuolo Omalo. Atuolo Omalo. Omalo. Atuolo Ofeke. Let's reimagine our symbols. Uli, Nsibidi. These held codes of womanhood, power, covenant, secrets, and history. Let us not lose them to novelty. Let us reimagine them in murals, textiles, streetwear, and digital art. For us, beauty has always had meaning. Let us celebrate our artists and historians, our writers and musicians and storytellers and memory keepers. From Achebe's quiet defiance to Uche Mechata's bold truths. From Mike Ejara's lyrical storytelling to Joe Bilibo Brothers and Celestine Oko's philosophical high life. They remind us that memory is not a dead thing, that every generation must write its own or risk losing the plot entirely. And in this digital age, memory must live where people live. And today, people live online. We all live online, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and all of them. All of the above. Our ancestors inscribed wisdom on walls and skin, on cloth and drum. We too must inscribe, but now on servers, in apps, in films, and in code. Imagine a virtual reality museum where a young person in London or Brazil can explore the sacred spaces of our land, places they may never visit in person but can still connect with. Or a mobile game, not about fighting or winning, but about learning, about taking a journey through Igbo cosmology guided by proverbs, where each level teaches what our ancestors once passed down by moonlight. And what of our language again? Thoughts may not always begin in language, but language is how we refine it, how we carry it, how we pass it on. Every word we lose is a thought that may never find its way to the world. Reimagining an Igbo means speaking Igbo again, not just in prayers or in political slogans, but in WhatsApp love notes, like in Kem, Obim, Afolonginanya, Umuaku Neligokwanni, and memes. We need to start creating those. We can bring it to life in animation, in storybooks, in voice-activated apps that teach our toddlers to say Biko before they learn please. We must also draw from our indigenous knowledge, not just to archive them, but to translate them into tools. Our metaphysical concepts like Chi, Obanje, Ilowa can shape conversations on identity, on life and death, on ethics, even on environmental consciousness. And when we create, let us create from our own core. Very important. We must stop waiting for Western validation because before we believe in our stories. Let our fashion reflect our fabric. Let our hair reflect our identity, not our inferiority. Let our tech be guided by our reality, community logic, akonuche, wisdom, not just Silicon Valley blueprints. Because the real work is not to choose between memory and modernity, but to have a conversation with them, to blend them together. Let artificial intelligence learn our stories, not to replace us, but to reflect us. Because if memory dies, so does imagination. And if imagination dies, so does the future. We are not too late. Anaibo is waiting. Our ancestors have not left us. They are still speaking. Perhaps we are the ones not listening. We must learn to listen again. Because if things fall apart was a warning, then this may be the reply, the call to rebuild, not by copying the past, but by conversing with it. Achebe gave us the falling. Maybe it's our turn to write what must come together. He wrote things fall apart. Maybe it's the time to someone to write things come together. And to do that, we must first appreciate what makes us Igbo. A worldview that honors every person's contributions. One that sees the hunter and the palm wine tapper, the engineer and the software developer, all contributing in different ways, each one valued, none ranked above the other. In our culture, no profession is beneath dignity because dignity lies in the doing, in the purpose, and in the role each person plays in holding the community together. Makananyu koma emilionu ogba ofofo and ekele olu eke onye malu nkie onodu na nkie na alu. We must preserve this wisdom and pass it to the next generation, not just in books, but in practice, in policy, and in pride. Because every time we forget who we are, we become easier to reshape by others. My father used to say, when we are growing up, and if I ask a little naughty, my dad would say, "Nonya amaronyo obo, uwa boyonya," and he would go and say, "Onye kebo." I'll say, "My name is Obianujua. What from Obianujua?" I said, "Obianujua, onye kebo." I'll say, "Abo onye ichiwa alo ada akokalia." He said, "Remember that." So onye amaronyo obo ndi mmadụ eme gịnị? Aboyonya. So let us be intentional in anchoring our investments here in people and in purpose. The Center for Memories is here. Afia TV is here. ENIF is here. And who is next? Onyaga na Nwanneya. Let no one be left behind. Not the widow in our family, not the cousin struggling in silence, not our neighbors whose name we never ask, not even the sibling we have grown apart from. Maka no one knows na wozu arụ. Ka anyị chịkọta ọnụ maka na anyị dị iche. Anyị bụ ife dị iche. That's my mother's name. My father gave her that name, ife dị iche. And the ndị Igbo bụ ife dị iche. Ana anyị amaka, we have land, gold in our land. And anyị bụ ndị Igbo, the Asians. Ask questions about that. It's time to retrace our steps. It is time to remember. It is time to reimagine. And it is time to rebuild our Naibu. Dalono.
I'm going to be inviting someone who will help to unpack her presentation this evening and who is going to lead the Nkata, part of the Nkata Umibe. So he's going to unpack the session. And he's no other than Gerald Chukwebuka Ibe. So Gerald is a storyteller himself. He's a writer. He's a folklorist. And he's going to help us to, unpack the conversation. So there are going to be questions with the speaker, and then they'll open it up to the audience at some point. So let's please stick together. Thank you very much.
Ujuaku, thank you very much for this lovely time you have shared with us. It is impossible to disagree with everything you've said. I think you've laid out your argument in a very thoughtful, a very thorough, a very sophisticated way. My intention with the 30 plus minutes we have together is maybe to problematize some of these ideas, to go deeper in them, and then to bring everybody into a conversation around some of the core themes that you have hit on today. The goal is to keep it very casual. I'll ask a couple of questions. There'll be a microphone floating around. My grandfathers were monuments of men. They were masters of magic, of mischief and mystery, king and judge to saint and sinner. The first lesson I learned in their shadow was to polish silence until it shines, to find truth in parable and proverb. Their libraries and cellars were glorious colosseums, magnificent monuments, pages stretched to the heavens, cellars dug to the earth's core. But see, when you are a child, everything seems bigger than it actually is. My grandmother said men can get drunk off books and become literate in liquor. There is nothing noble here. I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who forgets his name? I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who rejects the world? She says, you remember his name after he has died. And I remember visiting my grandfather's bar, falling between cracks of ledger and constitutional law. I still return to these chapters in night tremors. The clinks of bottles and the swoosh of pages. I see my grandfather drink away another book. A dream more vivid than a memory. I remember his mind giving up on him for staying alive too long. And the second time for defying death. He lost control of half his body. And then his mind will wander and forget to come home to a room full of grandchildren whose names he had forgotten. And then his mind will wander and forget to come home. I asked my grandmother, how do you honor a man who rejects the world? She says, you remember his name long after he has died. Thank you. That was impromptu, just to give you some time. The first memory I had, speaking on the conversation of family memory, first memory I remember as a child was a memory of my father cradling my 3-month-old older sister. And I remember it very vividly. He had a Mercedes-Benz in a house in Lagos, in Ikeja, and he was in front of rocking her back and rocking her back and rocking her back and forth. I remember the event like I was there. But the challenge is that I was not there. The challenge is I was not even born. And I wonder, what are the limits of our memories? Sometimes we remember some things that we experienced, but we were not even there when those things happened. So I wonder how you think about this concept of memory. Where does it begin? Where does it end? Who holds it? Who doesn't hold it? And how can some people access memories that they weren't even there to have in the beginning?
Thank you. That's a powerful one, like remembering your dad with your younger sister, and you were not, your older sister, and you were not even there. I mean, that's a powerful memory, right? Because memory lives in our bloodline. And if we understand that memory, it's in our bloodline. Sometimes, not to go through, not to be spiritual here, but sometimes, sometimes we remember things that we are not even witness to, right? Especially if you come from a family that is deeply connected to your spirituality, to the land, to one that honors a lot of elements. So that kind of thing could happen. Another thing is you could also reach out to your dad or your great-grandparents and ask them questions about memory because they hold that, or the elders in the community. So there are a lot of things, if we look around us, that hold memories. It depends, where are we looking? What are we asking? Who are we speaking to, right? And it's not just humans. Even the tree in your community is holding a memory that if you want to assess that, you can ask questions and they will tell you. So in my, like the Obu of my family, there is a tree there, and that tree has been there thousands of years, right? And it's holding a lot of memory. And when you ask questions, the elder will tell you, the people, my uncles, my dad, will give you the history of that tree. So, but if you don't have people around you that can actually tell you what that tree is carrying, there is also a way to assess that. And that is tied to your spiritual background. But I don't want us to go deep into spirituality today. Yeah.
I mean, I think in one way, many of us are trained with a very imperial logic. You have to be somewhere, feel something, know something, for something to be valid. Can you trust a memory that you think you have, but it's not yours? Is that authentic? Is that original? Is that powerful? How do you think about that?
I would say that it's authentic because these are the things I love to speak about the things I've experienced, and there are ways as Ndibo to assess that kind of thing. So there are some remembering that you have, maybe through dreams or through meditation. And if you're not so sure, you ask questions. And one of the ways our people ask questions is to go through AFA. So I don't know how many of us understand what that means. So if there are memories you don't really trust, because I believe that every memory, majority of them is authentic, even the ones we consider negative, you find out, why is this showing up in my thinking, in my thoughts? Why am I seeing what I'm seeing? You ask questions. And once you begin to ask questions, even if you don't want to do AFA, ask your dad, your parents, your grandparents, your uncles. And most of the time, a lot of the time, they will tell you, oh, now one that kind of thing for before. There's always an answer because of what? It's in our bloodline. That's why family history is really very important.
You spoke about the benefits of memory and memory being a platform for multiple imaginations, reminding us of the multiple ways that we exist, multiple ways that the example you used was, for example, how masculinity had existed in the past. I wonder what the benefits of forgetting are, and if there's a pathway to reimagination that also flows through forgetting.
I think when I was doing my short speech, sometimes we forget, not because we just want to forget. And reimagination is also very critical in remembering. And it's tied to, when we forget, we lose everything. We lose our identity. We lose our vision. We become less confident, right? And our remembering is very powerful, because when we remember who we are, we begin to find ways to become better. And when we talked about the Igbo male masculinity that was shamed, and you look at what is going on today, you see that a lot of Igbo men are trying to be Odogun. There's nothing wrong with being an Odogun, but Ada Abaka Odogun. And it's because the society has made them to think that for you to become a man, there are certain things you need to do. You must have cars, you must have beautiful houses, you must be shown to be a man like Okonkwo. But there are other ways to be a man. By being soft, there's nothing wrong with that. By showing emotion, just like Onoka. So I think in Things Fall Apart, Achebe was also trying to show us, like Debo, we have, it's not just it's not linear, it's cyclical. Debo philosophy, we don't believe in one thing. We believe in both in the negative and the positive, right? Yin and yang, duality. So it means that all of these, they can coexist. And when we think about what happened in the past, right, how we used to live before it was shamed out of memory, right, and begin to think about it and marry it and accept everyone, we'll have a thriving society. And that's when people will actually be very free to begin to ask questions, trusting that whatever it is they will find, that they won't be shamed for it.
Thank you very much. You had spoken also about being informed by our culture as we're creating, and having our memory inform our culture. I look at the room here, and I look at Umofia here, and there are many different types of artists. We have incredible folk musicians who are reimagining and reviving indigenous Igbo instruments, but with incredible amplification and playing new rhythms on them. We go into the center over there, and we have individuals who are reinterpreting in CBD and Igbo motifs and ideas in acrylic and paint and oils and new types of artistic practices that might not have been indigenous to our people. I wonder how you think about this relationship of indigeneity and of kind of cultural continuity and the relationship and the marriage between both. And I'll throw this question right back to the audience, but I also wonder if you could talk to us specifically about your own artistic practice and how you've been able to marry and maybe any tensions that exist between these traditions, if you even see them as tensions at all.
I think it's very important that we understand that the world has evolved, right? And we live here now in a digital age, and it's not like in 1960s or 1950s or even pre-colonial time, not like the time of our forefathers. So what comes with this kind of age is reimagination. We evolve with time. So I struggle when people think that we have to continue to do things our forefathers did. They performed wonderfully well, and I love them for it. But it's time to reimagine new things. So the way they, for instance, prayed to their gods may not be the way we do that. And the way they communicate with nature may be different from us. And when it comes to storytelling, they believed in oral storytelling. They just pass down knowledge. But we are in this age, the digital age, when we have everything around us to help us document those stories they have told us. Majority of them did not document our stories, but some of us still know the stories, either through research or through what they have told us. So it's going to be very disingenuous if we don't document these stories for our children, because they will come tomorrow and ask us, you were at the time of ChatGPT, AI, tech, and all of that. Ma, where is our story, right? So I believe in reimagination. I believe in, a lot of people are doing it anyway, but I believe it's about time to tell our stories truthfully, in authentic ways. Of course, we are not going to water it down, but tell it to meet today and also meet the future and leave something for our children that are coming up.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm going to throw that question to the audience. This isn't Qatar, so we're here to have a conversation. I know there are many visual artists in the room. There are many folklorists in the room, ethnomusicologists, novelists, whatever your background is. How do you balance the past and the present in creating your art? So let's start the conversation there and let's move it around. The question is, what is the relationship and how do you balance incorporating your indigenous tradition with the modernity in creating your art, writing your novels, creating your literature?
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Chima Korea. I teach history. I specialize on Igbo history. I teach at Marquette University in the United States. So, I'm very excited to be here, and thank you for an exciting, wonderful lecture. So, this is really something that should be archived, for people to. So, I'm not going to respond to that. I'm going to ask a question, please, if you don't mind. A couple of years back, I think in the 1940s and 50s, Simon Ottenberg wrote a book, I think it's titled Igbo Receptivity to Change. And the idea was, compared with every other ethnic group, the Igbo is the ethnic group that is sort of adapting Western ways of life and values that to an extent, compared with contemporary discourses, that Igbo culture, including language, is endangered. So, how do we sort of address this issue, considering the importance of the history, culture, and memory, and fitting into sort of the global context in which we are all struggling to be part of?
Thank you for that question. And I love the fact that you mentioned language. And yes, the Igbo language is indeed in danger. And I think that what happened to us was because because in every culture, you find the positive and the negative, right? And because the Igbo cosmology believes in biri kambiri, so we let things, so if we see a culture that we think that we like, we adopt it. But what happens is that with time, it begins to erode your own culture if you are not grounded in that particular culture. So when it comes to language, I think a lot of our parents sort of raised children to despise the Igbo language because they felt like I want my kids to be Igbo children, right? So it affected that a lot. But I also see a lot of people, I have friends that have written, authored books, a dictionary. There's this Igbo dictionary. I've seen a lot of creatives actually setting up YouTube channels. And what are they doing? They're teaching people that cannot even speak Igbo how to speak Igbo. So it's really very important because any person, and I say this respectfully, it's really a bit tough for one to actually imbibe culture and the identity when you don't understand the language. And the beautiful thing is that those of us that are still struggling to understand the Igbo language or understand the culture, a lot of them are making efforts. And because they are making efforts, I know that we are going to get better. And I also would like to encourage artists of Igbo descendants to sort of imbibe our culture, our identity, even our language in the stories or in their creation. It's very important because a lot of people, I may not go and sit down to go either study a dictionary or but I can go and watch a film and see the subtitle and I understand what they're saying. And from that, I can ask questions, right? So it's important that we meet everyone where they are. But I want to end by saying your language is tied to your identity. And it's important that we understand that and make effort to revive the Igbo language. Yeah, thank you.
I hope you can hear me. My name is Richard Agu. I want to help us by situating this properly. It is not that our people don't like to speak Igbo. It is also not that it is not possible to speak Igbo. What do I mean? Like you rightly said, information storage and retrieval, as it were, has greater benefit now that we have technology. Before this, all our people did was orature. We passed it down until the white man came to give us access to writing our language. Remember that the first Igbo primer was actually written by a Yoruba man, Bishop Ajayi Crowder in Onisha. By the time the Igbo Bible was written, because I must go back to history now because of what you said. We must situate this properly. The two dominant religions that came to Igbo land were the Catholic religion under the RCM and the Anglican religion under the CMS. These were the missionary societies sent to bring religion here. And they spoke different varieties of Igbo. There's the Umuahia, Owerri, being spoken by the Anglicans. Then there was Oka Onisha, being spoken by the Catholics. Okpara's government in 1954 felt that we needed to have something central and instituted a commission led by the first Igbo doctor, Dr. Simeon Onwu. And by 1958-59, they produced something called Onwu Orthography, which is Central Igbo, for which they believed everybody would adhere to, which happens in Yoruba land and in the north in Hausa land, because their own orthography had been standardized long time ago. But you'll find out that our old sage himself quarreled with this at his speech in Owerri, and said it was wrong. That was Achebe himself, where he delivered the Ahajioku lecture. He did it in Igbo and he spoke Ogidi dialect. So going back to that same problem we have, why do I say this? Ohaneze and Igbo is the biggest thing we have as Igbos. The meetings of Ohaneze, like what we're having this evening, is done in English. Why? Because the first Ohaneze meeting, somebody raised him, how can we be doing Igbo meeting in English? Sisiono stood up and spoke total Nguo. Akanwi Biam stood up and spoke total Afibo. Nobody heard the other. So that is our reality. So we cannot, it's not about civilization of people who are Igbo. No, that's a fundamental problem. There's a fundamental problem. We must begin to address it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really love your submission, because I also think, and it's very important that we understand, when we talk about Igbo, there is this saying that Igbo na sunonu nonu and Igbo fu, right? And I love what Achebe said, and I believe in that school of thoughts. I'm from Oka. I speak Oka, and I also speak the central, like the Onitsha dialect. So it depends on where I find myself. If I find myself in Oka, I speak my dialect. If I come to Enugu, I speak the general language. But what I'm saying is that should not stop us from imbibing the Igbo language. So whether you're from Ngwo, whether you're from Onitsha, Ojoto, Ogidi, Umuahia, speak your dialect. And it's really a very beautiful thing. That's diversity. So when I don't understand, I will ask you and you interpret for me. And from there, I am learning your language, right? So I think I was on TV at Afia TV yesterday, and the presenter asked, what are we going to do about students failing the Igbo language course because they speak Igbo, right? But they don't know how to speak the Igbo Udaum. I've forgotten all of those. But I think that's a problem, like that students will fail, teachers will fail students for not speaking a particular kind of Igbo. It's not right. Because it's about our culture, it's about identity, it's about who we are as a person. Igbo Nasuno.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, APC holds national convention as Yilwada, others emerge NWC members. Federal government to launch entrepreneurship program in all federal universities next year. Mexico's Navy searches for 2 missing boats involved in Cuba aid convoy. And Israel launches strikes on nuclear sites as Iran warns of retaliation. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria is on the right track despite current economic challenges as the All Progressives Congress APC concludes its 8th National Convention in Abuja. Addressing over 8,000 delegates at Eagle Square, President Tinubu acknowledged that ongoing reforms are tough but necessary to reposition the country for long-term growth and stability. He said investor confidence is improving, citing renewed interest in the oil and gas sector and oversubscribed Eurobond issuance and Nigeria's exit from financial grey lists as key indicators. On electricity, the president assured Nigerians of improvements, noting that the government is addressing power challenges through initiatives such as the Grid Asset Management Company. He also commended Nigerian youths, describing them as a hope for a more secure and prosperous future. Meanwhile, the convention saw Nentawe Yilwada re-elected as APC National Chairman, alongside Surajuddin Basiru as National Secretary. Other members of the National Working Committee, including Felix Morka and Dayo Israel, also emerged through a consensus arrangement ratified by delegates. In his acceptance speech, Yilwada described his re-election as a call to service, pledging that the party's leadership will not fail or falter in its responsibilities. Chairman of the Progressive Governance Forum, Hope Uzodinma, said the administration's reforms are laying the foundation for a more stable and productive economy. Minister of Finance Wale Edun also noted improvements in economic performance, with growth rising to about 4% annually. Chairman of the APC National Convention Planning Committee, Bello Masari, expressed confidence in the party's chances ahead of the 2027 elections, describing the APC as a party to beat. Masari further called for greater accountability at the state and local government levels, noting that not all national challenges should be blamed on the federal government. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has urged the All Progressive Congress APC to address a high turnover of lawmakers in the National Assembly, warning of its impact on the legislature and Nigeria's democracy. Speaking at the APC National Convention in Abuja, Abbas called on party leaders and stakeholders to ensure continuity within the legislature, stressing its critical role in supporting the current administration. He noted that the National Assembly plays a key role in overseeing government programs and policies and must remain part of the administration's broader reform agenda. The Speaker described the reforms of the APC-led government under President Bola Tinubu as a long-term commitment, saying they are not a sprint, but a journey that requires sustained effort. He emphasized that continuity should not be limited to the executive arm alone, but must also extend to the legislature to maintain stability and progress. Highlighting party strength, it described the Northwest geopolitical zone as a stronghold of the APC, noting its unity, structure, and clear direction. He expressed confidence that the region will remain steadfast, pledging that party members will continue to organize and mobilize effectively. Operatives of the Ondo State Security Network, Amotekun, have rescued 3 nurses abducted by gunmen at a primary health center in Akure. The Corps Commander, Adetunji Adeleye, confirmed the rescue, saying the health workers were freed in the early hours of Saturday and are currently receiving treatment. He also disclosed that a 45-year-old man and his 15-year-old son, abducted along Oda Road in Akure, were rescued after a gun battle with the kidnappers. According to him, the father and son were taken on Friday night, but regained their freedom around 1 a.m. following a confrontation between operatives and the attackers. The 3 nurses were later rescued at about 4:30 a.m. Earlier, gunmen had stormed the primary health center in Oke-Ijebu area of the Ondo State capital at about 2 a.m., abducting the health workers on duty. Witnesses said the attackers arrived in a bus, forcefully entered the facility and whisked the victims away. While some staff members managed to escape, the abductors reportedly fled the scene with the victims to an unknown destination before the rescue operation. Adeleye assured residents that the protection of life and property remains a priority, urging the public to support security agencies with timely information. The Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Ahmed Audi, has warned personnel against indiscipline as the corps rolls out advanced operational equipment to state commands nationwide. At the agency's annual strategic meeting in Abuja, Audi made it clear that acts of indiscipline will not be tolerated, warning that severe sanctions await any officer found wanting. The Civil Defense Force also announced the distribution of modern operational tools to all state formations aimed at strengthening surveillance, improving response time, and enhancing officer safety. The equipment includes drones for aerial monitoring, body cameras, night vision goggles, GPS-enabled devices, and protective gear such as bulletproof vests and helmets. Audi stressed that the deployment of technology is central to the core strategy in tackling insecurity, banditry, illegal mining, and economic sabotage, warning that all equipment must be used strictly for official purposes. He also highlighted key operational successes, revealing that the Corps has dismantled over 400 illegal refineries, made several arrests, and secured prosecutions against offenders involved in smuggling and illegal mining. Commandant General noted improvements in personnel welfare, including the resolution of salary arrears and delayed promotions, which he said have boosted morale and efficiency. He thanked President Bola Tinubu for renewing his tenure, describing it as a mandate to intensify operations and strengthen professionalism within the Corps. The meeting, which brought together commanders from across the 36 states in the Federal Capital Territory, reviewed the Corps' operational plans for the year with a focus on aligning with national security priorities. The federal government says it will roll out a new entrepreneurship program across all federal universities by next year. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa announced that Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Business Incubation Certification, EIBIC, will be fully implemented in federal universities starting next year. He made a disclosure at the EIBIC launch organized by Tertiary Education Trust Fund in Abuja. According to the minister, the program is already being introduced in several institutions with plans to expand to all federal universities, as well as some polytechnics and colleges of education. He added that by 2028, all federal tertiary institutions are expected to be fully onboarded. Alausa explained that the initiative is designed to move beyond theory, providing students with practical entrepreneurial experience. The program will begin from the 100 level with progressive skill development through to the final year, where students will engage in business incubation, mentorship, and venture creation. It described EIBIC as a structured multi-level system aimed at equipping students with real-world skills and fostering innovation. The minister noted that the initiative is expected to reduce youth unemployment, boost productivity, and promote enterprise development across the country. He also revealed that the government had already launched a student venture capital grant to support young innovators in tertiary institutions. Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has denied reports suggesting plans for an initial public offering, IPO. In a statement, the company described circulating reports as unauthorized, unverified, and in some cases, inaccurate. It cautioned the public and investors to disregard such speculation, stressing that any official update on a potential transaction be communicated through its formal channels and appointed advisors. Clarification comes amid earlier remarks by Aliko Dangote, president of the Dangote Group, but indicated that the refinery could eventually be listed on the stock market. Dangote had previously suggested plans to sell a minority stake in the refinery to attract investors, noting that shares could be offered gradually based on market conditions. Market stakeholders had also hinted at a possible listing, including leadership of the Nigerian Exchange Group. However, in its latest position, the refinery emphasized that no official IPO announcement has been made. The company reaffirmed its commitment to transparency, corporate governance, and market integrity, urging analysts and the media to rely only on verified information. It added that any future offers of securities will be conducted strictly in line with regulatory requirements and communicated through authorized disclosures. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says it plans to expand Nigeria's gas reserves to 600 trillion cubic feet and attract up to $60 billion in investments into the sector. The announcement was made by the NNPC's Executive Vice President for Gas, Power and New Energy, Olaleko Ogunleye, at a 0-week energy conference hosted by S&P Global in Houston. Ogunleye said the initiative is part of the company's gas master plan, which aims to grow Nigeria's current gas reserves from about 210 trillion cubic feet to 600 trillion cubic feet. He added that gas production is projected to rise from 7.4 billion standard cubic feet per day to 12 billion by the year 2030, surpassing the federal government's growth target. The NNPC executive also revealed plans to attract approximately $60 billion in new investments through commercial incentives and strategic partnerships. According to him, Nigeria is well positioned to play a bigger role in the global gas market, especially amid supply disruptions linked to geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and constraints around the Strait of Hormuz. He noted that the country's abundant gas resources and proximity to key markets provide a competitive advantage in liquefied natural gas supply and gas-based industries. Ogunleye stressed that the gas master plan is focused on practical execution, not just projections, with emphasis on meeting and exceeding annual development targets. The initiative is expected to strengthen Nigeria's position in the global energy market while boosting industrial growth through gas development. Some Nigerians living in India are raising concerns over alleged racial profiling, police brutality, and visa challenges, calling for urgent government intervention. Complaints come amid growing agitation by the National Association of Nigeria Students, which recently staged a protest at the Indian High Commission in Abuja over what they described as inhumane treatment of Nigerian students. The sitting body issued a 7-day ultimatum to the federal government demanding urgent diplomatic engagement and warning of further nationwide actions if the concerns are not addressed. NANS officials say they have received multiple distress reports from Nigerians, particularly students in cities such as Mumbai, citing harassment, discriminations, and difficulties with visa renewals. Among the allegations are mass arrests linked to immigration status, denial of housing based on nationality, closure of Nigerian-owned businesses, and confiscation of goods. Some Nigerians also claim they have been subjected to physical assault, with reports that complaints to authorities have yielded little or no response. Mexico's Navy searches for 2 missing boats involved in Cuba aid convoy. Israel launches strikes at nuclear sites as Iran warns of retaliation. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Republican leaders in the United States House of Representatives have shut down a bill passed by the Senate that would have resumed funding for federal agencies tasked with airport screenings, continuing a standoff that has resulted in chaos at airports as workers go without pay. In the early hours of Friday morning, the Senate unanimously passed a bill that would finance most of agencies under the Department of Homeland Security, including the Transportation Security Administration, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency. But that bill withheld funding from two branches related to President Donald Trump's hardline crackdown on immigration, Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement. By Friday afternoon, Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson confirmed that he would not bring the Senate-passed bill to the floor for a vote and slammed the legislation as a joke. Separately, President Donald Trump signed an executive memo directing DHS to work with the White House Budget Director to find a way to pay TSA employees. Mexico's Navy and the United States Coast Guard have signaled that the search is ongoing for two missing sailboats that were part of a humanitarian convoy to Cuba this week. 9 people were on board the two vessels which departed from Isla Mujeres in Mexico on March 20th. They were initially expected to arrive on Tuesday or Wednesday of this week. The sailboats were part of an expedition organized by the Nuestra American Convoy, which has accused the U.S. government of strangling Cuba by cutting off fuel, flights, and critical supplies for survival. Search efforts are currently being led by Cuba and Mexico, but the U.S. Coast Guard said it is prepared to help. Israel has struck a uranium processing facility in the central Iranian city of Yazd, the Israeli military confirmed, in an escalatory move that comes as regional diplomats have been attempting to broker an agreement to halt the joint U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. The Israeli Air Force said it hit a plant used to extract raw materials essential to the uranium enrichment process, describing it as a unique facility in Iran's nuclear infrastructure. Iran's Atomic Energy Organization confirmed the strike, but said there were no casualties or radiation leaks. Friday marked day 28 of the conflict, and the assault by the Israeli war was part of a broad wave of attacks on sites across the country. Strikes also hit areas and around Tehran, the city of Kashan and Al-Waz, while 18 people were killed in Qom. More than 1,900 people have been killed in the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran since the war began on February 28th. It is 4 weeks into the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, and millions of civilians are suffering in Lebanon, now facing a second large-scale Israeli attack on their country in less than 2 years. After a quarter of Lebanon's population has been displaced, after Israel's mass forced evacuation orders from the country's south and Beirut's southern suburbs, known as Dahiyah. Many of the displaced are extremely frustrated and fatigued. And even those who are not displaced are feeling the pressure, with deadly Israeli attacks continuing, petrol prices increasing, business in general, conflicts will end anytime soon. And that's it on the foreign news.
Sports now. FC Barcelona will be without winger Rafinha for their UEFA Champions League quarterfinal clash against Atletico Madrid due to injury. Brazilian forward has been ruled out for about 5 weeks after suffering a hamstring injury while on international duty. Rafinha was injured during Brazil's national football team's 2-1 friendly defeat to France's national football team in the United States. Medical tests later confirmed the muscle injury, according to the Brazilian Football Confederation. Barcelona has since confirmed the player will return to Spain to begin treatment, with an expected recovery period that sidelines him for both legs of the Champions League quarterfinal in April. 29-year-old is also set to miss key La Liga fixtures, including matches against Atletico Madrid, Espanyol, Celta Vigo, and Getafe. Rafinha, who has scored 19 goals this season, remains a major absence for the Catalan side as a push for domestic and European success. However, Barcelona will be hopeful he returns in time for the El Clasico against Real Madrid in May and potentially later stages of the Champions League. It's also expected to be fit for Brazil ahead of the upcoming FIFA World Cup. Spain national football team cruised to a 3-0 victory over Serbia national football team in a pre-World Cup friendly on Friday. Mikel Oyarzabal scored 2 superb first-half goals, while substitute Victor Munoz marked a senior international debut with a goal to seal the comfortable win. Oyarzabal opened the scoring in the 16th minute after a sequence of precise passing in the build-up. He doubled Spain's lead just before halftime with a powerful strike from the edge of the box in the 44th minute. Spain dominated much of the match but had to wait until the 2nd minute for their third goal. Munoz finished from close range after being set up by a clever back heel from Ferran Torres. Serbia stepped in to play the friendly after Spain's original plan to face Argentina national football team in Qatar was cancelled due to the ongoing conflict in the Gulf. Looking ahead to the tournament, Spain will compete in Group H of the FIFA World Cup to be held in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. They open their campaign against Cape Verde national football team on June 15 before facing Saudi Arabia national football team and Uruguay national football team. Spain are also scheduled to play a friendly against Egypt's national football team next week and will face Peru national football team in the final World Cup warm-up match. Luka Doncic scored a game-high 41 points and grabbed 8 rebounds to lead the Los Angeles Lakers to a 116-99 victory over the Brooklyn Nets on Friday night. Austin Reeves added 26 points, including 15 in the fourth quarter, helping the Lakers pull away in the final minutes. LeBron James contributed 14 points and 8 assists. Los Angeles returned from a 5-1 road trip, lifting the team to third place in the Western Conference. For Brooklyn, Josh Minott led with 18 points and 6 rebounds, while Nick Claxton and Zaire Williams each scored 16. However, all three were held out of the fourth quarter as the Nets dropped their 20th loss in 22 games. Doncic also picked up his 16th technical foul of the season, which could trigger a 1-game suspension for the heated third quarter altercation with Williams. Earlier, Doncic had a technical rescinded after a previous incident. Friday's game featured a historic NBA moment as LeBron James recorded the first father-son assist in league history, passing to his son, Bronny James, for a 3-pointer. Bronny, likely a bench player in his first 2 seasons, has earned rotation minutes, while key teammates are injured. The Lakers win extends their streak to 11 victories in 12 games, while Brooklyn continues to struggle despite keeping pace for much of the contest. Golf legend Tiger Woods has been arrested on a drinking under the influence charge following a rollover crash in Jupiter Island. According to John Budensick, the sheriff of Martin County, investigators at the scene observed signs of impairment. Woods took a breathalyzer test that came back negative, but refused to take a urine test. Authorities subsequently charged him with driving under the influence with property damage and refused to submit to a lawful test. Both misdemeanors. The crash occurred shortly after 2 p.m. local time. The Woods residence in Jupiter Island. Sheriff Budensick said Woods attempted to overtake a pressure cleaner truck on a 2-lane road but swerved to avoid a collision and clipped the back of a truck's trailer. His Land Rover then rolled onto its driver's side. Despite the accident, no significant injuries were reported. Woods and the driver of the other vehicle were unharmed, and Woods was able to crawl out through the passenger side of his vehicle. It's not the first time Woods has been involved in a car accident. In 2021, he suffered severe leg and ankle injuries after his SUV crashed at high speed on a coastal road in Los Angeles. Woods later revealed doctors even considered amputating his leg. He was also arrested for DUI in 2017 when police in South Florida found him asleep behind the wheel of his car. Woods later said he had taken a harmful mix of prescription painkillers and eventually pleaded guilty to reckless driving. The 50-year-old golfer has been attempting to return to competitive golf following several health setbacks, including a ruptured Achilles tendon in 2025 and a 7th back surgery in September. His last official tournament appearance was at the Open Championship. Despite his injuries, Woods remains active in the sport recently played in the Indoor Golf League and continues work behind the scenes with the PGA Tour as chairman of its Future Competitive Competition Committee, which is restructuring the tour's model. Woods won his 5th the Masters tournament and has 82 victories, and the PGA Tour is tied for the all-time record with Sam Snead. Is also expected to decide soon whether he would serve as a U.S. captain for the 2027 Ryder Cup in Ireland, after previously turning down the role for the last edition. Next is entertainment news with Gwyneth Mokunta.
Popular Nollywood actress Motilola Akinlami has finally reconciled with her former boss and producer, Kunle Afod, years after their highly publicized fallout. In 2024, Motilola accused Kunle Afod of blocking her from getting acting roles, alleging that he influenced other producers not to work with her after she ended their relationship, citing issues related to his wife's insecurity. So, however, in a recent interview with actor Tony Montana, Motilola confirmed that their 6 years feud has now come to an end. She also expressed gratitude to Femi Adebayo and others who played a role in settling their differences. Nigerian gospel singer Ono's Brisibi has passed away at the age of 55. Her family confirmed the sad news in a statement released on Thursday, revealing that she died on Tuesday, March 23, 2026, after battling an illness. She is survived by her daughter, Sarah Brisibi, her mother, siblings, extended family, friends, and her church family at Love World Ministries. Now, veteran Nigerian singer Konga has expressed concerns over what he described as the lack of support from today's artists for industry legends. Speaking on a recent episode of the Hits Don't Lie podcast, the Kaba Kaba Krona stated that Davido should have directed the 200 million naira he received as birthday donations from friends and fans in 2021 towards supporting veteran musicians. Davido had added 50 million naira of his own money, bringing the total of 250 million naira, which he donated to 292 orphanages across Nigeria. However, Konga argued that channeling the funds to struggling music legends could have helped revive their careers and provided much-needed support within the industry. MultiChoice has announced that the 12th edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards will hold on May 9, 2026, with Joke Silva as head judge. Don Julio returns as headline sponsor, with a statement highlighting a focus on craftsmanship and behind-the-scenes creatives. Another statement from Atinuke Babatunde reaffirmed the award's commitment to celebrating African film and culture. Johnny Walker and the Singleton will also support the event. Nominees will be announced on March 29, 2026 on Africa Magic, hosted by Chimezie Imo. That's the entertainment news. Gwyneth Mokunta, Signature TV News. Popular Nollywood actor.
Thank you for joining us and watching the news with us. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture exports.
We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Me and you are the same person. Now just this system, we focus on this system.
Last year, my guest announced to his social media followers that he had been involved in a ghastly accident. When you see the images of that accident, you will wonder how he came out alive.
So don't push blame on me. Why did you protect yourself?
And he says that happened just as his career was entering another level. His name is Kelechi Udegbe. He's one of the finest actors in Nollywood. When directors want an actor that will deliver complex characters, Kelechi is one of a very small tribe that they reach out to. You've seen him in blockbusters like The Trade and The King of Boys, Return of the King. You've seen him in critically acclaimed classics like Nimbe, like Mami Water, and like Eyimofe, This Is My Desire. But that has been a blessing and a curse. Because he doesn't do the celebrity thing and have the millions of followers, even though they know he can deliver. Many producers say to him, do this one. How does he survive that? How has that even made him better as an actor? What was it like to lose his father again, just at the point at which they were going to build a stronger relationship and was going to take off as an actor? What has all of this taught him about life?
And you, what do you do? I make exquisite final resting places. Coffins of where? But what about the afterlife?
And what is it like being respected by all the big awards, from the EMVCAs, the AMA Awards to a FIF? Kelechi Udegbe shares his lessons about life, about work, about growth with Chide today.
Come for me.
One of my favorite metaphors, I think, for you've been in some of the most critically acclaimed movies.
Okay.
Over the past at least 10 years.
Yes. Yes, at least.
At least 10 years, You've been in some of the most interesting projects, Nimbe, I think.
Yes.
You were certainly in Nimbe.
Yes.
You've been in Ojuju.
Yes.
And of course followed The Director Couldn't Let You Go.
Yes, yes.
So I've been in casting, not casting rooms. I've been in rooms where they are thinking of cast for characters.
Yeah.
And when they are trying to think of complex roles, you know that.
Yeah. Yes.
Your name always comes up. Why do you think so?
Well, so I had this conversation with the people I'm working with, and they said, Kelechi, see, it's not like you're not good, but you're not like a commercial actor. I said, what do you mean by that? I said, like, you're not like, when it comes to the being out there, you're not out there. Truth is, if I wasn't acting, I don't think I'll be on social media.
Right.
Really, because I'm not that kind of person. I just concentrate on my work. So you're more of a director's actor, an actor's actor, So when you're thinking about, okay, we need someone to play this character is, that's when you think about Kelechi. But when you want to think about, we need like maybe numbers or something, that kind of thing. So,
how do you feel about that?
Well, it's a bittersweet feeling.
Yeah.
It's sweet because I realize that people understand directors, producers, fellow actors. They understand that this guy is absolutely insane. And when it comes to performing, he's top notch. He's out there. He's at least one of the three. If you call one of the best thing in the country, or something. But now when it comes to like because I can't really blame indie producers or everybody wants to make money. So it's more like Kelechi, try and be out there more a bit. But what am I out there? What am I going to be doing out there? I don't know how to fake, that kind of thing. I don't know, this controversies, I kind of run away from them. I just want to be on my own, go to set, work, come back home, eat, sleep, and, so but I'm learning. I'm learning. So it's bittersweet. Yeah. It's sweet in a way that, people realize, my people in the industry realize that this guy is an awesome talent. But it's also bitter in a way that sometimes, you're like, we need people with a lot of followers and everything. And you're like, okay, maybe I have to release my needs or something. And then just
but it's funny, one of the things about, I love it, you should release your news. Let your fans say, what? Another thing is the thing that filmmakers say that is really rubbish, because they often say this thing about if you get a lot of people with a lot of followers. But if you look at movies, many blockbuster movies, many movies that have a lot of people with followers, still end up suffering at the box office.
My brother, you see, say, it's a good say when you talk this kind of thing. I just shoot a pigeon. I don't even know. It's a good say when they talk some kind of things. You talk to people who really understand. Because the truth is, sometimes you might have 1 million followers, right? Yeah. And then you put a trailer out there, and the trailer has lots of views and stuff. It does not guarantee that those guys are going to see the film. Yeah. That's another thing. And most times, films sometimes make you get numbers, Personally, you can, that kind of thing. Exactly. But that's what sometimes you don't understand. Yeah. Also, it's not guaranteed that if you have like 10 million followers or 5 million followers or 1 million followers, or you have that people are going to see that film because she posted that you are in the film. So like Funke Akindele, for example, she has hacked this thing, and it's been. I was having a conversation with one of my fellow actors, and we talked about how she has been in this game for so long. She has hacked that market. She knows how to. She has made. Not be saying she just come out today say 1 billion. No. Yeah. From I Need to Know, Going, or Jennifer, and all. She's been in shows. I think it was recently I found out she's been in the Yoruba industry for about 17 years. Before she now kind of switched again to English. So
the first Jennifer was a Yoruba movie.
Yes, it was. So she's been there. She's So it's not just her having followers. It's the fact that she knows how to market, and it's still money. Yeah. Because no matter how good the film is or the product is. Yeah. You need to, you need some money to follow up. Yeah. Like there's a film I'm on Netflix, Adire.
Yes.
People see, they like it a lot, and they're like,
it's not the top 10.
Yes, and they're not marketing this one, they're not pushing it. But when a product is good, sometimes the word of mouth does a whole lot of wonders for you. Yeah. But also, we can't remove the fact that no matter how many guys you have in the film, you still have to spend money to market that film, and that's the truth. Yeah. And even when you have guys with followers, when you bring money to market it for you, it's better. So it's not just. Oh, he has followers. The film must, no, it doesn't translate like that. Sometimes some films are just good and people just like it, and then, like I can remember Timaya's first album. I never knew who Timaya was. My cousin just came from Port Harcourt, and I get one jam you go listen to Timaya. Okay, I said, who is this guy? Immediately I played the album. That I personally was. You need to listen to this. You need to listen. If you listen to Timaya's first album, it wasn't even mastered well.
Yes, of course. Now,
recently it was. It wasn't mastered well at all.
Everything is raw. Like,
it's raw. It's like
out of studio first cut. It was sticky. It was magnetic.
Yes, it was. So sometimes, and for us, for music, I think they've hacked it. So for acting, for production, we need to understand also that sometimes stories itself, good stories will fly. Yeah. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to put everybody in it, but the story is good. Yeah. It will fly. Like Adire, we had a lot of people in it, but the good thing about Adire was, it was characters, and everybody could stand on their own. Yes. So it wasn't like, this person was trying to sell the film, or this person was trying to sell the film.
Even the wordless character.
It was just...
Who I had never seen in a movie before this. It turned out to be this. As I went to research him, I found that he's the writer.
Exactly.
That's what a good performance does.
That is what it does.
Yeah.
That's what it does. Yeah. So most times, even any character is no small role. Yeah. Like when I started at some point, sometimes I say, Kelechi, if you do 2 things for us, I'm like, let me read what you have. I remember Abba's film. When he was making his film,
Lost Okoroche.
Yes, Lost Okoroche. I had always wanted to work with Abba because there's some directors and some, you like me, and even if I want, make one for the road, make just as they go, So Abba called me, like, we met somewhere, and then he called me and said, oh, I want you on my film. I'm like, yeah, Abba. So he sent me the script, and he told me the character I was going to read for. After reading the whole script, I'm like, bro, you should say not the character of this, because it was just one scene. out of the whole film. And like, it's just one scene, and if I was going to do it or not, and I was like, oh man. I took that one scene, I looked at it again. I'm like, no, there must be something here. There's something I'm not seeing. Because the first time I was just reading because I just wanted to go through the story, understand the characters, and see what I was playing. And I'm like, no, I need to read this thing again. So I read it for the second time. I read it, and I kept reading it. I stayed looking for, because I just had one scene, like Eminem's song. You just have one chance to blow. So, so I read the scene, and then when we were going to shoot, my God, after the scene, there's some people that saw it. I'm like, why is it just one scene this character had in this film? So actors need to understand that. Sometimes it's not about screen time. It's not about playing. Sometimes being a lead character of some things will mess you up. Because you might not be strong enough
for that. And then,
for that.
Yes.
So, sometimes, like Samuel L. Jackson in Coming to America, it was just that scene. And then from there, they're like, okay, who's this guy? That's it. So for me, it's how
you perform.
It's how you perform. So sometimes they say Kelechi, it feels also, it's somehow like when it's bittersweet. Sometimes they don't want you to be like the lead guy. They want you to be like the support, or At the end of the day, I'm okay if I like the story and I like the character. But one thing I know you would know is you will think I am the lead or I own the film. That's one thing I will make sure I do. So I advise when people want to come into the acting or something, like, don't look at any role like small. Like what you're saying, the guy who wrote Ajire, I still look at him and I'm like, wow. Like, maybe because he wrote it, had enough time to but it's not that. If it's not there, it's not there. So.
Collision Course was a departure from that norm, because in Collision Course we were one of the leads of Collision Course, essentially, and that caused a stir across the internet. I think it was nominated for several awards.
Yes.
The ENVCAs. I think it won Best Film. You have also won Best.
Yeah. So
ENVCA. AMA, Best of Nollywood.
So my ENVCA story is very funny. I've been nominated 4 times for ENVCAs. And I've won nothing. Because I was thinking of myself, I said, like, for my profile, I would just put most nominated for ENVCAs. I think one of the things about ENVCA is, for me, like, with Collision Course, I won Best Actor, Afri, for won Best Supporting Actor for AMA, the Collision Course, because they are jury awards. So me, I always prefer jury awards, because the time for please vote for me, I don't know, and I feel I tell this guy, say, Trudy, have you got me vote? You just say, okay, I will, and then, man, Nigeria issues too much. If you just turn around and something has happened, so you understand, and then how are you spending all the kind of 5K to vote for me? And so sometimes for me, voting awards are okay, they are awesome, but for me, I don't, it doesn't really work for me, because it doesn't work for me. I just prefer jury awards.
Yeah, of course.
So AMVC, I've been nominated 4 times. So the first time I was nominated for AMVC, I was so excited. It was for Humphrey Day with Stanley Ohikwaye. Humphrey Day, I was so excited. I got there, and then I didn't win. I really felt bad, because it was my first major nomination, and that kind of thing. So second time again, I was nominated alongside False the Bad Guy. So, I was False the Bad Guy. I realized I didn't go in, because, then he won because he had more, they had crowd, they had people and all. So the third time I was nominated, I said, just give me a quote, Rookie. Give me a Rookie! Give me a Rookie, Flex. I don't come again. Somehow, go. Because I knew I wasn't, I tried to go. I told my people who vote, I didn't know my same thing. The fourth one, I beg you, how would they flex a cool hotel? For me, that's just it. Because being nominated for me, AMVC, I feel like a winner also. So for, Collision Course got me an AFIF award. It was one of AFIF got me, AMA, he got some other, Bolandi also Peters. And how I got that role was very crazy. I was filming with Michael Pankes in Ikorodu. We were doing a film together, and me and Michael was just bonded, because you meet some people and you just feel like, you've known for like forever. So just for and he said, okay, after this, he was going for, it was almost starting a job with BAP. I'm like, BAP, wow, she's doing a film. I was like, because BAP now, I'm like, oh shit, And he said they've been doing an audition reading since, it's been long. So I said, man, this one nothing. So, but I was on that set the next day. I got a call. I got a message from James Amuta. Like, come to read for BAP, come to so for read. I'm like, Pankes, this is not the same job you're telling me about they're supposed to start. He said, yes. I said, okay, I'll go read. Okay, fine. So we now, that job in ENUGU, we didn't finish on the exact day we were supposed to finish. And that's one thing about industry work. That's why I don't promise people, I'll come to your birthday, I'll come to your this. You never can tell what happened on set.
Yeah.
So we didn't finish. I had to call James. Look, we didn't finish this. I can't say I want to cause what ENUGU. I can't do this shuffle. So he said, okay, he will talk to BAP and stuff, So later, James calls me and says, she says not to worry that, people, because a lot of people had read, so not to worry. She said she'll just pick somebody out of people had read and stuff like that. I'm like, I was feeling bad. Next thing, he calls me again and says, she says I can still come in. I'm like, okay. So I came back from Ikorodu that Monday, on Sunday, Monday. So I went to it on Tuesday. Got in there, I read, it was like two pages or something. Like, oh, okay, we're fine. 2 or 3 pages, they're fine, go. So I left. I'm like, okay. Got a call, I think it was the same evening or the next day from, because I'm sure they were already planning to film. From, what's his name? Culture. Oh, please.
Joseph.
Joseph, forgive me. Big Joe. So I got a call from him, like, so it was, It was surreal because I wasn't supposed to be part of the project, It was the first place because a lot of people had read for, but like BAP, that's one of the reasons why I respect her. She has an eye for talent. Yep. She doesn't do, okay, this person is face, this one is, she just goes for, this person fits what I want to do. Yeah. So it fits what I want to do, So it was awesome, and working with her also was, because sometimes, in the industry it's harder for females. Not as actors, but as maybe directors, crew members, producers and all. So while we were on set, at some point she looked at me and like, where have you been? How come I don't know you? I'm like, it's my mission.
I now know. You're also a man of God, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. I guess I was a man of God. I was just saying,
yes.
Yeah, so she just wanted. Yes, so she was like, and that scene where the last scene where without the accidental discharge, it was fun because the script they didn't say accidental discharge. Right. It was like guy was shot, but she was, a director follows the story. She told her, I'm like, she doesn't really, because this is not really what she's trying to, So she was like, her and Daniel should go to our friend's house, somewhere I like phase one. And we just got there. I'm like, oh my brother, I like F4, man. And there's this rice on the farm. I'm like, oh my goodness, what's going on? So we talked about the scene, and that's to tell you the kind of director she is. Yeah. If you, no matter who you are in the industry, it's teamwork. You see, that production assistant could have that idea. So if you allow people around you to express themselves, you do so much. You do so much. So we're there, and then we talked about this, and that was where we crafted that scene and all. And then it was beautiful over a plate of food. We just sat down, but that's how she is. She allows you to express yourself. And when you go to Terra Culture, people that work with her, they're also lively and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Production Cause was saying, shout out to BAP, Joseph. And
how did this all start? For many people, I think the first time it appeared you hit public consciousness, for some people, was Officer Titus.
Titus na fish. Titus na fish.
Yeah. But that wasn't the first thing you've done, of course.
No, in fact, should I not lie you, I never knew I was funny. You see, these are some of the things, like, discovering yourself is till you die. Like this morning, during the sermon, one of the things Pastor Sam's wife said was, in this time and this place, you'd see people next to you say,
you go to Daystar too?
Yes, I was converted to Daystar. I was born, bred Catholic. I'm still, my family very Catholic, but that's going to Daystar. I don't get a choice. Not by hook or by hook. She was saying. Not by hook or by hook. Yeah. So like she was saying this morning, she said something like, in this time, this period, people will really discover. Some people discover like, are they so close to hello? Some people like, I don't know, sir, if you do this, beat something, because the situation and the system, it's not really to push you into negativity. It should spur you on to be more creative. So like I say, discovering yourself now until you die. In fact, so that's why people say, I will never do this, I will never do that. Wait. Give yourself some time. You might find yourself in that position, and everything you thought you knew about yourself,
go out.
You know nothing about yourself. you realize that, oh my God, so this is who I am.
Yeah.
Nobody is born today and say they want to kill. Nobody wants to become like an armed robber or something like that, you know. When we're all growing up, so what do you want to be? I want to be a doctor. What do you want to be? Like, nobody says, I want to be you understand? I want to rob. I want to kill people. But at the end of the day, sometimes people find themselves in such situation. And then they just realize after they've done the deeds, my God, I just killed somebody. You know, so don't lead us into temptation. I did not know I was funny. So when I started acting and all, because, you know, this is highly recommended. You feel me? I'm squinting because I'm short-sighted. So most people just see me like, they either feel like I'm very high or something.
You're doing bad guy.
Yeah, a bad guy. Or like, I like your eye. You're sexy. And they try to see. In fact, I want to put out a disclaimer. Like, I don't get problem with people because when I'm not wearing this, I can practically pass you. Like this, like you should not say, I feel not pass you. Like you also Kelechi, I'm like, actually not you.
I get that.
You get so it's caused issues between me and a lot of people.
Yeah,
but you don't know. It's people that understand. Someone, in fact, on my street one time I was passing, then someone was telling the woman that was selling something. My family was like, this boy said, no, wow, something. You know, they greet, you know, they just do like saying so. You know, I say, he no see you. You guys say, I know, how impossible. Person just pass. He say, wait, when did he pass back? So I was going back now, you know, so I looked at that direction, but I didn't see the woman. You know, I saw the woman, but I didn't see the woman yet. So I don't walk back. He said, Kelechi, I said, hey, what's this? How far? Yes. I like him, like greeted her. Then she not told the man in front of me, like, what's I tell you? And the guy was like, I just saw her, bros, now you? Yeah. You see, you been here when I pass. I said, I know. Right.
So that's the glasses is recommended.
So it's very recommended, you know. So then my glasses were like, this guy. Now you go be the guy we key that person, and now you go be the bad guy. You know, these people that then go rape this guy. Now you go do that. They look, you know, it's always, you know, or the lover break person heart or something. So it's never, you know, because there's a lot of stereotype in the industry.
Yes.
And
so nobody had ever seen you as a comic actor.
Yes, you can't even blame them because people want to put their money where their mouth is. I don't want to bring out money and lose. Yeah. You look like, just do it. And I know you can do it well. You know, so people have never seen me. So it was Imo Moran. I did all sorts of trouble with him. Right. It's a short film, all sorts of trouble. Yeah. So
that's what did happen Macaulay. Was it?
Yes, Macaulay affair. Yeah. Imo is somebody that most of his films his character. So I'm always having a mustache or something. He does something to me. More understand. I know why me and him were like, you know, when it comes to the character acting, I still do coffee salesman with him. I played 2 characters in the film. Right. You know, so
right. Okay. So this one.
Yeah. So in all sorts of trouble, he gave me this character, and after doing the short film, like, guy, you're funny because there's some things the character did, and like, you're funny, yo. And then I landed Officer Titus. It was Daniel Effiong. He was working with Danny there. So he was trying to develop more details. So he was trying to develop concepts on Danny, like, you know, he was working with them and all. Yeah. So he had this idea like, traffic guy, stuff. And then he called me, so let's see what we could do and all that kind of stuff. So it was, you know, when you tell jokes, they're kind of different when you want to act them out. It's harder to act out a joke. Easier to tell a joke. Absolutely. So it's a joke about a last man guy entering the car or a policeman, and then he sees there's a dog in the car and all that kind of stuff, you know. Talking about it the way it happens to be funny, but acting it out, it's not another thing. So I'm like, okay. So the characters was the titles. So we talked about the story, but the characterization was just all me. Right. Bringing that character and all. Right. So after the first episode, it was like a trial and stuff. After the first episode, it was almost like, that was the beginning of like skit and stuff, but then it was like short videos, short films. Yeah. It wasn't, you know. Yeah, there was no skit culture then. No skit culture then. It was, so even this guy, Kuleido, Frank Donga, was like Danny. Yes. He was DOP too. Yes. He was cutting and editing, you know, so we were like, you know, Jade then was in charge of Danny.
The Danny Mafia.
Is that as a from Danny, a lot of people have left, even Mo, the DOP, Tall Mo.
It's Martha. No, Mo. I remember, no, Mo. Yes.
Yes, he told DOP. Yeah. So, I'm on Danny. A whole lot of people have left.
Come out of Danny.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, we did the first episode and then released it online, and it was like, wow, what's going on? And then we just started doing it. And from that, people just saw me in that light. Like, he's just a comic. Yeah. They can't do nothing much. He's just a comic. Yeah.
So, from one stereotype to the next stereotype.
You just walk out of this stereotype or walk into another stereotype. Yeah. So, like, it's not your fault. You do it and you do it too well. Okay? What can I do? Yeah. You know, so.
But you know, the good thing about it is that the flip side of it is that you're going to continue to get work for a long time.
See, the thing is, when they ask me, what kind of actor are you or you want to be? I said I want to be a present, continuous
I like that.
actor.
I like that.
Present, continuous.
Yes.
Examples.
Yeah.
Like an RMD.
Yes.
He's still there. Till tomorrow, you want to hire RMD.
You can't go anywhere. You find it.
You're still talking about how much. His value is still. In fact, it's like the more he breathes, the more value.
There's so many of them. There's
Ramsey Noah.
you always
There's Broccoli.
She's not in your face.
Oh, you go and look for if you
I
want. You go and look for her.
My auntie Yeti Doyle. And
Sinamba.
when she when Yeti started her career, this is what people used to say. They say, oh, she can only act complex roles. But then when you give her the role, she would deliver. And then she used to be like, no, I can do more. Who knew that all of that? People were paying attention. This woman is a high quality.
Yes.
And so now the roles are coming for her.
Yeah, exactly.
For her, for Tinamba,
for
Ebele
Okaro, so most of them. So I think it's present continuous. And it's not just, you have to work, you have to learn, you have to. So I've been in stereotyping is my thing. So, it's my thing because from the bad guy who's always killing and doing anything, worked into the comic part. Then the comic part, it's there to, lover boy. From there, the policeman. Is your neighborhood policeman now? I'm like, okay, guys, I can do other things.
I love that. But two of your roles, I mean, they've done a lot of interesting roles. I think you've done a lot. You're in a Humo Fair as well,
Humo Fair?
Yes, but the two of my favorite roles of yours. One is Betrayed. As the main character, since we cannot call the main character Evans, the main character henchman. And I remember when they came to arrest you, tried to run. When you did the Okelechi thing, the way you reacted, you have. I can understand why the stereotyping does. I can understand why, because the way the character switched from panic to what are you going to do? This is a classic Kelechi move. And even in the cell, when he was being
interrogated, I did something there. So Uchenai Najuju Debwe, and that's my surname.
I didn't even get that. That was such a Kelechi movie. That character. Yes. And then King of Boys.
Yeah.
Your character skulking in the shadows.
You see, for me, film, it's a route to escape. It's so I grew up loving cartoons, and why I love cartoons is it's so many impossibilities, but yet it's possible in there. So many things impossible, but yet in that world it's possible. So that's why I love them, and I have a lot of thinking of myself, being so many things. So film is just a way, So it helps. It helps me because, you have to just bring out those characters and, so you do this and people actually think that at some point, when I was doing subtitles, like, you don't work for last month before. Because this is exactly like, they'll tell you, because they just came in and that's how you jump into your vehicle. That's what they, I'm like, no, I study. So if you tell me, you're playing this character, you might not have seen me in the character before, but what I do is, I try to study. I look for, like, Imo also helps me because he's like, go and watch this film. Go and watch this film. Look at this character now, because there's nothing new in this world. There's no new story. There's no new type of acting. There's nothing new. So the only thing you do is, how do you tell it? So how do you make it happen? So you tell a story of the prince and the pauper, rich guy, poor girl, rich guy, It's still the same thing, but it's told in different ways. So how do you tell your story to make it interesting? So how do you bring this character to life to make it interesting? You can take a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of this. And I don't lie, I'm not afraid to say it. My colleagues, I watch them a lot too. Somebody like Gabriel, somebody I'm like, how do you do it? Oh, okay, correct. Blossom, okay, you do. So I do that a lot though. It's not, but do I have my own, but I try to take from people. It's easier. It helps you so that when you're adding to what you have, it's easier. But if you say, I want to be the first person to, brother. Okay, there was this thing we did, Year of the Gun, but film in flight. So I was supposed to be a stammer. The character was playing Mondo so much, supposed to be a stammer. So I was just like stammering and all. The director came and said, no, wait. He held me down this way on my chest. He held me, say talk. But I chose to try talk. It was, I said, that's it. So you understand that those things come from inside. That's why they're really angry. Because they don't have they don't.
Okay, they can't even speak.
Can't speak, and then you breathe, and then you're, you count for something. Yes.
Thank you so much for joining me, Kelechi.
Yes.
This has been a fantastic conversation.
Yes, yeah, bro.
To meet you.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to more badass roles.
Yeah.
Both in the supporting, which is fine.
Yeah.
Also in the
In the lead, yeah.
where you belong.
Yes, so.
Yes.
Like Two-Face you could see. My guy, like, how you go sharpen? Because it be like, say, it doesn't happen.
Thank
you.
you. Yes, thank you.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Quiet is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queeness Wokunta. I have interesting stories for you today. And today's Tuesday, as usual, we usually have Celebrity Peak. I know it's been a while we did that, but we're going to be looking into that today. And we'll also be looking into an interview we had with someone very exciting. So first of all, let's rally around what's happened or what's happening in the entertainment world. Now, Nollywood actress Debbie Shokoya has debunked viral reports claiming that singer Obesere is her biological father. The claim, which spread across social media over the weekend, alleged that the actress had recently opened up about the supposed relationship after years of keeping it hidden. So reacting to the reports, Debbie shared a video on her Instagram page on Monday stressing that she has never had any form of contact with Obesere. Addressing the backlash, she stated that the claims are false and misleading, emphasizing that she has never met the singer and questioning the narrative by pointing out her clear resemblance to her actual biological father. So let's listen to what she said.
And before I say whatever I want to address, I want to ask the question. People on Facebook, what planet are you? Like, Ibolewa. Or, if you guys, I want to get involved. Like, I want to take whatever you're taking because the way you think, I can't phantom it. Like, it's crazy. And I'm like, you people are not from this planet. Like, I want to give up on you. So my attention was called to it yesterday that a particular blog on Facebook posted that I cried out, according to the blog, that Obesere is my father. And I'm like, I was even laughing because it's funny to me. Mr. Daddy Abbas Akode Obesere, that I've never had contact with, I've never met. And I'm like, okay. But, you know, it is what it is. I feel like it's one of their clickbaits, and I don't want to address it, let it go. But right now, it's not funny anymore. Like, it's everywhere. Even Otidori Instagram, it's on Instagram. Blogs are posting, and people are sending it to me, including my family. Are like, when did you grant this interview saying that Obese is your father? Like, Ibolo take Papo. And I'm like, please, I need to come and address this thing before some people think I actually said it and I'm trying to chase clout or something. I did not say Ibo Motiko, Ibo ni Motiso. I've never said Obesere out of my mouth, like Kinso Obesere out of my mouth. Even when we are, when we ask him and you want to joke about something of it, I've never said it for like years. So, if you want to even carry something or you want to drop any of your stuffs, why don't you carry something close to me? Drop something that people will be like, okay, like me, me, so basically, me, and you said, I said he's my biological father. Don't I look like my father's replica? Like, am I not my father's replica rather? So
it's very funny because she's not even the first person coming out to debunk anything that has been posted on Facebook. Neither is she the second. And we are not sure she's gonna be the last, right? The same way she's asking what planet people in Facebook comes from is the same way I'm asking what is wrong with them. Because these same people, I'm sure they use other social media platforms, but it looks like Facebook is becoming a page where they tend to create stories that I don't even understand. You tend to wonder, how did you people just wake up one morning and cook up the stories? I'm not even talking about those people that make those posts. It's the people that actually believe them. And I blame them a little bit because, of course, yes, social media is a life on its own. So you don't know the private life of this person. And if someone comes up to like share a life you don't know about, so you tend to like some sort of believe them, right? So I don't know where they get their info from, and it's always false. It's either they're posting a celebrity that, oh, this person just died. It's either they're posting a celebrity that, oh, this person just got divorced. It's either they're posting a celebrity that, oh, this person just gave birth. This person is not even pregnant to start with. So I don't know where to get the false information. I actually stopped using Facebook for a very long time because certain things we see there looks like it's false. There was a time TikTok was about to do that, and when you go to comment section, people are like, no, don't do that. How did Facebook people find us here? I don't know, but they should do something about it. And that's why it's very important that when you see things like this, you report the account and then they'll ban them, right? They will have to go through stress to come back, or maybe start creating a new page, and that's going to take them a whole lot of time because they have to start building another community that will trust them and all that. You're coming up to say that this lady opened her mouth to tell you that Obesere is her father. When did you even have this conversation with her? And I know some people will say, oh, it's not important to come up on social media to, debunk things or give your own 2 cents and all that. But it's important because the internet do not lie. Imagine the way she said that she's surprised that people are even believing it. So if you don't debunk it, in the next 10 years, it will come back and they will be like, oh, it was said that Obesere is your father. So how come you're now telling us that he's not your father? Because you didn't debunk it in the beginning. And you didn't report the page. Let's all be guided. Every single person using Facebook should actually be very much guided. A whole lot is going on there. All right, Nigerian actress and content creator Bukimi Adega Ilori, popularly known as Kiki, has emphasized the importance of setting clear boundaries between personal and professional life. Speaking at the Creative Blueprint 2.0, she explained that she has drawn a firm line between her private life as Olua Bukimi Adega Ilori and her public persona as Kiki, which is built around her work as an event and TV host, actor, and comic content creator. Kiki noted that she does not feature her husband, Tunji Ilori, in her content because he does not fit into any comic style and brand. She added that she also limits how often her daughter appears in her content, revealing that she only creates content with her during school breaks. Kiki further advocated for restraint among content creators particularly when it comes to involving family members in their content or on social media. Listen to what she said.
If you pay attention to my content, you realize that I have mastered the art of sharing, which is I've created a very thick line between what is personal to me as Oluwabukumi Adiaga Ilori and what is personal to my brand as Kiki. What are the elements of my brand? Event and TV host, actor, content creator. What is my content? Comic. And I see this a lot online. They say, oh, why should I do our husband? But it's not even funny. So why should he be in my content? For my daughter, you see Nola on my socials because the girl was made, she's made for the camera. I see it in her. I'm where I am today because my parents didn't hold me back. So I'm not going to hold that girl. I'm allowing her. She said, Mommy, let's make videos today. Number one. Number two, during the line, Lola only makes content when she's on break. If she's not on holiday, she's not making content. So you notice that you see her on my page at some point. At some point, you won't see her because even if it's ordinary 1, 2, 3 that they're teaching her in school, she will focus until it's break. I just feel like sometimes when we have viral moments, we overmilk it until it becomes annoying. And that's where oversharing comes in. You watch something and it looks good. The look has gone viral. And if the outfit was in red, who asked you to go and sew the black? Who asked you to make the green? Who asked you for the yellow? So when you have viral moments, when you're creating content and you see that, oh, this thing that I did, it went viral, it was good. It is a reminder to do more. Because where that came from, there's more from it.
Okay, the part that actually got me is the part she said, you made a dress and it's in red and it's beautiful. Everyone likes it. Who asked you to go make it in blue and in green and in other colors? It's giving, you're doing too much. We already like this one. Why are you doing it in other colors, right? Every single thing she said is very important. Yes, we know it's a thing of choice. Celebrity lifestyle is very tricky. That's why you tend to see some of these people, they hardly put out their family out there. Let's take, for instance, Ruth Kadiri. We have never seen her husband. Choma Chukwuka, never. There are so many of them. Even the singles, you don't even tend to see them, their relationship out there. But it's a thing of choice, right? It's not that if you don't put it out there, waiting won't spoil, no go spoil. It go spoil. But what she's trying to say is draw boundaries. There should be time for and there should be limit to certain things, because with the fact that you're enjoying it, like she said, we overmilk it. You tend to enjoy it so much that you find out that you're beginning to overshare. Most times they don't even know. You just tend to say things that you're not supposed to say, do things that are supposed to be private between you and your family. You saw the emphasis she gave with her daughter, that if you're not on holidays, you can't be on camera. She noticed that the baby girl loves to be on camera and all. Fine, if you want to, by all means, but that should be when you are on holidays. It can't be when you are not on holiday. Her husband does not even like comic. Yeah, we tend to see, in fact, you know the fun fact? When we see most married couple doing content and videos that, especially when we've never seen them with their partner before, it's quite interesting, right? Because this is the first time you're seeing it and you're like, wow, what? The comment is like, what did you say to her? What did you say to him to join you do this? Imagine the conviction in your spirit and with the other person. Oh, just join me do this content. Do you get? And once you start doing this over and over and over again, it becomes so interesting that you lose focus. You just do it because, oh, our fans love when we are together, and it's beautiful. We even love to see it because we are tired of seeing angry couple, and we need to see happy family. But there's this saying that they say people don't destroy what they know nothing about. That doesn't mean that even what we don't know cannot be destroyed. It can, but we should draw the line. There should be a thick line, not thin line. There should be boundaries between your lifestyle on social media and your lifestyle at home and with your family. That's just it. That doesn't mean you should stop chasing your goals. You should continue, right? Now, organizers of the Africa Magic Viewers Choice Awards have
announced that nominees for the 2026 edition will be reviewed on Sunday, March 29. The announcement was made on Monday via the awards official social media platform, with Nollywood actor Chimezie Imo confirmed as host for the nominee unveiling. A statement earlier published on the African Magic website on January 10, 2026 outlined the objectives and submission guidelines for the 12th edition, noting that the awards organized by MultiChoice in partnership with Canal Plus will continue to celebrate excellence in African film and television. So entries opened on January 11 and closed on February 15, 2026, with submissions accepted from films and TV content released between January 1st and December 31st, 2025. Feature-length films were required to have been screened in cinemas or linear TV or on streaming platforms. So the 12th edition will feature 32 categories, including jury-decided and audience-voted awards, as well as special honors like Lifetime Achievements and Trailblazers. So now, new categories for Best Indigenous Language, North Africa and Central Africa have also been introduced. You know the fun fact? Africa Magic Viewers Choice Award is my favorite award. As far as I know, there's Headies and the rest of them, but you see, I don't know the I don't know the love I have for it, but it's more like they show crafts, they honor who is supposed to be honored, because there's a whole lot of work that is put in to create movies, to create content, to showcase Africa. So I just feel like Africa Magic Viewers Choice Award is the award. There's so many awards. Grammy Award, I love it. BET Award, I love it. Name them. There's so many of them. Headies and the likes. But there's a theme for Africa Magic Viewers Choice Award. So let's keep our fingers crossed to see who are the nominees. And of course, expect who is going to be winners. So, Nigerian Afrobeat star Adeleke David, popularly known as Davido, has announced his first ever festival, Davido and Friends, scheduled to take place at Crystal Palace Bar in London on August 14, 2026. The singer made the announcement via his X handle on Monday, introducing the festival as a new platform he will headline and curate. So the event is part of the Palace Bar Presents Summer Series held at the iconic outdoor venue in South London. Davido is expected to lead a full day lineup with additional performers described as friends, yet to be reviewed. So now the announcement follows his 2025 tour, which supported his fifth studio album and saw him perform across cities in Africa and Europe, including stops in Akwa Ibom, Adamawa, Enugu, Ibadan, and Lagos. I was there for Enugu, and it was a blast. I mean, if you did not attend any of these, you cannot relate to this one coming up. So fingers crossed. Let's see who the friends are gonna be there with him to perform. And of course, we know Davido as an energetic artist. Yeah, people will say he doesn't have a great voice. His lyrics are these. We don't care. That is not what we're asking you. Just come and vibe to it. We don't care, you know. So let's see how that's gonna turn out to be. I'm actually wondering who these friends are gonna be, because we need people that will give us so much vibe. So if you're in London, you've got to attend. Now this one is quite sad because Leo Radvinsky, the billionaire owner of adult content platform OnlyFans, has died at the age of 43 following a battle with cancer. The Ukrainian-born entrepreneur reportedly built a vast fortune from the subscription-based platform and other ventures, at one point earning up to $1.8 million daily. His death was confirmed in a statement cited by the Daily Mail, with the company expressing deep sadness over the loss. According to an online obituary, Radvinsky passed away in Pompano Beach in Florida, where he lived with his family. Radvinsky, whose net worth was estimated at $4.7 billion, derived most of his wealth from Phoenix International Limited, the parent company of OnlyFans, where he served as director and majority shareholder. He was also known for his work as a philanthropist and angel investor. He acquired OnlyFans in 2018 from the Stockley family in the United Kingdom, a move that preceded the platform's rapid global expansion. So in 2024, users have spent a record of about 7.2 billion on the service, and reports indicate that Radvinsky paid himself $1.8 billion in dividends between 2021 and 2025. He had also explored selling the platform last year, but faced challenges, reportedly due to its adult content-focused business model. So, as sad as this could be, this man had money. I see the way we are calling money. Billions, billions, billions. Yeah, that's where that part of the Bible says vanity upon vanity. That's why they will always say, live your life to the fullest. Enjoy it. Enjoy every single moment. Make memories. Have fun. Live a good life, because we don't know when it's going to happen. Imagine someone dying at the age of 43. That's sad. All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a short break, and up next is Celebrity Peak, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top-charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And in case you missed, we had to talk about everything that is trending in the entertainment industry. So right now, a celebrity peak, as usual, on Tuesdays. And today we'll be looking at most of the cast in Beauty in Black. Yes. So first on the list is Taylor Polido Williams, who played Kimmy. So Kimmy is the emotional core of the series. She rises from a vulnerable background into the high-stakes world of the Ballery family. In season 2, she becomes more strategic and assertive as she navigates power, betrayal, and her growing influence within the family empire. Now, Kimmy is not really my favorite cast, but I love her because I like the fact that from where she started, she was able to snap into where she is right now. And that is the most creative thing I've ever seen. Because you know that whole fact that, oh my God, this is where life is pushing me to. So I have to follow through, whether I like it or yes. And I love the fact that at least she was giving heads up from the get-go. She has been through a whole lot. Yes, we can tell that she had been through a whole lot. So finding her in that space and she doing exceedingly great is something that I love so much, right? She's not my favorite, but yeah. Now moving forward is Mallory, whose real name is Crystal Stewart. Mallory is a polished and ambitious figure who represents control, status, and power within the Ballery world. She is one of Kimi's main rivals, and her character is deeply involved in the family's internal power struggles and corporate dominance. Now, I love Mallory. There's this special love I have for her because she is that girl. Yeah, she is. I mean, people would say, she was married into a wealthy family, and I mean, if you don't know what it takes, honestly, because she didn't come from a wealthy home. She came from if she came from a foster family, right? So she getting married to one of the sons, which so many of us hate, and being able to be trusted by her father-in-law, who is the head of the Ballery company, is something, right? And the fact that she knows how, do you know what they call steeze and composure? That is what Mallory portrays, right? I'm supposed to be giving us the real story of these people, but I'm not. I'll do that maybe next week on Friday, right? When we'll be talking about movie trains. Yeah. So I'm just gonna give us I'm just giving us a preamble of what kind of role they played. Now moving forward is Olivia Valerie. Olivia is a matriarchal force in the Valerie family. She is intelligent, commanding, and highly protective of the family legacy. True, true. Now, in season 2, she continued to influence key decisions while managing shifting loyalties within the household. There's something about this woman and that's boy Charles, because we know that she cheated on her husband that led to their divorce. And then at the beginning, we saw that, oh, she has a church that, not knowing that all the money that is being given to her, she's using it to play gamble. But she's very, very intelligent, if we can. Very intelligent, very commanding, she is that mother-in-law that you don't mess around with. Mallory don't even do that. Despite the fact that she's not married, so she's not still married to her husband, she still has command in the company. I just wonder what she must have done for that company that she still has a voice to it. Oh yeah. If she leaves, her shares are gone. So we're talking about money. Very important. Now, Horace Valerie, my favorite cast. Horace is a central figure in the Valerie Empire. His health and authority shape much of the family's direction. He is often caught between personal vulnerability and the pressure of maintaining control over the family's wealth and legacy. This man had a lot on his shoulders, coming from family members that linked skin. Every single person. His brother, his wife, his first son, his second son. I think the only people that he even trusted are people that know his daughter-in-law is part of the family, but like not, direct blood, right? Marriage brought them together. Those are the people he trusted. And then Kimi. So when you're in families like this, that the only thing that's in their mind is money, and they are very selfish. Imagine the fact that your own wife and brother came together to cook up one company that they are extorting money into. Let's not go into that. All right, finally on the list is Roy. Roy is one of the key younger members of the Valerie Circle in Beauty in Black. In season 2, he is deeply involved in the family's internal conflicts and past struggles. His character often finds himself torn between loyalty to the Valerie legacy and his own personal ambitions, making him a key player in the shifting alliance and betrayals within the story. This is everybody's worst cast. That character got me really angry. You know when they say your own husband betrayed you? Jesus. Hey, God, that is what he did. Anyways, Mallory treated him the way he's supposed to. In fact, if there's anybody Horace is very much disappointed in out of everyone in the family is Roy, because yes, other people are stealing money to create their own company. You yourself, I don't even know what you're doing with the money. You're buying drugs and doing all sorts of crazy illegal things.
going around carrying ladies and, causing embarrassment. You can't even hold a very good conversation with people. So I'm sure his worst regret, in fact, if there's anybody he feels like I need to disown you, is Roy. Let's not even forget the funny part where he had to piss on his face. Anyways, yeah, that's what I have for you on Celebrity Peak. Maybe on Wednesday, instead of talking about the roles they play, we'll talk about them in full force, right? What they do, what they don't do, and why they play those kind of roles, All right, we'll go on a short break, and up next is an interview we had with a violinist.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Drew you first to this particular instrument? I mean, other people prefer to play drums, play keyboard, play guitar. What drew you to this particular one?
Actually, let me start from I'm a chorister and I'm also a pianist. So I've played keyboard for about 13 years now.
Okay.
So my father used to motivate me. He was the one that inspired me to learn piano. So there is a time I was in church playing piano. So I got this inspiration because whenever I play with emotions. I play with everything. Whenever I play, I ask God to touch everybody that's listening to my sound. You get?
Yeah.
So from there, I got the inspiration that I need to switch to another instrument that is more soulful and touching, which violin came to my mind. So when I got home, I had to do some research to check about the instrument, and I watched YouTube videos to check about how to play violin, how to learn it. So then I picked interest just from there. So I had to make calls. I had to start making calls out around to find someone that can be able to teach me how to play here in ENUGU.
I was about to ask you that actually.
Okay. So, but luckily for me, I got someone. But before that, in anything I do, I always pray and ask God to direct me. If this is the right path to follow or the right thing to do, direct me. It didn't even take time. I got to meet my teacher. Yeah, in ENUGU, in Transeku actually. So just from there, when he called me, asked me why did you choose to learn this instrument, because it's one of the most complicated and the hardest instrument we have. So I told him that I'm a chorister and also I'm a pianist. I've played for thereabouts for a couple of years now. So he said, okay. So that was actually made him to listen to me, to give me that attention. So from there he was like, I have to get my own violin if I'm about to learn. If I want to learn, I have to get my own violin to have. So from there, then I had nothing.
Yeah.
When after telling me what, I was kind of trying to find a way to save up. That was 2019 actually. So I was trying to make savings, which I had to borrow money from my sister. I borrowed 7,000 naira from my sister. Yeah. So then violin was actually 14,000 naira then. So that was my fixed violin. So I went to market and bought my own violin. So since then,
it's been history.
Yeah, it's been history. Yeah.
So what challenges have you ever faced playing this violin? Because we met at a place that I got interested. So have there ever been any challenge that, okay, when you're playing, people are not paying attention, they're not interested in whatever you're doing and all that?
Yes. A couple of times it do happen. Whenever I play on stage, once I notice people are not paying attention, people are not vibing to my songs. Although before that, whenever I climb on stage, I always pray and ask God first, call upon God, so that whatever I'm going to play, I want to get people's attention. I want to communicate with people through this sound. You understand? So at times I feel like anytime I didn't pray before performing on stage, at times my performance won't go smoothly, and I'll be like, I'm just wasting my time because people won't give me that attention. They'll be like minding their business, doing whatever they are doing, sure. So it hasn't been easy, but anytime I involve God, everything works perfectly fine. Yeah.
So what was the hardest thing to play in a violin without saying a word? Like,
What's the coming in? Sorry.
what's the hardest thing to play? I don't know how to play violin.
Okay.
So I'm asking now as someone that wants to learn.
Okay.
What is the hardest thing of playing a violin?
Okay. Actually, the hardest thing of playing violin is as you know, if you want, when it comes to classical music, it's very, very more complicated. It's very, very hard.
Yeah.
Actually, that was where I started.
Okay.
I started with classical piece, but along the line, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. You know, here in Enugu, or some places in Nigeria, it's only Lagos and Abuja that they normally do this classical piece of a thing. But here in Enugu, they are rare actually. So, but I started there, so I tried to develop myself more with classical. It wasn't easy. It was very, very hard and difficult. So, which I had to switch to contemporary songs and hip hop. So I felt so comfortable while playing all these contemporary songs, love songs, and hip hop songs.
Nice. Now I'm going to ask you a very tricky question. If your violin could talk,
okay,
what do you think? Is it a she now or a he?
She.
Okay. What do you think she would say or complain to you about?
The way I strike my bow on the strings. Because I channel all my energy whenever I play.
Yes.
I channel all my energy whenever I play. So she will be like, these strings, take it easy on me, please.
All right, so we're going to switch over to you playing, because we want to see you play and enjoy the whole sorrowful, emotional, every surrender you've just said here. All right, so are you ready for us?
Sure.
Okay. DJ, give me.
Okay, I should play now?
Yeah.
All right.
handsome thingy you talked about,
Yeah.
that is exactly what you portrayed here. You got me almost crying. So do you have one more to play for us before we leave the stage? Okay.
Sure. Okay. It's coming.
All right. Oh my god! That was so beautiful. High five. Now I feel like I really want to learn this.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
And welcome. You were just listening to everything.
I was doing very close at that. Thank you for having me on.
You're welcome.
Always a privilege to be here.
How are you? All right. So what do you think about that? Do you think, let me ask the question again, has entertainment lost its creativity?
The question, when you were speaking, I was paying attention because I was waiting for something evolving. So the truth is that entertainment hasn't per se lost its spark of creativity, just that it is evolving. Times are changing. Things are changing. There are the times when it was pure, like what we call blues then, Westlife, Michael Lance rock, Lionel Richie. They were the in thing. It evolved. You know, that was the way they made their money and made the market for themselves. And evolved to the hip hop times when there was a Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Tupac. You know, things, it kept on evolving. There was a time that there was nothing like Afrobeat, but there was Afrobeat, but we didn't know what it was, but we were doing it. But we're trying to copy them to do our own thing, infuse their style to our style. So it just keeps evolving. It keeps, I mean, we're now in a time where even AI creates the song for you. Like, yeah, so I wouldn't say it lost its spark, the entertainment lost its spark. No, I'll say it's evolving. Although, because of how it is evolving, some of those sparks that are necessary are no longer there. So, when I say it lost, I'll say there is an unbalance between the spark, like that creativity, and the whole what do I call it now? Like the whole algorithm. That's the creativity. There's no balance with the evolving, and the creativity. There has to be a balance. What is happening that creativity is dropping, and the algorithm is picking up. So nobody goes to studio now to say, okay, let me give people a vibe. Let me actually take my time to write this song. Let me make it reachable. Let me make people to relate to this song. So you just go to the studio and like pick one line and keep repeating it.
Now,
Just
you made, sorry to cut your line of thought. You made mention of the fact that artificial intelligence is taking over, and of course, like our topic, has entertainment lost its spark and creativity? Because believe me, it's as if AI has taken over, especially in the entertainment industry. You just made mention of people don't stress themselves to write music anymore, and we know how music used to be. It comes from within, right? But right now, once you just pop up the question on any AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, name them, it just brings out lyrics for you. Now that's where the creativity comes in. But as for artists, I want to know if algorithm has something to do with creativity of an artist.
I will not say it doesn't have or it does. I'll say both. It has and it doesn't have. Good song is good. There are still people out there who take their time to feel. They write how they feel. Like in ENUGU, in the East now, when you listen to someone like Zani Vibes and listen to Ivadoli, these people are creative. Like, they are more on the creative side. Do you understand? And the truth is, they will last than those that are looking for algorithms.
You think so?
Yeah, I think
so. You think algorithm doesn't reward repetition? Like it rewards the originality.
It was originality, but that's not what people don't understand. Check it. Check those that did not, their songs are not creative. It's like you don't remember some of their songs. But any day or any time you sing a song like African Queen, it's like something happens. I was in a lounge and we were playing songs, jamming all these Rema, they're all wonderful songs. But when you touch those songs that were created from a place of like a place of pain, a place of joy, like reality, this person's like, when you listen to Ivadoli's song where he said, I'm not gay, man. You see that he's saying something, like he's actually saying what people can relate to. People can vibe to those ones that the algorithms are trying to push and all.
Yeah.
So I feel like you need algorithm when you're not creative. I think that's just it. You need algorithm when you're not creative enough. If you're creative enough, don't worry, give you time.
It will push itself. Now, are brands and artists losing strong identities because everyone is chasing trend? Let's not talk about the controversy, because we are still talking about algorithm and content creators. Most content creators are creating content, while others feel like what pops up in algorithm is controversy, right? So would you say that brands, content creator, or artists, they are losing strong identity because everyone is trying to chase trend?
Yeah, to an extent that is true, because if you're chasing a trend lasts for a while, and then what happens next? So there are people that chase trends, and there are people that create the trends that people chase. Do you see the difference? So those that create those trends that people chase will always have something to do to make people to talk about. But those that follow the trends will get to a bus stop and like, okay, this trend don't end now, so what are we going to do next? They get stopped. You see, it's like waiting for opportunity and creating an opportunity. Those that create trends are different people. I am a big fan of all the artists that are doing well, but I pay close attention to someone like Wizkid. He doesn't chase trends. He creates trends. He does something, none of you are talking, he keeps quiet. Continues on other things he's doing. When he feels you guys are tired, he will do the another thing. Without talking about it, he's making his money. He's doing another. It's like he just knows how to manipulate the industry. So that's a trend as a creator. He treats those trends. He doesn't follow the trends. The video too. You know, there are people that go around chasing trends. Okay, what is trending now? Let's just, like this whole King Michi and Very Dark Man issue. There are people that are using that opportunity to just follow that trend. It's not going to last. Very soon the matter will die. It's just something, one thing leads to one thing, and we'll forget about it. You will not hear about those people again. But the people that create trends, you will know them because they will do something else. They have something to do every time. So yeah, I think some brands have lost their spark because they are chasing trends. You know, many brands.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, do you think, I've actually asked artists this question, do you think, let me even put it this way, right? If we look at most of the indigenous rapper in ENUGU State, it's as if they have one particular beat and same kind of lyrics, just a little bit recycled, you know. So do you think audience are tired of listening to recycled beats? And it's not just about artists in ENUGU. Let's talk about Afrobeat. It may be a little touch or maybe a little add up of amapiano and all that. And that's because if they notice that, oh, this thing is pushing, they would reuse it and maybe just add a little spice to it. Now, do you think people are tired of listening to that? They are looking for something new?
Yeah, definitely. People are tired of. You eat ofe egusi for 1 week straight, you fall sick.
It could be somebody's favorite. I mean, I know somebody that loves eating Indomie every single day.
Yes, ask that person. The person is not telling me something. You get to a point and he's like, nah, I think I should just try this. If the person does not tell himself, the person's system will tell you, oh no, let's say we'll try this one. The truth, people are tired. I've been to shows with my artists and other artists and managers. I've been to shows. I observe when artists are performing. You understand? Yes. What the Eastern rappers do is drill. They are all focused on the drill. They're trying to, you know, drill. And when you imagine coming for a show and the first person does drill, second person does drill, third person does drill, and then somebody just come and does an Afrobeat that is beautiful. Watch the crowd. The crowd will change. For example, Danny Vibes came for a show organized by Quincy. Most of the rappers there, they were all drill, you know, rappers. And the rappers love drill a lot and all. So at the point, both Zani and I were worried that the crowd may not be receptive because this is like a rapper's zone. Like a joke. When she got up to the stage and started singing her song, everybody, the crowd went wild. So that made me understand that creativity is still in play. Yeah, it's still in place. We should stick to it.
Okay, I know we've talked about music and all. Let's look at the Nollywood industry. Would you say you're proud of their creativity so far? And don't tell me you're not part of those. You're part of those people that don't want Nigerian movies.
No, I like Nigerian movies.
Okay,
but then,
very good.
I'm a Nigerian.
Yeah.
I feel they could do better, but I've been in the Nollywood industry before. I've actually worked under the guidance of someone like Soundman Emeka Austin, NS2B and Okechers and the rest of them, even a better Moses. I've worked under them.
Yeah.
So the movie industry, me, I categorize them into several. That is the Okawood, like the epic African magic. And there is those that are doing the whole cinematography, like when you watch movies like Broken Hallelujah and the rest of them, you see that they are making strides. Even some of them are beginning to see that those things we are doing, we need to do better. We need to do better because it's not just about the local people in the street to watch. We are trying to project Nigeria in the international market with what we do here. So they are actually trying. They are striving. There are some who are not ready to move from where they are. They like where they are comfortable. Then there are some who want to break the barriers, break bounds, take that leap and just push into the. I'm telling you, it's going to get to a time when Nigerian actors and actresses will start winning Oscar awards.
I mean, they have started winning award outside the country already, not just Oscar. But yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. But the truth about algorithm is that it tends to push out your art out there.
Yes.
I mean, with the use of hashtag, you just tend to, pop it up. And with the fact that it is said that social media is now the new oil money, won't you say that, I mean, following algorithm and doing what algorithm says could be the best way for somebody that is trying to make an ends meet?
Then if you put it like that, I agree with you, because people are looking for money. So when you say that, okay, what the algorithm is saying is put hashtag this, that, put it into some space, and you get views. It's what? It's crazy. The people that get the highest views are not doing something really, really spectacular. They just do something very simple. Something, you look at it, like you look at their views and you're confused on how. There's this guy I follow on. He's very funny. He doesn't even say much. I think he's a French guy also. It's fair. That guy's facial expression alone is something else. He just like make these gestures and then you see 2.1 million views. So when he does it the first time, second time, and he's getting million views, and he gets paid, by social media for that, I mean, you fire down.
Okay, let's come back to Nollywood now. There's this whole vibe and energy that comes when it's time for Valentine, Christmas, what's another notable time of the year, right? You see this wave of love stories.
Yeah.
Now, would you say it's because they're trying to tell stories of love, or they're trying to follow the algorithm so that, okay, if this person is not watching your movie, he is watching my movie, or because we are in the love season?
There's something that came to my mind now. This algorithm something doesn't necessarily have to follow trend. Algorithm is there. If you have the money to push what you're doing, push it. It's still going to get to the right audience. You mustn't do what everybody is doing. Understand? The thing about Nollywood is that love movies is relatable. It's easy. To do a love movie is very easy. I mean, there are heartbreakers everywhere, and there are people cheating on their wife, cheating on their husband. I mean, so like those to bring the whole love story and all, it's just easy. But watch when movies like Obasabi and Team, movies that Funke Akindele take her time, movies like directors like Afolayan and Biodun Stephen, movies like these people direct. Check the movie. You understand? It's deep. It's strong. It's not necessary. Even if they want to do a love movie, they try and make it a bit relatable to what is happening in life. You understand? So I just feel like some of them are just carried away with the whole. It's not even a algorithm issue. I feel like it's just, let me do that this person has done. Because if you do a love movie, I decide to do something about maybe the country, talk about the situation, we both push it. Depending on what is happening at that time, what people are paying attention to most at that time. My own might, get that's the one of talking about the country, might get more views. And we can also add the factor called grace, because sometimes algorithm might push you, blow.
One of the producers / directors, who is also an actor, made a statement in an interview, and she said, people are paying for views. People are paying for, let my video just, you understand. And it's part of the whole trend and algorithm thingy. And I know this also happens in the music industry. I mean, I've actually experienced it. So would you also say that it is, I mean, you've not actually stated for a fact that, oh, it's wrong or it's bad. You're saying it's good in this part and it's good in this other part. So now in the music industry, are you saying that it is very, very important that you do that so that your music can keep up social media and the entertainment world? Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to always tune in on channel 265 on SLTV. Enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen Nkunta.
Hello
Hello and welcome to Gender Perspectives. Now today we're discussing a topic that continues to shape conversations across Nigeria. And that conversation is on sexual violence, social media, and the issue around false accusations. Now, we know that sexual violence remains a serious and deeply troubling issue in our society. And many survivors, particularly women and girls, struggle not only with trauma, but also with stigma, fear, and barriers to justice. And we see that, of course, legal frameworks were created to strengthen protection and accountability. Yet we find that many cases still go unreported. At the same time, social media has changed how these stories are told. Platforms have become spaces for survivors to speak out, demand accountability, and find support. But they have also raised concerns about public trials, reputational damage, and the possibility of false accusations. And these are the things that we'll explore on the program today. Well, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and we'll dive right in right after this break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, before we begin our discussion, it's important to understand how we got here in the first place. Now, in recent years, Nigeria has witnessed a surge in public conversations about sexual violence. We see high-profile allegations, online campaigns, and survivor testimonies that have sparked nationwide debates about accountability, gender power dynamics, and justice. Now, social media has amplified voices that were once silenced, but it has also intensified scrutiny, conversation, and questions about due process. Now, we know that, there are laws such as the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, which were enacted to strengthen protections against sexual and gender-based violence. Enforcement challenges and slow judicial processes continue to shape public perception about these issues. And at the same time, concerns about false accusations, whether they are widespread or not, have become part of the national conversation. But beyond these laws and the headlines, there are real people, there are real consequences, and there are difficult questions about justice, gender, and accountability. Like, how well is our system working? Are survivors adequately protected? Is due process being preserved in the age of viral allegations? And what reforms, if any, are urgently needed? Well, to unpack all these issues further, we are joined by Dr. Oluchukwu Obioma. She's a lawyer, and she's also a lecturer, Faculty of Law, UNEC. And we have Mr. Godswill Obona, who is a team coach and is also the convener of Brothers Connect. You're both welcome to the program. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so let's start with the legal and the general understanding of what this sexual violence is all about. And I'll start with you, Dr. Oluchukwu. What exactly is sexual violence, and how does that translate to how young people understand what sexual violence is, particularly consent?
Okay, based on the criminal code, we have the criminal code and the penal code. The criminal code covers southern Nigeria, and then the penal code covers the north, right? So in the south, section 257, 258. 258 defines what rape is. But the problem we have with those provisions is that it was gender-based. So it must be a man on a woman, and it was just anal, it was vaginal. There must be penetration for there to be rape. But we have a better provision in section 1 of the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015, which now made it gender neutral. So a man or a woman can experience rape, and it's more than penetration. There are other forms, that brings in rape and gender and the sexual violence. So it's now wider, but the consequence, the punishment, is 1 year imprisonment. Life imprisonment for rape.
Okay.
Life imprisonment for rape, yes. So these are the provisions we have now that protect the real victims of this violence, sexual violence and rape. We have enough, we have to some extent enough provisions to protect them.
But how effective would you say are those? I mean, the laws are there, but like when it comes to the practice of the law, or how effective would you say they are? Particularly, I mean, there are lots of questions to ask, particularly when it comes to evidence, if the person has adequate evidence, the length of time it takes for, the case to, these are like these things. So when it comes to implementation, how effective would you say?
These are real issues. I usually say we have a lot of laws in Nigeria. We don't have a problem of law, we have a problem of the enforcement of these laws. And when it comes to rape and sexual violence, these victims already feel, of course, this is against the dignity of a human person. So some of them are not even, they don't know how to preserve the evidence. Some people go through this and they quickly take their bath or change their clothes, not knowing that if somebody ever goes through that, you should run to a hospital or a facility that has testing, let them test you, don't bath, don't change, then the circumstantial evidence and all that. So sometimes these people lose the case, not because they didn't really suffer, but because they are not able to provide real evidence. And of course, we also still have people that believe that there's something like rape. I've had experiences of even learned people that don't believe in it. And then the time it takes to get justice. And then, of course, influence is around, the shame. And then some family will now come and say, oh, please close this case. So we have a lot of problem why this law, this provision that is already there is not being enforced. People are not sometimes getting justice which they deserve.
All right, so let's come to you, Dr. Mr. Godswill. She has explained it from the legal aspect, but as someone who interacts with young people a lot, do you think that they even understand the gravity of this conversation around sexual violence? Do you think that they even know what it means, the various forms it can come, in?
Right. It's okay. I think they don't. Maybe because there are little or no adequate awareness to inform at the grassroots level, in the secondary school, even the primary school, because of course, you wouldn't say it's only in the secondary school, you can even in the university. So the awareness, lack of awareness has made some people not understand the gravity, their rights in the matter, how much they know about the impact of the sexual violence on them, both emotionally, health-wise, and otherwise. So, secondly, it's also, I think, the family they are coming from. There are certain families you will come from, the way they will take issues or matters will make you know how serious they are, because from the onset an awareness and knowledge is being impacted on you about certain basic things about life, about your health, about your sexuality, about your education and otherwise. So I think the awareness and the family backgrounds helps to makes it possible for the person, the young people, to take how they take the sexual violence of a thing. So if they are just coming from anywhere and a poor grounded formation regarding information about sexual violations, you will see that their attitude, their responses to these things will not be as serious as you would expect when it happens. So that is what I think.
But the funny thing is that conversations around sexual violence and other conversations around that is usually not something that most older people feel comfortable talking about with their children or with their teenagers. So do you think that that is also a contributory factor to this thing?
Yes, parents are actually shying away from reality, and you wouldn't blame them. The time they grew, such things, I think we are at the minimal level. And because of the religiosity of our environment, some things we shy away from the real things. We fail to mention names, the real names of things, and call it what they are, so that the younger people you think you are protecting from those things could know it, and by any means they will still know. That is the fact about it. Whatever you are trying to protect them from, most of them already know, because the phone is in their hands. they have a classmate somewhere, they have people, peers around the environment who interact real issues that don't hide whatever they was sharing with them. So when you are pretending, they are just laughing, they are just amusing. So I think whatever the adult of our time feels or thinks about it as to which they are shying away from that conversation and shying away from mentioning those things from the right time they should be mentioned. It doesn't stop it from happening. It doesn't stop things from going wrong when they start going wrong. So the best thing to do is to start dealing with it. I think the other time I was there, I mentioned the need of any organization, whether it's church organization, whether it's school organization or non-governmental organizations, to call parents occasionally to give them education on these things so that they can start educating their children rightly, because with the right information you can communicate properly. So that is what I think about it.
Well, before I ask you something legal, I just wanted to add to what you said, what you think about how young people actually take this conversation.
Okay, what I would like to say is that because of our environment, the social media, and our being in a heavily sensualized, world of today, it's rampant. It's in movies, it's in songs, it's in books, it's everywhere. And so sometimes some people are, of course, still ashamed. Some people don't even get the proper knowledge of how to protect themselves. And for the perpetrators, what not to do, because these acts are glorified on social media. How many people are able to, and I think it even affects the mindset of these women that of people, let me not even say, because no longer gender based, people allowing themselves, that's why in our law, we have something about consent. Even if you get consent, but that consent was gotten by coercion, by even deceit, it's still not consent. So I believe that the youths, and like he has said, very important, parents should really be instructed, be upgraded with this information that these things are real. They know it's real, but this ostrich approach was, if I put my head in the sand, it doesn't exist. But it exists, and many young people, if you listen to them, they are going through a lot, and sometimes it's family members. Well, let's not even go into that discussion.
Well, okay. So now let's talk about social media, because you mentioned social media. And I mean, like he said, everybody has a phone. So it's easy to just turn on your camera and say one or two things and post it online, and it goes everywhere. So do you think that when it comes to this issue, do you think that it affects maybe legal proceedings if someone were to come to court, or if someone would need legal intervention or legal advice on these things, and it's all over on social media? Do you think that it causes more harm than good in legal proceedings for this issue?
Well, the social media, the only thing is that the cases should not be decided on social media. They should be decided in the courts. But when you begin to, that is why usually if a case is in court, for example, we lawyers, we advise not to discuss them. Leave them be, so you do not interfere with the course of justice, right? But I know why some people go on social media. They feel that maybe the court will be slow and they need to draw more attention to this thing. And social media is the fastest way. Yeah. It's not only for this situation, for other situations. The always one, maybe a high-powered person is owning you. And you know that if you go to court, you feel you may not get justice. Go on social media, begin to make noise about it. Draw attention of people within the country, outside the country, and your case blows up. You see, but social media also can affect negatively, can also affect. So I think that the cases should not be decided. My problem with that social media is the backlash and the effect if this thing ends up not being true, if the story ends up not being true. Because like they say, social media, the internet never forgets. These are digital footprints people are leaving. So sometimes it helps because it draws my attention, it brings more awareness to the situation, but sometimes it does not help because it may detract, it may, go away from what you are even trying to put across, and then you will hear varying opinions about it.
Yeah. So do you think the same thing when it comes to social media? Do you think it's doing more harm than good?
Okay, the social media will always bring different perspective to the matter. People will air their opinions, and then when you talk about social violence and going to the legal arm of it, you have to have evidence, provide evidence. So up and above whatever you may see on the social media, where are the real facts to make conclusion on this matter? So if, like she said, when things happen, people should be taught how to follow it up from the time it happened. Like she said, don't bait, don't do anything that will cover up the real story, real things that people can relate with. Even the blind can really relate with it. So even if we do all we want to do in the social media, there should be facts and evidences on ground that should help the case, not just to end in the empty noise. Some people can just promise a lot of things on the social media. Some people can even come to your house, non-governmental personalities, these celebrities can just come to your house to record, to increase their fan base and attention. At the end of the day, nothing real is done, nothing substantial is done. And then you would think that it just ends there. How would people see you after that time? On the social media, how will people see you? How will people see you in the real life, in the environment where you live? How will your boss see you? How will your friends see you? These things are, the social media is creating an awareness, yes, but at the same time is giving you a damage that you may not be able to control. You will not be able to recover from it as much as the awareness is being created. So we base more on facts. Cases are not won on the social media. You go beyond that to establish reasons why you think you should get justice, and justice will be delivered at the right time. Okay.
Yeah. So this brings me to something that that seems to be seems to be growing steadily, and that is when people come out, because the topic is on sexual violence, of course. So now we're narrowing it down to when people come out to call out someone for violating them one way or another, or harassing them in one way or another. I mean, just recently, we know the case of Mirabelle, the girl who came out to, say that she was harassed and abused in her home. And so what do you think about that idea, or when people come out to make these accusations only to find out that it is not true? What would you say are the implications of such things?
Okay, personally, I think it's a very sad incident that people use something as grave and something that has serious consequence for clout chasing. I think it's a really terrible situation, very terrible situation. And I feel that it's high time that legal action, we start taking legal action against these people. These people, because it's not just about apologizing. I was thinking about it as I followed some of this. Even the other situation, I think it was last year, a woman that got her children, taught them to say that their father was sexually abusing them. And for it, I think it happened in ENUGU. And they got to the police station and all that, and they found out it was a lie. Can you imagine what has happened to the psyche of these children? And can you imagine what has happened to this man, a father? I don't understand it, but I feel that they should stop accepting sorry. It's not helping our society. Sorry doesn't change anything. Start suing these people, both criminally and in tort, that civil suits, so that when they begin to see real consequences, they will stop. But if we just keep sweeping under the carpet, oh sorry, they get your church group or your village group or family group to apologize to you, it doesn't solve anything. It affects the perpetrator, the accused now, because not perpetrators are accused. I think we should really stop. Let's sue these people. Let's go to court. When we see people being locked up, I think it will act as a deterrent, because I see it as cloud chasing and noise making. And also, like he is of the opinion too, these youths need to be taught. The internet never forget. Tomorrow you become something or the other, or you're looking for one position or the other, and they go and dig out something you did 10 years ago to show that you are not a reliable person. You have nothing. It should. I mean, the youths need to be trained that this thing is wrong on all levels.
Right, I see how passionate you are about this. And before I get to you, Mr. Dotio, I'd like us to take a look at that video. Let's take a look at Mirabelle's video where that video that got a lot of people so emotional and everybody was coming out to advocate for her. So let's take a look at Mirabelle's video.
I got yesterday in my apartment, February 15th in the morning. I have insomnia. If I'm not drunk or I can't sleep. So Saturday I drank and like it wasn't working, but I needed to be high enough so I could sleep. My eyes were tired but I couldn't sleep. I slept around 6 a.m. and around 9 I heard knocking on my door and I thought maybe it's one of my neighbors because it's Sunday morning. Most of them would have gone to church. Maybe one of them wants to ask for something or something like that. I stood up. I was having a headache. I was still drunk and I was having a headache. And immediately I opened the door, I got pushed back. Before I get to my door, like there's my fridge and then a few steps forward, there's my door. I hit my head on the door because I couldn't, I got pushed back, my head on the fridge. I passed out. I'm opening my eyes. There is a man over me. There's clothes stuffed in my mouth and tied, and I was just there, mumbling. Maybe somebody could hear me, but it's Sunday. Most people would have gone to church. Most of them, because even the neighbors close to me has gone to church, because that's the only people that might faintly hear me mumbling. But when I felt like there's been over 20 minutes and I've just been mumbling and struggling, there's nothing I could do. Because I don't even know this person to begin with. I just stayed there. Then later on, I was bleeding. And I don't know why I was bleeding. I thought I got my period. But today, the person texted me. It turns out this person inserted a face blade inside my body and cut me so I could bleed. He said he was trying to simulate and be the first person that I could sleep with. He sent me a text. I don't know how to do that, but I'll post it after this video. I'm so sorry. I've had everything going on with me and I'm so sorry. I can't keep up with everything. And I don't even know how to react, but I went to my friend's place. I went home, I called my friend to come pick me. And Excuse me. I'm so sorry, okay? I'm so sorry, but I can't hold up anymore. Everything is happening to me, and I'm sorry. I've been down from the start, and I'm so sorry. I can't keep up. I can't wait anymore. I'm sorry. Melly, I'm sorry. And to all my TikTok friends that I haven't seen, I'm so sorry. And Kalumi, I'm still so sorry that I don't get to see you go to school and graduate, but I'm so sorry. I can't hold up anymore. Thank you.
Okay, so we just saw that. And before we look at the other video, let's hear your thoughts on that.
Okay. The truth is that her effort was just to let people know about something, and we ended up seeing that if truly what she experienced was real, there wouldn't have been any time for her to organize this kind of thing she did. And then, I have the personal opinion, that someone should have done that on her behalf. People would have come, people she relates to would have done that on her behalf It really is that serious and the world needs to know. So I have questions in my mind when I saw the video at first, because I am not somehow, most of the times I'm not moved by tears or emotions. After the tears, let's get to the real matter. So yes, you have said your own. Let's wait for a little. Let's see if other issues will come up. And we started hearing the neighbors come up with stories as well about how true or how not true the matter is. So from what they were presenting, because everybody is now on social media now, so they are giving us information. Whether they are true or not true is not even our concern. Of course, after all, she gave us the first information, and somebody, whether the information the person gave us is true is not even our concern. Let's be believing everything now. The person came and said it's not true, that they were actually around when this thing were happening. And it's possible. People may just use Sundays to rest, wash their clothes. Some people may not just be going to church as you think. There are some denominations that organize evening service. So people can go evening service and be around in the house in the morning, especially people whose job is quite tight for them to be available Monday to Saturday to attend to personal things. So if our assumptions are right, that there could be people that will be around the house and such things are happening, and from the environment I am seeing in the video she made, is not a personal apartment like a flat, okay? It is something like a public setting where other people are. Somebody may have passed through where these things is happening. So to ask questions or to know was this neighbor you there, after 10 minutes, 20 minutes at least, somebody should have marched through that place to know her whereabouts. And these people are the people that should have raised the alarm if actually something real happened. These are logical issues I'm trying to put in place. So, but let's believe at the end of the day we have been made to believe that what she said is true. And look at how we are crucifying them. I even read a long post. I had to be patient because the person that wrote about is my mentor on social media. So she wrote a lot of things. I was almost like believing this story, only to pause and think and see. When I started thinking about this other person they are talking about, how would this person feel? The guy in question. All right, how would the person feel? And these people that spoke about her, how will we also believe them? Because we will think they did not do their background check before they come online and just went emotional and started talking about, because it's also damaging their own social reputation. Because somebody, a good celebrity, will just talk about it only to discover that what the person was saying was not properly investigated, and all of us just went into the whole ditch.
Yes, a lot of people were victims.
You see,
of that.
all of us. At first, I wanted to say something, but this thing, if you are really gone through things around this space, around this area, you need to learn patience. It matters. He's not the first person that reported. Let's hear the second report. Let's hear the third report. And from all these things we had, we started connecting the dots, and we found out that it is not what was reported initially.
Did you think the same thing when you saw the video? Do you think along the lines of God's will?
Yeah, I agree that we shouldn't rush, but find out more. So I agree with him. Also, I'm of the opinion that real victims do not have the time to set up a camera and cry. They do not. At least those I've seen, I've read about, I've witnessed, they don't have the time to set up a camera and then start crying. Some of them are filled with shame, some guilt, some pain. They hide somewhere, they try to use other. It's not a camera thing. And many of them are even, they don't even want to be seen as people who have gone through this. So for you to just bring yourself out there, I was like, wait, let's hear other opinion towards it. And I felt very sad when I heard that, oh, this is not what it seems to be. Very sad.
Okay, so let's look at, because of course, the same way she came out to cry and tell everybody what happened, the same way it also came out to be open that what she said is false. So let's just hear that clip of her actually confirming and confessing that what she said was a lie. Let's listen to that.
I'm very tired.
So, in a nutshell, the story about the rape is not true. So there's a high chance that I thought that something else happened, but the story of the rape is not true.
Yes, sir.
That's good. That's good. There's no problem. And that means you created the other account yourself.
Yes, sir. Please, sir, help me. I'm sorry. I
It's okay.
didn't.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're gonna do this together. Don't worry. Do you have any siblings?
No, sir. But I have friends.
Okay. Does your friend? Did you tell them?
No, sir.
So they don't know
But
as
there,
of now.
yes, but there's one friend that I can.
Now, some people think that this thing is a mental disorder. Because I also read somewhere that some people were saying that she has some sort of mental illness, she's not okay or something like that. Do you think that that could be a reason as to why this happened?
Personally, we can't know, because the only way to know if somebody has mental issues is to go to the hospital and check. Well, I personally feel that there are many reasons a lot of people do things like that. Some just want attention. I've seen people come on social media and say, oh, good things don't sell. So they have to present bad things so that they'll get that attention, they'll get the likes, the views, the comments, and maybe get monetized and make something from it. Sometimes it's just seeking the benefits, and then all those. Though she may have some mental issues. I mean, many people do, even though many people are looking sane, but we can't tell. I just know that there are many reasons why people do it, but it does not excuse it at all. Once you know that what you are doing is wrong, the mental issue does not, according to our law, if you have the mental capacity to know that what you are doing is wrong and you go ahead to do it, your excuse and all those things, all they may do is maybe to mitigate your sentence, but it does not make you not guilty. No, it does not.
Okay, so there's this thing that I actually heard someone say in line with this, and I'm going to direct it to Gotu, because I think you better answer this question. Now, we find that it's mostly the women that are, generally, women are usually, they have a higher number of when it comes to being victims of this thing.
Yeah.
And now we see that even when it comes to these false accusations, we also see that women also are coming up with that. And it's always the men that are now the victims of these accusations. And there is this narrative that started flying around that it's not every man, but it's always a man.
Okay.
When it comes to this issue of sexual violence, generally speaking, it's not every man, of course, but when there is something like that, it's always a man. So do you think that statements like this also influence public perception of men, and probably also feel things like this, whereby someone comes out and the first thing, everybody is already castigating the man, and the men are taking on the backlash?
Yeah, it's what it is. Because over time we found reasons to believe that it happens, as at least the reported cases are more of the men sexually harassing or violating the ladies or women or girls, as the case may be. So people begin to feel that men are this, they call all manner of names to men, and we don't even know where to start, because one person somewhere is giving us a bad name and everybody is thinking that we are all the same. And so somehow a young lady that stays in a relationship or stays in a neighborhood where there are many guys, he begins to feel that same can happen to her from these guys. So when you want to initiate a just innocent conversation, it becomes something else. They judge you from the first statement you've made, and that it is not their fault per se, because they have built a mental understanding and framework that this is what the male figure is, because of what the social media or the reports on sexual violence has made it to be. And so you see some men struggling to create a picture or to write their own story by themselves. You see men doing all manner of things to make the society believe them for once. All right. So when you are in a relationship and possibly the urge to have sexual whatever comes on you, and the girl is not consenting at that time, he begins to even shout as if you have planned it to rape her that day. Whereas the when these things come on a guy, is an urge. And men, most times when it comes, you may not easily control yourself at that point. So the female will begin to think at that point that you want to rape them because of what this social media, these cases has made them to believe. So we are like the endangered species that everything they will say, this man, they are suspecting you. We are almost like a suspect figure where we go around. It's making us to begin to struggle to write stories that should not be even written in the first place. We want to impress the society because somebody or group of persons somewhere, maybe 2 or 3 out of 10 has gotten it wrong in the case of sexual issues. And so we, the men, we are trying to find our feet. The boys, everybody is trying to present a picture that this is not so with me. Everybody is saying this is not so with me. Everybody is trying to write their own story. And if you don't write your stories by yourself, people will still think you are the same, like they used to say, that all men, and also people say it's both gender, all women are the same, all men are the same. It will be the case in your mother. So I think the way the whole thing has affected the male figure is such that we are struggling to just become what we shouldn't even explain to anybody. We are trying to explain ourselves a lot all the time, whether you are married or you're in a relationship or you're just single. There's this thing, when it comes to that point, you have to explain again and again because the whole thing has been gone south. All right.
Can I add something to this? This is what we call gender stereotypes. So men are now seen as the perpetrators, women are now seen as liars.
I was actually coming to that because I wanted to ask you now, that do you think that women are now causing problems for themselves, particularly when it comes to people now believing the credibility of women when they actually come out to say this thing is happening, this thing is not happening? So I mean, continue, expand on that.
That's why I feel that these people, it should not just be a slap on the wrist. Oh, don't worry, I'll help you, I'll take care of it. No, let's start prosecuting these people. Let's start prosecuting them because it's going to increase the gender stereotype of women, that women are liars. So as the men are struggling to protect their own image and trying to write their own story, you will now make other real victims, female victims, to now be struggling to be believed. Because once you come out and say, nah, so now they talk, you know, it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help anybody. These false allegations, it does not help anybody. It doesn't help any of the genders. So I think it should really, really stop, and stop quickly before it causes so much problem that nobody is being believed again, and it may even, it will be a spiral effect. Thank you.
Okay. Now, you see this thing you said about it shouldn't be a slap on the wrist, like we should actually go to court. Now, quite interestingly, I actually saw a video, which we're also going to watch right now, where because of this Mirabel case, someone came out to accuse a classmate of hers of the same thing. Only well, unfortunately for her, he took it to court.
Yes.
She was made to make a public apology. So let's take a look at that video of the girl, apologizing about what she said falsely.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Adeife, and I am here today to sincerely apologize to David from the bottom of my heart. Recently, I made a very wrong statement on my WhatsApp status, tagging David as a rapist. David had only shared his opinion about the Mirabel's ongoing saga, and our disagreements led me to speak very carelessly, and it is something that I truly regret. I want to make it clear that David has never raped anybody. In fact, testimonies around shows that David is a very easygoing and respectful person. Our families met on virtual meeting on Friday, February 20th, 2026, including myself and David. I accepted my wrongdoings and all discordings from the family members. And after the deliberation, it was decided that I should write a letter of apology to David. I should make a retraction on my status and apologize to David. And thirdly, my parents should visit Ile-Ife for the physical apology. On Sunday, 22nd February 2026, my family visited his family in Ile-Ife for the physical apology. I have learnt my lessons from these incidents. Words spoken in anger can cause serious harm, and I want others to learn from this, that you should never let your emotions override you. Once again, I am very, very sorry, David. I am truly sorry from the depth of my heart, and I want to promise everybody that such will not repeat itself. Thank you for listening. I am sorry once again, David. Thank you.
Okay, so I see you laughing. So what's your reaction to that? I mean, from what she said, we see that
the thing is annoying. Like somebody will just make a video and just spoil somebody's image. What they did to David now is seen casually. But once David grows and there is any issue around this thing that happens, they will pull up this video and say that they knew it from ab initio, that this is the real nature of David. And nobody may be around to say what this girl said, or nobody may be around to believe that this is a wrong thing around David. So like she mentioned, it is not something you just treat with apology. It is something you go beyond apology to make the person know and to serve as a deterrent to every other person that is nothing the same intention to desist from such. Because you don't just spoil somebody's future. We are talking about somebody's future. If they put such a video for someone who is sitting in the place to be employed before your interviewers, and they make such comment about you, you are going, at that instance, you are going. So, and if you are working with high-profile individuals in the society, and they mention such thing about you in the social media space, the person would like to be distant from you. You have just lost your job. You just lost a whole lot of people around you, because the information is very, very bad. There may not be a follow-up of this video she made. They may not pull it up. At that time, this one she made will be dead, and every other thing will be against the guy. And then, like she said, we are gradually building a society where when somebody reports even something that is genuine, people will start to question, until people will get discouraged from even speaking out. Because this is the generation that we, and this is what we are tilting towards. That a time will come that somebody will make a comment, genuine comment, about what they are passing through, about how their rights were violated, and nobody will care about it again, because not the same thing. It doesn't change anything. Who knows what will come after now? So, but everybody will care less about it. So that is the matter at hand. That people should not just be quick to destroy what they did not build. To destroy is very easy, but to build is very, very hard. So people should know, like a student who was caught in examination malpractice, and they linked the student to me. I was speaking with the girl. I told her, see, what you've done, you are not the only one involved. I am now dragged into the matter now. I was not there when you wrote the exam, but they are calling you than the one mentoring you. So I'm brought into the matter. Everybody that knows me as a reasonable person has begun to question my reputation. So things like this, you don't just say, okay, he has apologized, he's sincerely sorry. All of these things are, even if the highest tears are being shed, it doesn't move me. See, correct the issue from the very foundation, and let not see a repeat of this. I tell you the truth. Somebody in the team of their classmate may come up with another thing again. After all, it's social media apology. We'll apologize. Everybody will be fine. We'll move on. It will keep happening like that.
Sorry, and I don't think she's sorry. She's just sorry that she was caught.
Yes.
And she was called out. She's not sorry for her offense. Rape is a grave offense to accuse somebody of, even in a joke. You have the right to speak, but you don't have the right after speech, because the far-reaching effects of the things you say, who it affects. Like he said, do you know how many people it will affect? Do you know how many years? I always say that the apology, if you have to have apology, should be louder than even the disrespect. Write it, post it, and I'm a lady, but once it comes to offenses, I don't know gender. Anyone that does the crime should do the time. Go in for it so that we'll cop these things. Because people just do and come and say sorry, do and come and say sorry. Stop saying sorry, solves nothing. Stop, because like something very serious that he said, we are desensitizing the public. Look at how people saw that first video and they cried. The next person to come out and cry, nobody is going to answer you. And we keep, very soon, people's heart begins to be dead to things as touching as this. It's just as usual. Please, it's affecting the real victim. If you see real victims of this thing, so you remember able to sleep if you hear their stories. I've heard stories that made me, I'm a Christian, but I'm like asking God, how? I mean, I don't have answers. I just trust the integrity of God, because some of these things are so heartbreaking. So please, if you ever thought of it, you're a Gen Z, you're a youth, you want to catch clout, please, not in rape and sexual violence. It has stigma. It goes, and that very important point that I want to reiterate that he made is, tomorrow he's going for something and he's called up. Do you know what? Nobody is even now going to check if it's true or not. Once anything rape, sexual is attached to your name, they throw you out. It's terrible. Please.
So what about this thing you said now? So is there any provision in the law for the accused, like in situations like this, for maybe some sort of the image, I don't know, to restore their image or something, to help for someone that is in the other end of
basically the provisions they have now? This is social media allegation. If this lady reported to the police, like that woman that reported her husband about the children, that is another crime on its own. It's another crime on its own, under provision on its own. And then somebody who goes on oath, maybe in a document or in court, it's another crime, that's perjury. But in this situation now, that is social media, is defamation. That's what we call it, defamation, assassination of character. So there's the criminal defamation and the civil defamation. So I sue, because they are destroying your image before right-thinking people in society. So I please go ahead and sue civil, and then go criminal, and go civil, please. When these people start paying huge amounts of money for this, they will stop. Because if you just say 12 billion, who want huge amount? By the time the judge gives you something, people will stop. There needs to be hard consequences to stop people. If you just do sorry, anybody will do a video and saying sorry, and it will never end.
All right, now, because we are slowly getting to the end of this conversation, but we've looked at how, women openly come out to say, both the ones that are genuine, actually, they also come out to say, and now we're also seeing the ones that are not. And that brings me to ask about the men as well, because we barely really hear much about men when it comes to this issue. Whether that is true or false, we don't really hear anything about them. So can you just speak on that very well?
It's okay. The men, usually we have few reasons why we don't come out to say some things, especially around this area of sexual assault. But if you check the rates of men that have been sexually assaulted, especially by family members, you will find out they are much. And then one, the fear to say it, and who would believe me, is the one powerful reason why most of them will not say it. And number two, our society have taught men to be man enough to carry pressures on them to man up in every issue. So they think it's one of those they should also carry on their shoulders. After all, nobody should see our scar. All right. So, and then they think about the public shame, because men are always sensitive to their ego. So they think about the public shame and the stigma. So they think these are good reasons why they shouldn't even tell anybody. How will the people see me? How will people see me? They will start seeing me as a weak person, as this or that. And so the man will just go back to himself. But there are cases, and those cases are actually by investigation that they will have to speak up. Yes, I was along the line of teaching in a class. I saw one young guy on his trousers, holding his manhood. I was surprised. He didn't know that somebody has seen that. So I was just busy. Let me just be sure of what I saw. Went, came back, and after the class, I said, come and see me later. So when I investigated, I saw that this guy has been messed up too many times from age 6. He's now 13. So repeatedly. So he feels it's a normal thing. And nobody knows until that day that I saw that. Nobody knows. Nobody can ever detect because he feels he should cover it. It's his secret. He should cover it. So the male thinks they have a lot of secret to cover, and this should be one of them. They should hide about themselves. People should not know it. What would people think about me, you know? As much as they know, they think it's only left for the ladies to be saying it because they are weak. They should just be saying it. But we, the men, should hide our own to conceal it and all of those. So that's understanding about the male gender has made many of them not to even speak out, even why some of them have diseases they are going through even as a result of that, and they are not talking to anybody.
So can I add something to this? Another reason that men don't speak about it is the public perception. So I listened to 2 cases that happened outside the country. A male teacher abusing a female student, like primary school, secondary school in America. Another one is a female teacher. Should I've seen like 2 or 3 of that now, abusing a male student. You see that even family, one of them, he told his father, and the father just laughed it up. He didn't say invite the teacher to the house, let's have more fun. I mean, it's crazy. And then the social media doesn't carry it because there's nothing exciting
no news
about it. Nothing about it, no news. So they don't carry it. And the ladies, they come to court, they cry. The sentences they're even giving, a slap on the wrist. But if it's a man that commits the same offense, sometimes that's why I understand that it can be gender. Sometimes they treat the female victims better than the male victims. Sometimes they be like, nobody will believe me, nothing will happen, even if I say, and they leave it. I mean, this same female teacher will move from one school to another school and she'll keep teaching. They not even force her to register in the register for sexual offenders. So the truth is that they treat the perpetrators differently if it's male or female, and they treat the victims differently.
Right, so to wrap up everything that we have said so far, looking at, all these issues that we have highlighted, just briefly, what can we do, both as individuals and as a collective, to curb this thing, to nip it on the bud, so that, it doesn't, like Oluchukwu said, so that people don't get dead to these sensitive issues, generally. What can we do? I'll start with you, Godswill.
Okay, I think we should start with the part of creating awareness, enough awareness about all these things. How to note when there is a risk of sexual violence coming before it comes actually, because some people can note it. There are some advances young guys will be making to a lady around the neighborhood. You should start telling you that their eyes are on you. Some of your classmates as well. There are some approaches they make or comments they make, whether they are talking directly to you on their status, but their comments they made that day that issue happened, it should begin to inform you that something is cooking up. So with this knowledge you have, you start preparing yourself, you start getting yourself ready. If there is any need to preempt or prevent it from happening, you can go ahead. And so that awareness should be created. And then secondly, if cases like this happen, how we'll handle it is also very, very important. We should follow it up the same way we are telling about it on the social media. We should follow it up legally and report every stage on that same social media, so that they all will know what happened afterwards. Because there are many cases that were handled very properly and people face the consequences, but nobody got to know about it. So we should carry it up from where it was to that domain, because everybody is there and we are all hearing it. So let's begin to paint that narrative that there is a possibility that somebody can do such a thing like this and go in for it.
Okay, what about you?
Okay, I just want to restate that rape and sexual violence is real. No matter the false narratives, is very real. So I would say we should strengthen the investigations. When things come out like that, real investigations, and then protect the due process so that we do not use we avoid social media trial of things like this. And then these victims, real victims, should be protected. And then this false allegation, let's be careful of how we handle the false allegation, avoid weaponizing the false claim to now say, oh, all of them are lies. No, because they are still real victims. And then, very important, like he had mentioned before, public legal education. Educate people. What does consent mean? She said yes, she dressed a certain way. No, that is not consent. And the thing about the law is even that somebody can give consent at the beginning. At some point, person says, I don't want to give. Pull out, walk away, take a cold bath. So, explain to me what consent means, and encourage early reporting. Because sometimes when this thing happens to real victims, they don't know what to do. You shouldn't take your bath, you shouldn't change your clothes, you should just go straight and let them use the test kit to take all the evidence so that you do not spoil it. Because sometimes we have real victims who lose the case because we don't have enough evidence, forensic, medical, and rest of them. And then let's promote responsible media coverage. Please, I don't know if they have to have a legislation or something. Promote responsible media coverage. If you go out, maybe amend our law to say if you this, so that this thing can be curbed. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for this lovely conversation. Very informative, very insightful. I really enjoyed this conversation. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation as well. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
We'll be back in a moment, so do stay with us. And understandably so, because sexual violence touches on trauma, it touches on trust, on gender, on justice. But the thing is, in the middle of the outrage and the fear and the viral narratives, we find that facts can sometimes become blurred. There are widely held beliefs about sexual violence. There are also strong opinions about false accusations. Some of these claims are even supported by evidence. Others are rooted in misinformation, stereotypes, or assumptions shaped by social media. So to move this discussion forward responsibly, it's important to separate perception from reality. And in this next segment, we'll take a closer look at some of the most common myths and facts surrounding sexual violence, social media allegations, and false accusations in Nigeria. Okay, so as we come to the end of today's conversation, one thing is clear. Sexual violence, social media, and false accusations are really complex issues that touch on the society as a whole. Now, we've explored the legal framework, we've explored the role of social media, we've looked at the realities behind the myths and facts and the challenges faced by both the survivors and the accused. And what emerges is the urgent need for balance, for supporting victims, for protecting due process, and fostering a culture where truth and accountability guide public discourse. So as individuals, communities, and institutions, it is up to all of us to challenge these harmful stereotypes, to ensure access to justice, and to approach these issues with both empathy and critical thinking. We say a big thank you to our guests and to you as well for being a part of this program. Until next time, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo, founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm that's focused on addressing complex development challenges in Africa. Now, one of those challenges is how to drive sustained socioeconomic development. Some scholars situate the discussion on institutions. Indeed, this year's Nobel laureates, Darren Acemoglu, James Robinson, Samuel Johnson, wrote this fantastic book on inclusive institutions and extractive institutions and how they affect development in Africa. But the question really is what are these institutions? Where do they come from? How are they formed? Why do they take the form that they do? What can governments and the people do to get the form of institution that works for them? My guest today has spent decades thinking of these types of questions. Professor Peter Lewis is the Warren Weinstein Chair of Africa Studies at the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University in Washington, D.C. He's one of the world's leading Africanists, having spent decades living or visiting the continent, and has written several impactful books on the subject. His most recent book, Coping with Crisis in African States, examines sources of resilience and fragility across African countries, and presents a series of critical cases. His previous book, Growing Apart, Politics and Economic Change in Indonesia and Nigeria, is concerned with the institutional basis of economic development. He has published several other co-authored and edited books, numerous book chapters and articles in World Politics, World Development, the Journal of Democracy, the Journal of Modern African Studies, etc. His research and teaching focus is on economic reforms and political transitions in developing countries, with particular emphasis on governance and development in sub-Saharan Africa. Written extensively on economic development, economic adjustment and democratization, and civil society in Africa, democratic reforms, and political economy in Nigeria. He's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and the editorial board of the Journal of Democracy. He's consulted for several leading development organizations, MacArthur Foundation, Ford Foundation, the World Bank, Freedom House, etc. His bachelor's degree is from UC Berkeley, and his master's and PhD from Princeton University. Peter, welcome.
Thanks so much, Patrick. Nice introduction. It's great to be with you and to be with your audience.
Fantastic. And I hear you've had many decades of experience working with and living in Nigeria. Indeed, I hear you've lived in Nigeria probably 30 years ago, 40 years ago in Ohofia how did you come to Nigeria? How did Nigeria come on your radar, and how did this relationship start?
Well, it was a happy accident. I was interested in Africa as a very young student because of the anti-apartheid movement and the liberation of the Portuguese colonies in the mid-70s. And so we were all very focused on Southern Africa, and I was interested also in East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania. There were debates about development and socialism, capitalism versus socialist economies and so forth. Those were the debates of the day. And in the midst of all this, in graduate school, in my early years, I had an opportunity to be an intern with the U.S. State Department. This was a summer program that they had. And we had no choice of assignment. And so I was fortunate to be selected, and they sent me straight to Lagos, which at the time was, before Abuja. It was the capital, the commercial capital. And so I was in Lagos at the time of the Second Republic, the last elections for the Second Republic. People will think I was 10 years old, but I was a little older than that. And it was a captivating place. It was a really compelling experience. Even in that short summer time, I traveled all over the country. I went to the east as far as Calabar. I went to the north as far as Kano. I was in places like Ilorin and Kwara. I was all over the southwest. And it was it got into my bloodstream, we can say. And I made good friends who I maintain to this day, and it made me want to sort out some issues and some questions that I had about this massive, diverse, restless, roiling place with also outsized problems. And as well as outsized potential. And so I haven't gotten bored with it yet. And I just keep making friends and finding new engaging questions, and I keep coming back.
And if you go back to those days, those early days in Nigeria, is there anything in your experience then that could have foretold what Nigeria looks like today? And if yes, what were those?
Those, yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, Nigeria did look different then. When in the summer, in the months of 1983 prior to the election, there were massive trash piles in the median of every road in Lagos. The lights were out for weeks at a time. Public services had collapsed. Meanwhile, the political class was parading their finery, wearing, all kinds of agbada and fancy textiles. I remember hearing, the prices per yard of some of the cloth that went into the outfits that politicians were wearing. I would say that there was a sense of impending sort of collapse, dislocation. The economy was in a very difficult state. And at the same time, we were coming to the end of the first oil boom. We were at the end of the first oil boom, which I did not witness, but you could see all over the country. New buildings had gone up, public programs. There were beginnings of social safety net programs, pensions, and other provisions, lots of subsidized commodities, not just gasoline and fuel, but also food and all kinds of other things. So it was a somewhat different sense, in the sense that there was a big public economy, and there was this sense of this populist oil boom bounty coming to an end. And there was also a sense of dislocation. And when you come to Nigeria today, I have to say, in Lagos, there's a lot of new private construction. Things look more orderly. There are some public services that do function. It feels much more plugged into the world, much more kind of contemporary and entrepreneurial and so forth. And yet at the same time, there are themes that are very much in common. The oil economy, the detachment of the political class, the really deficient state of public goods, utilities and services that don't serve average people well at all. The sense of insecurity and sort of uncertainty. In those days, it was a sense of political uncertainty and maybe more focused on crime, but there was a sense of things kind of just barely functioning at a precarious level. And we have the very precarious economy today. So there are continuities, and there are changes. And those are the kinds of things I reflect on.
And that's what I think I'm hoping that we can reflect on this talk. But just maybe more question from that time. Did you get a sense that the leaders, you were talking to the bureaucrats, that they really understood what we were going through and what it could evolve into? And I'm talking about back in '83. Now, as you speak to leaders today, do you get a sense that we now understand and that maybe we're ready to do things differently, or are we still stuck in that, mindset of the early '80s?
Well, I think there were some challenging ideas, let's put it that way, in the early '80s. There had been a spectacular, breathless decade of growth. The GDP of Nigeria expanded like fourfold between 1973 and 1979. I mean, 6 years, tripling of the GDP. But public spending expanded sixfold, so it outpaced the growth of GDP. But the economy tripled. This was an era when there were 5-year development plans. Each plan was orders of magnitude larger than the next. And the third and fourth plans really outlined in the most ambitious way a vision of an integrated, modernized, industrialized, diversified Nigeria. But it was all going to happen through state investment for the most part. It was all going to happen through the Ajaokuta steel plant and the Peugeot and Volkswagen assembly factories and the various cement firms and machine tools and petrochemicals, and it was all going to be driven by the public sector. And then we certainly had problems of fiscal oversight and fiscal discipline under the military, but then things really completely unraveled in the Second Republic. The politicians came back after a hiatus of 13 years, and they really, so 1966 to 79, and they really ran rampant with spending and self-dealing and private accumulation. And so when the global oil markets then tanked and we got into a bunching of external debt, this was not uncommon for the continent, but it was especially acute in Nigeria. There were no good ideas. And there was no guidance from the center that could right the fiscal ship. And so what we had was, a degree of sort of populism and homegrown austerity, first under Shagari, and then after the coup at the end of 1983 under Buhari, with import licenses and foreign exchange rationing and ad hoc cutbacks of various projects, and there was just no theory of adjustment or you know, we don't even need to use the word SAP, structural adjustment. There was no theory of how to manage or stabilize the economy, even on a heterodox basis. It was all very ad hoc. Salaries were not being paid to public servants. Public services were being cut back. People forget that Buhari and Idi Agbon cut public subsidies on a lot of commodities, including fuel. It was not the IMF and the World Bank who started that trend. So a lot of that happened, and that was very problematic. Today, I would say there's a wider range of economists, technocrats, public policy specialists who have very good ideas about how to take Nigeria forward. Some of it comes from the private sector, some of it comes from what we might call public intellectuals, but there's no shortage of ideas. I think the problem today, as it has been through Nigeria's history, has been a collective action problem. How to muster the focus, the discipline, and the unity to unify Nigerian energies toward what Peter Evans called a project of accumulation, which is what he observed in places in the 60s and the 70s, in places like South Korea and Singapore and Taiwan, and even places like Brazil, another large federal democracy.
Exactly, and we're going to get to those, including, you know, many of the discussions around how to achieve elite consensus and so on. You know, but let's start with institutions. You know, so when we say institutions, what do we mean by that, and why does it matter?
Well, I could lecture on institutions for the rest of our session. There's a whole debate in literature. And for about at least 30 years now, there has been a consensus in economics and political economy that, quote, institutions matter. And so if we think back to the old days of the SAP, the reigning idea in the World Bank, the IMF, the orthodox neoclassical institutions was that you had to get the prices right. And once you adjusted the prices, then markets would step in and you would get better allocations and better performance. And then economists like Joseph Stiglitz, another Nobel laureate who at one time was the chief economist at the World Bank, but he was essentially an academic economist at Columbia. Joe Stiglitz won the Nobel Prize for his path-breaking work on institutions and markets. And then the historian Douglas North came in with very important statements in the 80s and the early 90s. And the gist of all this was to say, in the sense that institutions matter, that prices send one type of signal in markets, and they're very important. But the institutional framework determines how people behave. And institutions are then structures. They can be organizations, or they can be informal arrangements. But institutions are durable structures that condition our expectations. They can be rules, they can be norms or principles, and usually they have some kind of enforcement mechanism. So one interesting reflection is when you go back to, say, the history of institutional development, Avner Greif, the economic historian, tells a really interesting stories about trade routes in the Maghreb and in Genoa and Venice in, you know, like the 15th century or the 16th century. So think about you're a trader in Genoa, and you're going to send an agent out into, you know, the Mediterranean to go buy spices or cloth or other commodities. And you're handing this person a packet of coins and giving them a ship. And you're saying, I'll see you in 6 months. you've got no way of monitoring that person once they leave the port. There's no communication. So you just have to rely on them to come back with the goods at a reasonable, price and not, quote, defect, not just cheat and take the money in the ship and go away. How do you do that? Well, there are networks of merchants across the region, and they communicate with each other. And if somebody cheats, their name goes on, a list, and nobody will do business with them again. So if you take that money in that ship, you might get away with it once, but you'll never be able to show your face again. So that's an institution. Another institution would be just, the central bank, or that sets interest rates or something. So institutions condition our thinking and they condition our behavior. They give us signals to what we should do, and they signal what other people are likely to do. And so my last point about that is simply to say that if we're thinking about a market, everything in economic life is just predictability. If we are afraid of people cheating us, if we're afraid of defection, if we don't know whether we pay for the land and we really own the land, if we don't know whether we invest in the machinery or somebody will, seize the factory tomorrow, then we're likely to hold back. We're likely to either invest elsewhere or to diversify into areas that are less risky. And that might be completely rational for the individual firm or the individual consumer, but it doesn't build an economy. Economies are built on leveraging and risk and scale. And you need institutions to do that.
Exactly. So maybe to just help us understand how institutions are formed, right? Acemoglu and Robinson, they trace it back to history, culture of a people, and how that shapes the institutional arrangement that ultimately the society adopts. Where do you lie on that? How do you think, or what's your view on how institutions are formed? Is it path dependent? Is it destiny? Is there a way to get out of, if it's path dependent or if it's dependent on our history, is there a way to walk ourselves out of that if it's not working for us?
Yeah, there's kind of three ways of thinking about this. One is what you call path dependence, which is exactly an established mode of thinking about institutions. It often overlaps with destiny. The idea is that certain decisions that were made earlier just carry forward over time and make it increasingly difficult to alter the path. A good example in the United States, which is very challenging today, is the Electoral College. The Electoral College was a choice that was made 240 years ago, and it met certain needs at the time. And then many Americans would say today, it no longer serves its purpose, and we should have direct elections by the popular vote. But because of the lock-in and the expectations around that, quite a number of states and people are just not going to change that because they benefit from it and they've learned how to make gains from that arrangement. And so it's going to be very difficult to change. That's just an example of what they call lock-in and then path dependence, that it's very hard to alter from the path that you made, which illustrates or suggests that big changes in institutions are only possible after cataclysmic events like depression or an economic crisis or a civil war or an interstate war. So we saw big changes in the globe in 1945. We saw big changes around the world in 1918. And so there have been tipping points or critical junctures when you could make changes. Independence for Nigeria was a critical juncture. We could argue that 1979 was a kind of critical juncture, and so there's that. That's path dependence. The other argument about it, about the formation of institutions, is that there is a kind of functionalist argument that people call, and I don't want to get too academic about it, but it's kind of a circular argument. The argument is institutions evolve in the ways that make sense for elites and holders of capital, that they have certain needs, whether it's low taxes or an independent central bank or weights and measures or standardized electricity outlets or whatever. And so they evolve these institutions because they're needed. And you can look at the history of the Industrial Revolution in Europe and say, okay, fine, you needed standard weights and measures. You needed standard road sizes and railroad gauges. You needed currency arrangements so that you could have convertibility and move goods and exchange currencies across borders. And so all of these things evolved because they were necessary. But of course, if we look around the world and through history, there are a lot of countries and places where institutions are needed, but they don't evolve. So the functionalist argument is kind of problematic. So what do we get between path dependence and functionality? I get, which I think a lot of people, subscribe to. I'm with the people who say that, institutions are a political process. People argue, debate, struggle, sometimes fight over institutional arrangements. Colonialism, tax rates, banking, public social safety nets, all kinds of things. And so it becomes a political process. And so can you get a coalition or an ascendant kind of leadership that can provide the necessary or the essential institutions to get to certain kinds of goals?
Interesting. And this is a good segue to this very important groundbreaking work on Growing Apart, Oil Politics and Economic Change in Indonesia and Nigeria. And I think it's a good jump-off point to talk about how institutions can lead countries that are seemingly within the same ballpark in different directions. So you had an Indonesia and Nigeria that shared similar characteristics at the time, but the types of institutions they evolved moved them in different trajectories. If you could, in a few short minutes, give a summary of the book and use that to show us how institutions play a role.
Yeah, so I'll just tell the story. When I was writing my dissertation and doing my research on Nigeria, I was talking to a lot of people in the political science world and the economics world as well. And I started hearing people tell stories about Indonesia. And I would present on Nigeria, and I would talk about privatization and the public sector. And, of course, we would talk about corruption and we would talk about all this stuff. And people would say, oh, well, you really ought to look at Indonesia. They got it right. And so I kept on hearing about this, and I thought, okay, I'm going to try. I've done my dissertation on Nigeria, and I'm publishing on that, but I want to look at this comparative experience. And indeed, it's very striking. So Indonesia and Nigeria, they're both very populous countries, the most populous countries in their region and their sub-region. They are the anchor states in their sub-region. Indonesia currently has, I think, more than 350 million people, or 320 million, which is more than Nigeria, but Nigeria is, obviously one of the most populous nations in the world. So they're both equivalent. They're big states. They are majority Muslim population, or at least a very substantial Muslim population. I know there's debates about in Nigeria about the majority religion, but let's just say, even if it's 50-50, very substantial Muslim populations. They're very diverse. Indonesia has 14,000 islands. 6,000 of them are inhabited. Dozens of languages and ethnic groups. So they are tropical. They're producing agricultural products in some of the same types of environments.
Mhm.
And so those are the structural factors. Oh, and yeah, I'll get to the historical factors. So those are the structural factors. Big, diverse, multi-religious, multi-ethnic, tropical. Okay. They were both colonized. Indonesia attained independence about 10 years before Nigeria, full independence, but still, in the same era. Then, about a few years after independence, there was essentially a civil war in both countries. There was a failed coup in Indonesia. At least 500,000 people died. Some people say 1,000,000. And this is very much in line with the toll from the Nigerian Civil War. So and that was 1965. So 1967 for Nigeria. Then they came out of the Civil War, or the civil conflict in each case, and what happened? They had military rule, almost continuously in Nigeria, continuously in Indonesia for about 30 years. And both of those military rulers had very state-led ideas about development, and they had one other thing which came up in the 50s and the 60s, oil. So Indonesia was substantially a petrostate for a number of years, as was Nigeria. So if you think about their history, in terms of natural resources, military rule, decolonization and violence and disorder, it's a very similar story.
Mirror image.
So you have these remarkably similar countries in these different regions, but there's one big difference. Indonesia's economic growth from 1970 to 2000 was about 7% a year, aggregate, and about 3.5% to 5%, depending on the period, per capita, which meant that the per capita income went way up in Indonesia. The poverty rate, which was 60% of the population at the time of the civil conflict, was down to 10% by the year 2000, 2001, 2002. And now it's probably single digits. So their poverty rate has gone down. The number of poor people, and certainly very poor people in Indonesia, is extremely low. And as we know, sadly, in Nigeria, the average growth rate over the same period was about 3.5%, half that of Indonesia. So at the end of that period, the Nigerian economy was 1/4 the size of Indonesia's economy, and the poverty rate has remained stubbornly high. It may have the lowest point in the last 30 to 40 years might have been around 40 or 45%, but it's probably about 55 to 60% now. And again, very tragically, Nigeria has overtaken India as the numerical poverty capital of the world. So we have countries with very similar background conditions, and the political economists and the historians would say, oh, they should have developed in the same way because they had military rule and they had statist economic policies and they had natural resources and the so-called oil curse. And they had all these ethnic groups making claims on resources and government. And yet Indonesia has developed. So where do we come to from there? And I'll finish my lecture. Where do we come to from there is we come to a story about politics and institutions. And the government of Suharto, the general who led Indonesia from 1965 to 1998, General Suharto presided over a regime that that emphasized macroeconomic stability, brought in technocrats to organize and manage the economy, and gave them a kind of political insulation or political cover so that interest groups and special pleading and so forth couldn't really derail some of the broad economic policies. They maintained a competitive exchange rate. They maintained low inflation. They built roads. They built an electricity grid. They had a more or less independent central bank. And over time, this led to a fundamental predictability and stability in terms of economic expectations. And let's be clear, what then happened was not so much that foreign companies came in and invested and multinational corporations then developed Indonesia. That did happen. And in certain important areas like electricity or telecommunications, or even some road construction, that was important. But what else, the other thing that happened was that millions of Indonesians, small and medium enterprises, individual proprietors of shops and stalls and tailors and vulcanizers and all the people that we know in Nigeria, those people invested. They grew their enterprises. They were able to build bigger shops. They were able to add employees. So it was the mobilization of domestic entrepreneurship and domestic capital that was so important in developing Indonesia. And the other thing to say about it is that this wasn't a institutional transformation like, the United States or some Scandinavian country where there was no corruption and the bureaucracy from top to bottom was efficient at the local level and public goods were efficiently allocated and all that. It was a few key peak agencies that got a few things right, like prices for agricultural producers of rice and, inflation rates and currency stability and so forth. And so it tells you that you don't need to have a 30-year comprehensive overhaul of your entire institutional grid in order to get good growth.
I mean, it raises so many questions for me. And let me see if I can bunch them up into one. Number one, so similar structure, similar, you laid it out. The core difference being the political leader. They had in a Suharto, someone who could muster society and say, this is the direction we need to go in. And he didn't do it to society writ large. He picked a few sectors and the successes in those sectors then triggered the rest of it. In Nigeria, we haven't had great leaders, but one may, just grudgingly give it to an Obasanjo, right? That in his period, he understood the need for institutions. He tried in that direction. Does that then say that history is something to pay attention to, but it's really the leader? It's the choice of leadership, that is most critical for us to get the right type of institutions that can then drive development. If that is yes, then I want to go to the discussion on how do we then get the right type of leadership, because I know you also focus a bit on democracy. So I'm trying to get a lot of questions in. Yeah.
No, that's a great question, and that's the perfect question. The problem in talking about institutions and development and leadership these days, as it has been for a long time, is there's an inescapable fact that if we look at the fast-growing countries of East Asia and Southeast Asia in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, they were almost all led by long-term authoritarian leaders. Mahathir in Malaysia, Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore, the Chinese Communist Party and succession of leaders there, Park Chung-hee in South Korea, and so on and so forth. So the question then becomes, is there a democratic path to this kind of growth? And it's interesting because Atul Kohli and others have looked at this and they've said, well, once we get away from the so-called selection bias of comparing poor performing democracies with better performing autocracies, and we think about all the autocracies there are in the world, like, for example, DR Congo or Myanmar, if you add all and North Korea. If you add all the autocracies and compare them to the democracies, democracies do pretty well. So there is a democratic path for this. And there's a seduction now, I know, across in conversations within Africa about, you know, the so-called authoritarian model in Rwanda and Ethiopia and so forth. And gee, have they got it right? And should we go on that path? And I'm skeptical of that for all kinds of reasons. But I'll just say that after 25 years of the Fourth Republic, I think there's a kind of path dependence for Nigeria. It's not to say that everybody doesn't keep an eye on the military and developments in civil military relations in Nigeria, but I think after nearly 30 years of actually, yeah, 40 years, pardon me, of post-independent military rule, the military had its turn. We had a lot of opportunity to see whether there was a military alternative to Nigerian development. And I would venture to say that there's not too many impressive gains there to point to. So the question then becomes, how do you get the right kind of leadership in an elected regime or an elected system to undertake these goals? So I think there's a couple of things. One is, can you get somebody who's really committed to institution building? And can you get somebody who's really committed to delegating authority to capable technocratic groups and then providing them with some political cover to do their work? We saw a glimpse of it under Obasanjo from 2003 to 2006 with Minister Okonjo-Iweala and the whole team, Nuhu Ribadu and Nasir El-Rufai and Obiase Ekwesili. And that was a remarkable moment in Nigeria's post-independence history in which you had a technocratic team of managers who had a coherent policy, and they achieved one big goal in the moment, which was a massive debt reduction deal for Nigeria. And they got the debt down like 85%. Growth was good. And so there was a lot of achievements there. But then what happened? Then there was the whole third term agenda. The political parties got involved. They needed financial flexibility. And so then they pushed out all of the technocrats. If you had somebody who said, look, I'm just going to focus 100% on growth, on reform, I'm going to bring in the people who know how to do it, and I'm going to stick with it for 5 years, 8 years, you know, if they have 2 terms, whatever, I think you could get different results. And so that would be the image I would present.
Or maybe just go for something that's been bandied around for a bit. You know, one single term of 6 years, you know, come in, do your thing, and get out. You know, so maybe that's a pathway, because the 2-term 4 years, most of them spend the first 4 years of appeasing the political elite and gathering resources to run for the second term, and then spend the second term trying to do stuff, but they never quite complete it. So that could be a discussion. But there's also another question here on what are the political factors, you know, that should be in place to evolve these, what Asemoglu and Robinson call the inclusive institutions. You know, so again, looking specifically at Nigeria, and with your understanding of Nigeria and the path we've traveled and where we are today, what are some of the things that need to be in place for us to have a shot at creating these inclusive institutions?
Well, it gets back to the comment I made earlier about collective action. And, you know, there's a competitive multi-party system in Nigeria, but there's 2 problems with the system. One, it's almost entirely transactional. What do these parties stand for? first there was the PDP. It was a dominant party for 16 years until it wasn't. And then the reason why the PDP was no longer a dominant party is that there were disagreements about power sharing because of Goodluck Jonathan's presidency and the zoning compact. So what happened? A lot of Northerners defected from the PDP and went to the newly formed APC. A lot of Westerners went with them. And so that's not really a story about a competition of ideas or policies or even management styles. It's simply a reconfiguration of power sharing around the distribution of economic rents, rent-seeking kind of coalition. So it's very transactional. And look at the politicians. You can have opinions about the politicians one way or the other, and I'm not going to editorialize on them. But Buhari contested the presidency 4 times on 3 different platforms. Peter Obi and Charles Saluda have been, I believe, with 2 different parties at least. And multiple other politicians are in the same boat. They've moved. Atiku has moved back and forth. And, the parties don't care. I mean, they're like, okay, fine. If this person looks like a viable candidate, we'll work. I mean, Peter Obi is an entrepreneur. He's a businessman. His philosophical commonalities with the Labor Party are somewhat elusive to me. But it's an arrangement.
A platform.
It's a platform, right? It's a vehicle. And so one problem is that the parties don't really stand for anything. There's not an agenda of growth, an agenda of development. The other part of that is because there's a transactional party system, there's no coalition for growth. Stefan Durkheim, who I believe you spoke to earlier, has this great book, Gambling on Development, and he just talks about bargains. And there's some people are familiar with the political settlements approach of Mushtaq Khan and some of the folks really focused in the UK, but it's all the same kind of conversation. It's how do you get a coalition for growth? And that would mean not just the Nigerian Economic Summit Group having their, polite annual event where they have their platform and their communique, and they get some nice speeches, and a few civil servants show up, and everybody is friendly and happy. But like a real process of bargaining between the public sector and the private sector, with the public sector, the government saying, we want electricity. We want petrochemicals. We want a good road network. We want results from you. And the private sector is saying, that's fine. Here's what we need. We need this tariff in order to make the power grid work. We need this regulatory framework in order to invest in petrochemicals, and so on and so forth. And so there can be a bargain. There are examples of this in Taiwan, public-private sector, sectoral groups. There was a massive effort in South Korea in 1974, the Heavy Industry and Chemicals Plan, where they sat down, all the big business leaders in the chaebol, the conglomerates in South Korea, and they said, okay, we want ships, steel, cars, electronics. We want it to be world-class. We will subsidize you and give you loans. We will give you protection for a few years, and then you're going to export. You're going to be competitive in export markets. And if you do it, you'll get awards and you'll get bonuses and you'll be rich because your companies will succeed. And if you defect and steal the money and take advantage of the opportunities of the protection just to collect rents, you might end up in jail, or at least we'll nail your companies. You'll be taxed. You'll be regulated. You won't be happy. And so there were clear incentives and sanctions. In France, there are sectoral competitiveness groups in cars and other areas where, public officials with specialist responsibilities talk to the car makers. What do you need in order to make better French cars and export them? And this is doable in the Nigerian context, but
and has been done,
Yeah.
has been done in the past. Between 60 and 66, Michael Opara in Eastern Nigeria did the same thing. He built that, just bond between the political class and the economic class, and they worked together and drove the economy of the region to one of the fastest in the world in those short years. So
they also had a great agricultural extension service, so there were institutions in place to advance these goals. What do we see in the contemporary era, though? We see the Nigerian government trying to grab $8 billion from MTN. We see the Nigerian government telling Dangote, well, we're not really sure if your product is quite up to snuff, compared to like the great NNPC product, which we all know is world standard. I'm being sarcastic. I mean, the point is, I'm not saying that everything Dangote does is perfect or everything MTN does is perfect, but instead of just grabbing and obstructing, why don't you bring these movers and shakers? Telecoms is 13% of the Nigerian economy now. Oil is about 6% of the Nigerian economy. Bring the telecoms people up. Bring industrialists like Dangote up. This is what India has done. This is what Indonesia did. And I realize there are questions of monopoly and competition and so forth. But if people are producing and investing and creating capital and forming capital in your economy, at least figure out a way how to guide them, encourage them, and support them, and create a partnership with government.
And I want to come to India that you just mentioned, because I know you're doing a lot of work on that. But why would the political class do this? Why would the political class care about building the economy if, turkeys don't vote for Thanksgiving, rams don't vote for Salah, right? Isn't it that there needs to be some kind of external pressure? By external, I mean external to the government. It could be from the people, some pressure, some sense that the people can't take it anymore, for the political class to then look for answers. On their own, it's hunky-dory. Why bother? Who wants to put in hard work? Do you agree with that? Or do you think there's that on their own, and have we seen where people on their own just decide, and this is not a Singapore discussion, just decide to do right by their people?
Look, from 1966, with a small break, to 1999, we saw what the military could deliver. Okay? So we had that experience. From 1999 to 2024, 2025, we've had an elected government, an electoral regime. It's a call it a democracy, call it an electoral democracy. People can have their opinions about that, but we've seen the limits of what they can do. And so there has to be some kind of change within the system. And so what I'm saying is not, oh, okay, the civilians have had their time and let's go back to the military. The military, find me a military government in Africa since 1956 who has substantially developed their economy. If you show me that, then maybe we can talk about the military option. But I don't see it. So the question then becomes, what kinds of politics within the Fourth Republic could change things? I'll just say, without making any partisan statements, that I'm really intrigued by what happened in the last election cycle, pardon me. that the fact that you could have an insurgent candidate that garnered so much enthusiasm, got a substantial youth vote, got a substantial amount of energy and excitement in a very short campaign season, and really gave the two major parties a run for their money, shows the pent-up frustration that people have. And speaking from the United States, I am seeing that in our own election system.
Yep.
I don't think it's necessarily so. I'll be partisan about my own country and say I don't think it's necessarily such a positive thing, but people are angry and they voted for a quote outsider insurgent candidate who would shake things up, and I think we'll see what they get. But the point being that there are the two major parties in Nigeria are kind of tapped out, and there is a possibility for some kind of change. And so that would be one kind of one option in the Nigerian context. The other question about the politicians is, no, by themselves, unless the incentives change rapidly, they're just going to keep circulating. There's going to be 75% turnover in the National Assembly every 4 years because the parties want to give spoils to a wider audience or a wider array of people. They're going to all be grabbing rents. They're going to be getting contracts. They're going to be doing deals. They're going to be sidelining allocations, and you're going to get the same thing. What's striking to me, and maybe members of your audience will have a better fix on it than I do, is this is a current project I'm working on, but we've had 25 years of the Fourth Republic, which is an impressive milestone in Nigerian history. We also have approximately 110,000 fatalities from Niger Delta, Boko Haram, herders and farmers, banditry. Public order has collapsed in Nigeria. The essential characteristic of the state that Max Weber identified, the monopoly on the legitimate use of force, is at least at risk in Nigeria. If not, it's not a failed state, but it's certainly a state with tremendous challenges in that sphere. And in some contexts, including Indonesia, including Brazil, including Malaysia, and South Korea and so forth, the threat of either an external military challenge or domestic instability and insurgency or something like that was enough to galvanize the attentions, focus the attentions, and galvanize the energies of the political class. We've got to do something to stabilize the countryside. We've got to do something so that average people have a stake in the system, because otherwise we've got this communist insurgency or civil war or North Korea trying to invade us. So there was a security imperative that focused people's attentions. And what disturbs me and troubles me in my conversations with my friends and discussants in Nigeria is when I talk to politicians and a lot of policymakers, it's like, oh yeah, ISWAP, Boko Haram, the jihadists, they're all up in Lake Chad. Mend and the Avengers, they're all down in the creeks. Nothing that I can't solve by just having an armored vehicle and a couple of military escorts when I go to my village, and a hired fence around my house. And that is not a way to think. And it's not a way to, by privatizing security and personalizing security, it's not a way to move the country forward. So my hope is, I certainly am not happy about the disorder in Nigeria, but my hope would be that it would get through to a few key decision makers and politicians that the way out of this mess of disorder runs its way through the political economy. And the final point to make about this is a comparative one. Another large federal diverse democracy, India. India had their decade of disorder in the 80s and the 90s, multiple assassinations, ethnic riots in the major cities, a huge two insurgencies in Kashmir and the Naxalite rebellion, but Marxist rebellion in the east. You know, all the indicators, and they have better statistics than Nigeria, but all the indicators in terms of crime, in terms of ethnic violence, in terms of insurgency, were going up and up and up for, you know, a long time. Since the installation of Nigeria's Fourth Republic in that period of the last 25 years, India's numbers have consistently been going down. All of them. Less crime, less ethnic infighting or communal violence, less insurgency. What else has been happening in India? Well, you know, you've got, again, cross currents in terms of politics and a kind of illiberal populist regime in there now. But one other thing has been happening in India. They've had the fastest per capita economic growth of any country or region in the world, practically. Certainly South Asia, at 5% per capita, a staggeringly rapid reduction of poverty and increase in economic prospects. And I don't think that's accidental. So if Nigerian politicians could find a way to get together and jumpstart growth, I think they would find themselves in a much more stable position in terms of security in the next few years.
Fantastic. And we'll open it up for audience comments, questions. Please use the Q&A tab to post your questions, not the chat room. It's difficult to scroll through the chat room, but just put it in the Q&A tab, and I will ask the questions and give full attribution, you know, to the person who posed it. But Peter, I know, you know, this little mention you did of India is the subject of your next book. So number one is, do we have a date, publication date? But more importantly, what is the critical difference, you know, between Nigeria and India? What is it that helped India to drop all their adverse numbers and, you know, drive this massive growth that we're seeing currently?
Well,
differentiating the difference between India and Nigeria.
On the book, it's always dangerous for an author to make predictions. I expect completion of the manuscript early next year. I have a contract, and so I hope it'll appear next year or early in 26. But it'll be in the public domain and available soon.
I will bring you back to discuss it on this platform.
I'll be happy to do that. You know, that's another question, and maybe the subject of another book, to look at India and Nigeria. But I see a few things. One is India does have one powerful institution, which is a very capable bureaucracy. That was an inheritance from the colonial era that was quite distinctive between India and many African countries. So a very extensive and well-developed bureaucracy. Number one. Number two, a fairly stable party system with some long-standing issues of ideology, doctrine, programs that are distinctive. And a third element is a very powerful, or an increasingly powerful, business class that is able to, you know, bargain with government and really deliver results. And so India had a very socialist, they used the language of socialism, and they had a very socialist, state-dominated, state-led government until about until the early 1990s. And then they began a process of liberalization. It wasn't one of these structural adjustment programs imposed by the World Bank and the IMF. It was more homegrown, but it's been a process of liberalization that's now 30 years old. And it has yielded results. And so the argument here is not for a neoliberal, purely market-driven, you know, open economy. You can have heterodox strategies and policies, but the argument is for enabling aspects of the market. and how to politically structure market-driven growth. And that has worked in India, I think.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. So I have a question from Chugo Ayaji, and he says, Professor Lewis emphasizes the importance of milestones, tipping points to drive institutional change. What qualifies as a milestone in this context? Could events like the October 2020 protests, and I guess he's speaking about the EndSARS protest, or widespread demonstrations, maybe even the good governance demonstrations, be considered milestones? Why did the finance bill protest succeed in Kenya but failed in Nigeria? And this is the good governance protest. And what steps are needed to reach such a pivotal milestone for meaningful institutional reforms?
That's a great question. Individually, I don't think NSARS or the other protests are milestones. Collectively, I think that the protests and the obedient movement in 2023 represent a gathering of forces that could create a tipping point. Critical junctures don't happen all at once, but in David and Ruth Collier's account of critical junctures in Latin America, it comes out of the labor movement, it comes out of changes in the party system, and so it might be years in the making, but then at a certain point you get a new bargain. So I think in Nigeria's experience, and I'm talking about this somewhat in my book as well, you've had sort of three big bargains. One bargain was the independence bargain of 1959, where different groups came together with the British to agree on independence and power sharing. Then after the Civil War, you had a new bargain, which was less formal but no less decisive, which was national stability, national unity. And so then you had a decade of federalism and revenue sharing in the oil economy and distributive politics to try and create a sense of social peace and create a sense of shared prosperity during the oil boom. And some of those mechanisms, electoral mechanisms, state creation, all those kinds of things have persisted in Nigeria. Then you had a third bargain, which took a long time to come to fruition. It started in 1979, which was the democracy bargain. And then the Second Republic failed, but then the Third Republic has lasted. So you had a bargain around democracy. The problem with the bargain around democracy, as we've been talking about for the last hour or so, is it didn't include economic development. It included how do you get from one election to another. So we've had seven election cycles, and even a turnover of parties and the presidency through electoral means in 2015. But development has been lagging. So the question then becomes what kinds of pressures, the question you're asking, which is a good one, what kinds of pressures from below can create the conditions for a sea change. I think part of what happened in Kenya, which was so important, was that the protests were led by the essential part of Ruto's coalition. He rode the wave of, youth enthusiasm and kind of, bootstraps, self-made, young entrepreneur.
Hustler Nation, he calls it. Mm-hmm.
Sorry?
He calls it the Hustler Nation.
Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly right. He rode this slogan of the Hustler Nation.
Mm-hmm.
But when the hustlers take to the streets and say, your policies are not viable, they're damaging us, and we reject them, that's a real problem. The problem in Nigeria, or the difference in Nigeria as I see it, is the substantial social movement and youth movements that particularly were in the EndSARS movement, they didn't have a claim to a special segment of the parties or party support. In other words, they couldn't make claims on the politicians and say, look, we put you in office. APC, you're going to go down if you don't listen to the End SARS folks. Nobody could say that. They could hit the streets, but at the end of the day, it was a notable social protest. It did have some resonance in terms of maybe Buhari's, at least cosmetic policies around policing and so forth. But at the end of the day, they couldn't claim to be an essential part of the coalition. So social movements can have a certain resonance and a certain leverage, but they have to be able to, what would I say, politically threaten the politicians in order to really be able to make effective change. And so, again, the way that SARS then fed into the obedient movement is a very interesting development. And so what you're pointing to is a potential tipping point, a potential critical juncture if all of that youth energy and all of those those political aspirations on the part of this constituency can find a platform in a party and a candidate.
Can I build on this comment? In fact, let me replay two comments in the comment section and then ask a question following on to your comment. So there's a comment from Ambassador Joe Keshi. He says, I agree with Peter about how institutions change or fail to change. The problem is that those involved do not often recognize the need for change or the need to re-energize their institutions. There's a second comment from Monty McMurky. The late Chinua Achebe, the great Nigerian poet, writer, remarked, a functioning, robust democracy requires a healthy, educated, participatory followership and an educated, morally grounded leadership. So we get these, right? The challenge is, again, back to the how. How do we get the leaders to re-energize or understand that they need to drive reforms or re-energize reforms in their institutions? And I think, let me throw out an idea and see what you think about it. Many of the development agencies, the open society type, push for this good governance thing, right? Good governance, which I see as, just snipping around the edges, trying to prune an infected plant versus probably a more activist involvement in encouraging civil society organizations to civil disobedience, right? Some kind of support for civil society to just aggressively drive civil disobedience. And it is that fear of what this civil disobedience could lead to that could be the impetus the leaders need to drive them towards reforms. How do you respond to that proposal?
Well, okay, so that's interesting. So top down versus bottom up. I think bottom up is helpful for one aspect of the problem, and top down is helpful for the other aspect of the problem. Bottom up, end SARS, anti-corruption, we want proper educational facilities, give us public goods. Those are the kinds of big demands that bottom-up mobilization is going to deliver. But it's rarely the case that popular mobilization and bottom-up demands have a good model or a worked-out framework for delivering on these things. I mean, think about, I don't know, the civil rights movement in the United States, end Jim Crow, end segregation, provide equality. Those were the demands of the civil rights movement. But it was ultimately politicians, LBJ in particular, who came up with the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, and provided the institutional framing that fulfilled some of those expectations. We're still fighting that struggle, and we all know that that's an ongoing process. But the point is that there was massive, sustained popular pressure from the late 50s through the mid 60s, years of protests and boycotts and, violence, and nonviolent, consistent, disciplined, nonviolent mobilization on the part of the civil rights movement, a threat of background violence from some other groups. It was a roiling, a popular social movement. And ultimately, it also prompted a policy response, which at least fulfilled some specifics. But there's another problem, Patrick, in this, and I'm glad you brought this up because I thought we'd come to this, this good governance framework. Listening to our conversation today, a lot of people might think, oh yeah, Lewis is just saying, well, you need good governance. And good governance, I mean, I'm just going to say, without any implications about individuals, and you'll know this, you'll recognize this. Take the worst of the worst in your mind among Nigerian politicians, and that person can be quoted as saying good governance is essential for Nigeria, in some speech and some public saying, take the best of the best, and they'll say the same thing. So it's a kind of a meaningless thing. And this good governance framework has been popularized over the last 25 years, 30 years or so. It's part of the Washington Consensus. So it becomes delegitimized in some ways as part of a kind of neoliberal, it means liberal democracy and free markets and all this kind of thing. Good governance has become a buzzword that's sort of stripped of meaning. And particularly if we interpret it to mean a kind of top-down, externally monitored, externally modeled, full transformation of the governance space. So low corruption, civic mindedness, careful policy selection, capable institutions across the board from the lowest level of the civil service and all the agencies and so forth. And what people like Durkin and even Asamoglu and Robinson and others, notably Matt Andrews at Harvard and Lant Pritchett have focused on, Brian Levy, who taught with SAIS for a number of years. They all focus on the same thing. David Booth, Tim Kelsall, good enough governance. What is good enough to get
in our context? In our context.
Exactly. It's so, and the related element or the related idea that goes along with good enough governance is things that David Leonard, Michael Roll, David Booth have talked about, pockets of effectiveness. So if we think about Nigeria, the National Communications Commission took Nigeria from zero cell phone service and almost zero penetration of telecoms, because there were 300,000 landlines in a country of 150, 130 million people in 1999, to basically 100% cellular penetration today. Everybody has access to a cell phone, and most people have access to the internet through their cell phone. So we have almost universal internet and cell phone access in a very rapid period from about 2002, 2003, really through about 2015, when it really just surged, because they got one institution right, one department or office right. If we could clean up the Ministry of Finance, the central bank, and most importantly, the NNPC and its successor units, and the petroleum economy, and get those running with some degree of integrity and effectiveness, it would transform Nigeria. If we could solve the problem, and I know this has been a lifelong commitment of yours, if we could solve the problem of electricity provision, it would completely jumpstart Nigeria. It's a binding constraint, as Danny Roderick would call it, a binding constraint on Nigeria's development. If there was suddenly widespread, consistent electricity access, it would revolutionize the country. We all know this. And so pockets of effectiveness is what you find in Brazil, is what you find in Indonesia. There's corruption, there's inefficiency, there's rent seeking, there's all kinds of the standard problems that we talk about. Self-dealing, rigged elections, police violence. They've got problems, these countries, in varying degrees and varying problems. But they've been able to develop sufficient centers of effectiveness to provide good enough governance so that they can get 7% growth or 5% growth and poverty reduction.
So I have a question from an anonymous attendee. Building a coalition for growth entails shared vision. Do you think the multi-ethnic nature of Nigeria is a hindrance to building this coalition, considering that our interests are skewed along different outcomes?
I don't believe that that's a hindrance. I know that there is along anybody who knows Nigeria, and certainly most of the audience here is Nigerian, knows that ethnic diversity at the national level has been a hindrance to a shared vision of development and a shared vision of growth. But I think there's a much more widespread and prevalent realization, let's call it that, among Nigerians, that you can pursue a regionalized or zonal structure of growth that could easily work. I was in some discussions with people around the Economic Summit Group, and we did some scenario building sessions. This was years ago, and people were asked this question, do you think that ethnic diversity or regional diversity in Nigeria is a hindrance to growth? And they said, no, it's, the North, think about the old agricultural economy of Nigeria. The North was growing groundnuts and cotton. The Southwest was growing cocoa and some palm products, and the East was doing palm products mostly. They had complementary economies. They could trade with each other. If we think about the North being a breadbasket, if we think about the South being, or the Southeast being an industrial energy complex, if we think about the Southwest and its contemporary leading role in Nigeria's economy as a diversified industry, shipping, logistics, all kinds of things that could, and telecoms come out of the Southwest. You could imagine a zonal development program that would work. I had a friend in 1999, a banker from the East, although he had his career in Lagos, who sketched for me on a napkin. This is how we develop the country. You do, logistics in Port Harcourt and Lagos. You do petrochemicals and petroleum in Wari and so forth, and so on and so forth. And he just sketched, and here are the trunk lines and the linkages. It was a brilliant vision of what the country could be. And so unified, universal, common development where every part of the country takes a step forward at the same time, that's not going to happen, and has never happened anywhere, from the smallest countries in the world to the United States. But shared prosperity based on regional distinctiveness, I think that's possible.
Let's see if I can get in maybe two more questions.
Sure.
I have one from my producer, Chidima Obi, and she says, it's a question on institutions and Darren Acemoglu, James Robinson's thesis on institutions and the criticisms of that thesis that it does not explain the rise of China, right? What's your view on that? China looked inwards, they did it their own way, and they grew. What's your view on institutions, and must we all follow that line, or is there an alternative pathway?
Well, I think there's an alternative pathway if you have 1.2 billion people in a communist party, and a communist party building on a 3,000-year imperial unifying agenda. So if you find me another country in the world that fulfills those requirements, then that's an alternative pathway. For the rest of us, we have to sort of figure out what to borrow from that. So it's a great question, and it is certainly true that Acemoglu, Robinson Johnson make this path dependence argument, especially the idea of institutions of capital or inclusive institutions versus extractive institutions, which are often implanted by external actors and so forth. China was, for all practical purposes, an ex-colonial economy in 1949. It had been occupied and colonized by Japan. It had been dominated by the UK for over a century. So it had a de facto kind of colonial structure. But then, if we talk about critical junctures, the communist revolution in China was a critical juncture. I mean, it was a massive upheaval of society and institutions. It was tragically, a very costly experience in terms of the loss of life. Perhaps 30 million people dying of famine and other causes, particularly during the Great Leap Forward, and also a great loss of life during the Cultural Revolution. But it did rest upon the Chinese Communist Party's seizure of the levers of the state, domination of and appropriation, if you will, of some of the strengths of the former imperial state that had been built up over thousands of years, enabling them to reach down into the very grassroots of each village, and all of the agricultural networks, all the cities, and so forth. And so with that centralizing top-down capacity, it was possible for Chinese leadership to remake certain aspects of state and society, build up infrastructure first, and then liberate, I would say, the economic energies of Chinese people after Deng Xiaoping in 1978 and in the early 80s. And so there are alternative paths, and I think I could go on, but I want to get to the last question. There are lessons to be learned from China, but just keep in mind, again, when we think about institutions, the independent judiciary, lack of corruption, all these things that we associate with good governance, China has none of those things today. It's a patchwork of different systems. There's local level corruption. There's not an independent judiciary or kind of uniform rule of law. There's a lot of diversity and contradictions in the Chinese system, but they have good enough governance. They
and massive focus on meritocracy.
Focus on meritocracy, reasonably secure property rights for smallholding, business owners, reasonably predictable macroeconomic conditions, and look what happened. 10% growth rates for 2 decades, plummeting poverty rate, the world's workshop. It can be done elsewhere.
Exactly. Let me get this question in. We're like 3 minutes to the end.
Okay.
It's another question from Chugo Ayaji, and he says, how would you compare the educational and political capabilities of post-colonial leaders in Indonesia and Nigeria, particularly Suharto's leadership versus his Nigerian counterparts, and their impact on national development? A second question, while Nigeria's challenges are often attributed to colonialism and ethnic divisions, Indonesia's experience seems to challenge this narrative. Well, that's a comment, not a question. But he wants to know the rise of military governments in Francophone Africa. Do we foresee a contagion effect across the region? So, question about educational and political capabilities of post-colonial leaders, and should we expect to see a contagion from the military coups in our region?
Well, I mean, on the last one, there's been a lot of people. I just came back from the African Studies Association. Patrick was also there. There's been a lot of discussion about the wave of coups in Francophone West Africa over the last 2 or 3 years. They're all in Francophone countries. They're all, except for Gabon and Guinea, they're mostly in countries that are also highly unstable and facing big jihadist insurgencies. They're also in countries where political leaders, elected leaders, are perceived by the public to have violated fundamental political and democratic, rather, norms and guardrails by term limits and internal politics and so forth. So the takeaway is that most of these coups have happened for individual reasons. Gabon's coup and Guinea's coup are not Mali's coup. And Burkina Faso and Niger had their own dynamics. There's a more permissive environment across the continent with the AU and so forth, and so the norms are weakening a bit. But I don't expect that this is an inevitable wave that's going to consume all of West Africa. And I think we could talk about it more. We don't have time. There are guardrails in Nigeria and countervailing factors, which I think make it less likely to see that kind of behavior in Nigeria. And I'll just knock on wood when I say that, because we all know the history and we all know that we could be proven wrong very quickly. On education, it's a really interesting question. So just to say, the group of about 7 or 8 technocrats that engineered the Indonesian economic turnaround had a nickname. They were all called the Berkeley Mafia. And so it gives you a sense of, they all went to UC Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley, or University of California, Davis in the late 1950s, early 1960s. And they were young economic graduates with PhDs, and they were called back by Suharto to sort of form a leadership cohort to try and turn around the economy. And so they had good US, whatever, PhDs. But I've gone back and looked at some of the early finance ministers and the super perm secs. They all had Ivy League degrees.
Exactly.
They had good, they weren't all PhDs, but that doesn't matter. They all had good academic training. They were elites. And so I don't think that the quality of technocrats or the quality of education is the deciding factor here. I think that I've interviewed most of the super permanent secretaries, and I've known some of them for a long time. And I think they had an agenda in the 60s that if they had had the right kind of political backing, might have, taken the country farther forward. Murtala Muhammad had other ideas, and he basically sacked them in 1975 and put together a different agenda. So and taking it forward today, I'll just say Nigeria has a super abundance of capable people to take the country forward. That the talent, either at the elite level or even at the sort of general level, is not the issue here. It's the political issues and the political questions that we've been talking about.
Sadly, we've run out of time, but this has been a fascinating conversation. Peter, thank you so much for your time and for sharing with us.
It's been a pleasure. Great to see you, Patrick, and great to talk to your audience.
Excellent. And, this also brings a close to all our conversations for 2024. We had 23 great speakers. You're closing it out for us. Over the Christmas break, we'll announce our lineup for next year. And, we thank our audience for being very supportive. And we hope that you join us again when we restart in the new year. So thank you, everyone, and have a fabulous holiday. Bye now.
Welcome to Teens Should Know, where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the tools to guide them. Because whenever a teenager knows better, they will definitely do better. My name is Ifoma the Prof. Nwato, and I'm your host on the TSK show. And today we are diving into a topic that affects every teenager. What does it mean to be a balanced teenager? Is it possible to juggle school, friendship, family, expectations, personal goals, social media, and still have peace of mind? So in today's world, we all know that teenagers are under more pressure than ever. But balance isn't about doing everything perfectly. It's about knowing yourself, setting your priorities, and learning how to take care of your whole self, mentally, emotionally, socially, and even spiritually. Joining me today is a special guest, a passionate teen coach who works with young people to help them find clarity, confidence, and calm in the midst of chaos and confusion. So today we will unpack a whole lot. What a balanced teen life really looks like. What does it really look like? Why are so many teenagers struggling to feel grounded, struggling to be confident and connected in their own personal lives? And how to restore balance in a healthy, practical way. So whether you're a teenager struggling to keep up or you're a parent wondering how to support your child to be better, then come closer because this conversation today is for you. Grab a seat, open your mind, and let's talk about the balanced teenager. Because when a teenager finds balance, they don't just survive, they thrive. So we'll go on a short break now. Once we get back, I'm going to introduce our guests on the show. Stay right back.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back to the TSK show, and we are meeting our guests on this episode right away. Today I have my boss on the show, and I'm excited. At the same time, I want to maintain steeze. You know, when you have your boss around, you need to compose yourself very, very well. And he is Mr. Ngobiri Abraham, also known as the classroom priest. And we're going to find out why he's being called the classroom priest right on this show today. He's a passionate teen mentor from Imo State, but he's based in Enugu, Nigeria. He leads the Teenager Transformation Initiative, also known as Teen Strain, dedicated to raising balanced teenagers through school visits, rural outreaches, and the Teen Strain Academy, which is a weekly WhatsApp mentoring group. He hosts the annual Teenagers Ignite Conference and has impacted thousands of teenagers with spiritual and life-guiding lessons. A multi-award winning educator. Wow, we need to ring bell on this show today. And he has also received national recognition, including being named Mortina Teacher of the Year for our state, Enugu State. And he's also an ambassador of the Limitless Global Educators Program in Houston, Texas. So we already know that our guest on the show today is not just any other person, but somebody who is grounded, who is an authority. He has also authored 10 books for teenagers. 10 books. And he is married to Mrs. Chikamso Ngobiri Abraham. So let's meet Mr. Abraham, the classroom priest. My own boss.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Welcome to the TSK show. As you can see today, I'm representing Teenagers Transformation Initiative also, not just the TSK show. So tell us, why are you called the classroom priest?
Okay. First and foremost, I'm Abraham. I'm a teacher by profession. Okay. I decided to that classroom priest is a very unique name, you know, because for so many persons they see teaching as a burden. But for me, I see teaching as my responsibility. I see teaching as a passion. And for one, I see teaching as my assignment. Okay, so a priest is somebody that brings guidance, that gives direction. So I think that's what I do in the classroom. You know, when I teach, you give guidance in the aspect of academics, and you give guidance also in the aspect of guidance, in general. So that's where the name came from.
Okay, that's how you became the classroom priest.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So let's start at the foundation. What exactly does it mean to be a balanced teenager in today's world?
Okay. Balanced teenager. The first question we should be asking, is it really possible for someone to be balanced? Right? Okay. Yeah, but it's possible. You know, being a balanced teenager, we're not trying to say we should raise a perfect child. Okay. Because the teenage age, as it were, is a season where we have a lot of complexity affecting the teenager, especially in this 21st century. But what it means to be a balanced teenager is a teenager that is holistic, okay? A teenager that is mentally stable, socially responsible, academically okay, spiritually, dedicated to his or her beliefs, and also emotionally stable and psychologically balanced. So it's an all-rounder. Okay, that's what it means for a teenager to be called a balanced teenager. It's a teenager that knows what to do at the right time. It's a teenager that is not cajoled, it's not pressured, and just all of that put together.
Okay. Okay, you've been working with teenagers, I know, we all know. Yeah. So what are the most common signs that a teenager is out of balance? Like, is it possible for a teenager to be doing well in school and still not be a balanced teenager? Like, the person appears balanced on the outside, but something else is going on the inside, like emotionally, mentally, even socially, and all of that.
Yeah, it's very, very possible. You see, when we use this word balance, is critical that teenagers get to walk into this space, because one, you could see, like I teach, okay, and most times you could see a very arrogant, bright student.
Arrogant, bright student.
Yeah. Arrogant, but he or she is academically sound. Okay. But in the aspect of discipline, zero. The aspect of, having good values, zero. In the aspect of being spiritual, zero. But academically, this child is doing well, is excelling academically, he or she reads and understands. So there's a default. Okay. So somewhere. So any teenager that is lacking in a particular segment of his or her life is unstable. Okay, for instance, a teenager that has issue with self-esteem, okay, but goes to church, loves God, is considered an unbalanced teenager because there's an aspect that is lacking. So we can actually see when a teenager is not balanced by the actions, by interactions, is what they leave out. You just know that. But when you listen to a teenager talk for 20 minutes, you can easily say, okay, this teenager has deformity in this aspect, They could have area of strength, but they could also have deeper area of weakness. Yeah.
Okay. We've talked about balance in areas like schools and emotions. Yeah. But what about the spiritual side? Okay. And I want you to tell us how important it is for a teenager to be spiritually grounded in this journey of being a balanced teenager.
Okay. All right. You see, well, let's say fortunately or fortunately, we live in a time where spirituality is downplayed. Okay, especially is unfortunate because the society where we live in today downplays spirituality a lot. But the truth of the matter is, I think I read somewhere when somebody said that you can educate a child that does not know God, and at the end of the day, you are going to be educating an armed robber. Okay, because the truth of the matter is everything boils down to spirituality. So when I was coming, I was meditating on this topic, especially in the spiritual aspect, and I said to myself that we have two segments of this world. Okay, it's either you are there or you are here. It's either you belong to light, you belong to darkness. There's no vacuum. You are not sitting on the fence. If you are for God, your two legs is standing there. If you are for the other kingdom, your two legs is standing there. So there's no sitting on the fence in this aspect of our life generally. So for a teenager that is lacking spiritual balance is an issue, because when the realities of life starts playing out, academic knowledge won't solve it. Social knowledge won't solve it. Being moral won't solve it, because we have moral teenagers that are not spiritually sound. So it is important that we drag them to have roots in knowing their spirituality, especially in knowing God. As Christians is critical and important, because if that is lacking, everything is lacking. Everything is lacking. Because that is a foundation. Like I normally tell parents, the first thing you should expose your children to is your spiritual roots. And as a child of God, you should expose your children to knowing God. Because if that is lacking, you could send them to the best schools in the country. You could give them all the necessary things they need in life. At the end of the day, these children will turn back to be something else. So it's critical and it's important.
Very, very important, for a teenager to be spiritually grounded. Okay, you work in a school.
Yeah.
And during the just concluded SSC, the one that just concluded, we saw a whole lot of things, a whole lot of videos online of teenagers dancing, posing for pictures in all manner, and something that is suggestive of sexual activity, so to say. And in this now, I want to ask you, who do we blame? Do we blame the school for allowing that, or the teachers, or the parents, or the society? Who is to blame?
Okay, let me start by saying we live in a generation where we shift, blames to parents. We shift blame to the school. The school we shift it to the parents. Sometimes we shift it to the church. Sometimes we shift it to social media. Sometimes we are just throwing the dice. You have to be blamed. But the truth of the matter is, everything a child becomes, 90%, if not 99.9%, begins from the home. Okay. We're not disputing the fact that there is peer pressure, there is social media influence, there is societal decadence, moral decadence, and all that. See, but the truth of the matter is, the home is the foundation for every child's growth. And it boils down to the parents. What value are we pushing to our children? What values are we pushing? Now, you just wrote SSC. In Nigeria today, what does SSC even do for in Nigeria? Somebody that even made their first degree most times does not even have a good job. Okay, let's say you go to an university, for example, you see people graduate. Our secondary school graduates today celebrate more than somebody that just finished first degree or every master. So you see, it's an issue. And I begin to ask myself, what are you actually celebrating? Okay, what are you actually celebrating? Are you celebrating that you just finished SSC? Now, it's good to celebrate, fine, but what manner? Like, I ran into them in UNEC when I think I was going to UNEC one day. That day they finished the last paper. And I saw students, it was like a protest. They were just on the main road, chanting, throwing waters at people and all that. And it was really a concern to me because, one, you've not seen your results.
Oh, you're not even sure.
You're not even sure whether why I could cancel or why I could say outstanding. You're not even sure, and you are celebrating. And sometimes you see, there were some pictures on social media.
Sharing their
they are white and all that. Some were holding people. So even had generator in van, they were blasting music like they just announced as professors. It's appalling because you see, these children came from homes.
Of course.
Okay, these children attend churches. These children, they listen to people. For me, if I'm going to say this person is responsible or this person is not responsible, the first person I'm going to hold responsible is their parents.
Their parents.
Their parents. Because no matter what a child sees outside, he or she will first of all imbibe what comes from the home. But most times, most parents are not ready. Are not ready. You see,
some of these things are even sponsored by parents.
I don't want to go into details about what happens in school. We have a whole lot. This conversation is lengthy. But you see, parents of this 21st century are not ready for this conversation.
They are not ready.
They are not ready.
What if they are ready?
When we are ready, we will know that they are ready. Because the more we keep shouting, I know children can be influenced. I used to say, I grew up, we all were teenagers now. We did not become adult by promising. We all went through the ladder. And no matter how the society wants to influence you, by the time you return back home and your parents do a reset, either by correction, either by discipline, of course, you have to discard that. But today, there's obviously no parental connection with their children. I know we have the social media aspect of it, but it still boils down to the home. The home is the bedrock of our society. Nothing happens in the society. That time over we're talking about came from the home. Okay, that person is on the street. Those children we're talking about came from the home.
And they'll still go back home.
And they will go back home. And most times their parents will even see these things online because obviously we're in a global village. And most times somebody will say, I saw your child online. Sometimes parents will just say, Mark, I said, all these children, they'll not kill me. And that is it. And that is it. And most times this children just goes on and on and on. So for me, I keep blaming the family system.
Okay.
We need to question our family system. This is not how we grow up. Oh. You know, those adults of today, we know how we grow up. You can't just misbehave. Even from your dressing, that's how you dress. You want to come out from your house. Your mother will ask you, why are you following this way, like this? But today, you even see a parent, we will be working with a child that is practically half naked. And we are just looking at the woman. Most times I look at the parent first though, because by the time, if the parents had done their homework, it will reflect on the children. Children learn by example. You know, when they see what you do, they practice. So the home should be blamed. Yeah. Okay.
I also believe that when you imbibe a teenager with the right values, this is like an embodiment that they carry to everywhere they go to. Okay, now let's look at this social media, because the social media actually plays a huge role in the life of every teenager.
Sure.
And how can teenagers stay balanced while navigating the comparison, the pressures, and the need to be always on point? You know, the social media has put a whole lot of pressure on teenagers of these days.
Yeah, true. Like when I came in, I saw on the screen I think in Australia, where they've banned teenagers from using social media.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't allow their teenagers to, you know, visit social media. And there are some countries that have banned TikTok, you know, on their space. You see, the truth of the matter is social media in itself is good, but it's unfortunate that, you know, it has been bastardized by our young people. Okay, because now you go on social media, you see fakeness of life. You know, you see a teenager, somebody wants to snap a picture, for example, comes out from a home that don't have a gate, right? You know, they are sitting in their room, you know, managing life, okay? And the teenager looks for a Benz or a fine house and posts and you know, and makes it look as though, you know, we have editing apps everywhere, and makes it look as though this is my father's house. You know, and a teenager that is just okay with his or her parent will see that picture and said, Jesus, why me? My parents, when God, when? You understand? And pressure comes in, you know, pressure comes in. And to make matter worse, our so-called celebrities, in quotes, they have painted this picture that don't build from the scratch. Just wake up one morning and arrive. Okay? They've made us believe that there's no dignity in labor.
Everything is on the fast lane.
You know, people come on social media, like we've seen so many scam vendors, for example. They tell you, oh, I started doing this business with 15 naira, and before you know, and bam. And a teenager that have been struggling, trying to build, you know, we normally say dignity in labor, but society have made it, social media in short, have made it look as though there's no dignity in labor. In short, if you are trying to build from the scratch or wasting your time as a teenager, this thing is fast. How many teenagers have bought into it? Should we talk about the examination and practice we have today? I listened to a video where and a House of Rep member was questioning WAEC, that how WAEC said they want to go into CBT exam, that do they know how many centers don't have computers and all that. And I was like, that is fine. But do you know that students today don't read for exams?
Yes.
I don't want to call school names. There are schools you go to today, practically, you don't feel the heat of this is WAEC we wrote, where you say this person is slimming down because of exam, you burn your midnight candle. But today, students just wake up. Questions comes out a day before the exam. Said, why did they cancel the English paper that made them to enter into the night? Because the English paper leaked. So why had to cancel it and reset and all that one? Those are the impact of social media. Now, it is a two-way thing. Why we blame the teenagers, I also blame those adults that will I say they were manufactured from that practice. Okay, and they are the ones fueling it, and this happens
modeling the
wrong things to our children. Okay, and in as much as these young teenagers are they're looking for it fast. If there is no avenue for that thing to strive, it will not. They will have no other option than to going back and be diligent. So social media is an issue, I'm not on TikTok, but I learned in TikTok. The things you see on TikTok is, my students tell me, Uncle, you're not on TikTok. I say, no. They say, are you on Facebook? So Facebook is for small children, like Facebook. Uncle, come to TikTok. You come and solve this happening. What is happening? And by the time you go on TikTok today, oh my God. Are we going to talk about monetization of social media? Where young people today now do all manner of things
in the name of content.
In the name of content, in the name because I want my Facebook page to grow, I want my Instagram page to grow. You see young people just misbehaving. They've lost value. They've lost dignity. Nobody is thinking about nothing again. Everybody now, you see somebody drowning. You see somebody going through accident. Instead for people to run out, you see people carry phone. Pew!
They want to create
I'm here now. This car just jammed this person. And young people, the social media is going ago, in as much it has its own good part, okay, but the negative impact that teenagers, is coming so massive, and there are people pushing this agenda, okay, and they just know that, okay, in as much this is a generation of tech savvy and all that, but the content needs to be regulated.
Exactly.
They need to I don't know how they're going to do it, but I know it can be done in this country. Okay, where in other developed countries, like I mentioned Australia just now, where they've told that teenagers should not be on social media. Okay, it should not be on social media. So all of these things are things that is an issue. Students don't read today. Students can spend hours online jumping from one app to another. But give that student book to read.
They'll just get lazy about it. Oh, wow. What an interesting conversation so far. We've uncovered that balance for a teenager isn't about grades, goals, or being busy. It's about wholeness of the mind, of the body, emotions, and even spirit, all working together in harmony. I'm also reminded of this quote: you can do your best from a place of burnout. You thrive when you are balanced. So if you're a teen watching and feeling off track, or a parent wondering how to support your child, you are not alone. There's a way forward, especially in this time of social media where a whole lot of people are parenting children. Because I know that during our time, your parents will parent you, another parent will parent you well. But now people who are parenting other people's children are parenting them wrongly. And many parents who are not direct biological parents of other children, they go with the line of minding my business. And everything is just going wrong. So we'll take a short break now, but stay with us, because once we return, we will break down practical steps and daily choices that can help in building and becoming a balanced teenager. Please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back shortly. Welcome back. I hope you've been reflecting on everything we've shared so far, because now it's time to go even deeper. Now we are shifting from understanding balance to living it. This is where we get practical. We'll be talking about real steps teens can take to feel more centered, confident, and in control of their lives, and how parents can walk alongside them without overwhelming them, because the goal isn't about being perfect. It's progress towards a healthier and more balanced life. Our guest is an experienced teen coach, and he's here to guide us. So let's go. The classroom priest, please. We know that sometimes teenagers will feel overwhelmed, like especially in this time, pressure from school, the social media. So in the midst of all this, how can a teenager still get balance?
Okay, that is beautiful. You see, first and foremost, right, for me, I hold this value to a very great extent. I believe the first thing a child should know is to know God.
Okay.
First, people could have their own belief, but this is my stand. Okay, this is my stand. Okay, I can give practical examples, but this is my belief. The first thing a child should know is to know God. There is absolutely nothing you're going to see. Because because now if you talk about that the child should be moral, morality is not subjective. People, it is you that determine what is moral.
Moral to you.
You know, you determine what is moral to you and all that. You know, unlike those days what we say moral, this is moral, and everybody knows that this is the right thing. But today somebody can say this is, I believe this is good, the other person can say this is bad. You know, but the first step is that every parent should ensure that their child is rooted in God. Because when the chips are down, it is only their belief in God. It is only the Holy Spirit that can help them to navigate challenges. Because the pressure is there. Even adults feel this pressure.
Of course.
All right. Not to talk about teenagers just growing up that still, you know, finding themselves. You know, so the first thing a child should do is that the parents should plant the seed of godliness in them. And if a parent is not godly, that's another challenge.
That's
okay?
another problem
you know,
of his own.
yeah,
because you can't give out what you don't
what
have.
You don't have. So I'm going to talk to the teenagers straight. You need to be rooted in God, because pressures will come. That is the truth. Social media will pressure you. Society will pressure you. Your friends will pressure you. It is obvious that these pressures will be there. So first and foremost, I'm going to say is that you get rooted in God. Number two is that you need to be intentional and deliberate. You cannot become a balanced teenager by luck. You don't take luck to be better. You need to be intentional. Nobody grows in this life by luck. You did not just sleep and wake up and all of a sudden you just see yourself that you've increased in height and you made all A1s and nothing happens like that. As a matter of fact, life is not luck. Life is intentional. So if you must be balanced, you need to be intentional about the people you keep as friends. Because communication corrupts, evil communication corrupts good manners. And the people that surrounds your life, tells what surrounds you and tell what you can avoid. Because most of the times, the reason why teenagers fall most times is the type of people that are around there. That will go a long way to tell what conversations do you have with your friends. You know, what conversations do you have with your friends? Do you have conversations that will build your values? Okay, what are the things you listen to as a teenager? It is important to regulate what enters into your ears. What are the things you feed your eyes with? Okay, and it's important that all of these things are gateway to our lives, and if we can regulate it, it can make you as a teenager to be balanced.
In 60 seconds, what do you have to tell parents?
Parents, the parenting journey of the 21st century teenager is enormous. Okay, but you can become a good parent if you decide to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Because you need to learn them. Because these 21st century teenagers are not like the ancient children, you know, that we have. So for our parents, we need to learn skills on how to raise balanced teenagers. Because at the end of the day, if you don't raise them well, it's that they bring shame to the home, and that's not a prayer for you. But you have a great assignment. Invest time in your children. Sit with them. Bond with them. Connect with them. Let them know you have them at heart. Let them know just you as a parent. I know there's a time to be a friend. There's a time to be a parent. There's a time to be a disciplinarian. Combine all of these principles and you will raise a balanced teenager.
Okay, you are the classroom priest and you're the convener of the Teenager Transformation Initiative. If someone wants to reach out to you, please can you tell us how to, your social media handles and possible your contact? Okay,
for we're on social media and we're on Facebook at Teens Train. Teens Train, just type Teens Train, you see us there. We're on Instagram. Okay, you see that my name is my name on social media. The Classroom Priest is a page on social media. So any of Ngobere Abraham, you can type that on your social media handles and you find us there. And our contact is 0706 350 4114. 0706 350 4114. So any of this medium, you can drop a WhatsApp message, you can message us on any of the social media handles, and we'll be glad to work with every parent and every teenager that feels he or she needs help and guidance. We are there to work this out with you. Yeah.
Oh, an interesting conversation it has been with the classroom priest, my own boss. Oh, we understand that balance is not about doing more, it's about doing what matters with wisdom and care. And when teenagers are balanced, they don't just survive, they thrive. And to every teenager watching us today, Remember that knowledge is power, and you have been empowered with the right knowledge to thrive. So you keep learning, you keep growing, and keep showing up for yourself. Thank you for joining us on the TSK show today. Until next time, stay grounded, stay growing. See you next week, same time on the TSK show. Bye for now.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities when the meat market is in chaos, people.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged.
Hello, this is the Signature Show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. You may have noticed that in the last couple of weeks, we've been bringing you Nigerian icons, those in their special way, in what they do, that signposted the Nigerian name. Today I have another great Nigerian, and it's my pleasure, very distinguished pleasure, singular pleasure, to welcome to our show Chairman Christian Chukwu. Chairman, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you very much, Vin. It's a long time.
A long time. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good.
You're looking good too.
Well, let's change.
I want to start our story from the very beginning.
Okay.
But before I do that, you were named the captain of the Green Eagles. Tell me how you felt when you got that information that you were going to be the captain of the Green Eagles. It's the dream of every player.
Yeah. You know, those days is the coach that looks at his players and know who has the command. and everything to make a captain. And before my captainship, Dominic Ezani was the captain. So when Dominic left to the United States, that's when Dan Ayam brought me in as the captain.
Dan was the coach at that time?
Yeah. It was a difficult task, but I said, well, it's a responsibility, you know, so I took it over. So if Dom hasn't traveled, he will remain the captain.
So was it like, oh, here I am, I just realized every footballer's dream? Was it the way you felt?
Yeah, and you know, it was my first call to the national team.
The very first call?
call, 74.
And you became captain?
Yeah, because Ezani left to the United States, who was the captain then. You know, and then I looked at everybody and gave me the captain. He knows the reason why he did that.
You don't want to hazard a guess why he did that?
Well, maybe the guess was that I was so, you know, I was so close to all the players. You know, they know me very well, I know them, and they have respect for me, and I have respect for them. And they feel I can represent them very well too.
You also captained the Green Eagles to win the Nations Cup.
Of course.
How did you feel?
Well,
that this happened under your captainship?
Yeah, I feel very, 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 very happy. You know that winning the Nations Cup was not easy. We started in that 1994, 74. You know, I was the captain 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. See how many years we were together. So we become a solid
Gunning
team.
for that laurel.
Our first Nations Cup was in Ethiopia. When we went there and came back with a bronze medal. Our second Nations Cup was in Ghana. We went there too. We came back with bronze medal. And the third one was in Nigeria, where we are hosting. We said no. We can even play without a coach because we are together by then. We are like a family, brothers and so on. And God willing, being on our side, we fulfilled our promise to Nigerians and we won the cup. And on that day, may he so rest in peace, let President Shagari honor us very, very well.
Anyway, we are going to come back to all this because, because you know, I'd like to pick what you already said. It was not easy.
At all.
So we're going to come to the journey, what happened in 74, what happened in 78, I guess, and all that. But let's take this story back to where I started. You're from ENUGU State.
Of course.
And you were born just a few days in January in 1951. In 1951.
Yeah.
I mean, what a beautiful year for your parents that would have been. I mean, you just started the year and you had the son. You know, so let's start from there. What was it like? Were you born, I mean, were your parents in ENUGU State at that time? It wasn't, of course, it wasn't ENUGU State then, it was the Eastern region and all that. Were they in the East when you were born? Were you born in the eastern part of Nigeria?
Of course. I'm from Kano local government, ENUGU State, yeah?
Yeah.
So I was born in Kokam.
Our own Kokam?
Our own Kokam. So from our own Kokam, my parents came to Owani. My father had a plot there. We moved over to Owani. Before from Owani, we moved over to Kenyatta. Owani Extension. You know,
But
people
as
may
it
not
was
know
then,
all these names.
Yes.
And by then, I started my primary school in Christchurch.
You know, Owani there.
Yeah. So in actual fact, that's where my football started.
In Christchurch?
Yes, one. But my parents were not in support of that. Those days now, you play football, say you're a vagabond. You're a comedian. If people came to your father's place and made them happy, say, look at what honey is, and so on. It's not that people are seeing it as a good thing. So in Christchurch, I played in Christchurch School. I played in junior. That time for you to play in junior, your hand must reach your ear, and so on. From there, I played in the senior team of the Christchurch.
The primary school?
Yeah. From the Christchurch, then I went to National Grammar School, Nika. I went there, I played it there, captained them. And from there, I played to all these local clubs, Olympic Football Club. If you know ENUGU well by then and so on.
Olympic, that had to do with the man that owned the Olympic Hotel then?
Of course, Chukwuma. So from there, I played for Highlanders of ENUGU. Highlanders is owned by Ministry of Lands.
Then,
and Survey. I was still in school. And from Highlanders, I was selected in the East Central State Academicals.
We'll pause it there because I think we are going too fast. Let's go back, to Christchurch, where you started your career. Was there something the school did in a special way to groom those of you that were young then to actually be interested in football?
There was no particular thing. We have the game masters. Those days we have game masters that were interested in sports. And when we came to play, they look at you and they make their selections. And from there you started playing. Even after that, when I come back from school, my mother will give me some plantain or these things to sell. Those days we help our mother and father. And I will carry my own and put it one side and start playing football.
I thought as much. I thought as much. Because
at times after playing football, I come, I will not see my distance again.
You will not see your plantain?
The plantain again. What will I tell my mother and my parents? So when I come back, I have to stay at the corner of the house till it gets dark. For me to enter inside the house, what will I tell them? But when I come in, I told them what happened, and my father will flog hell out of me.
Because that was what a lot of children did even then.
Yeah.
And I'm imagining that even then, there were no boots.
No.
There was no socks.
No.
You guys just, probably there was no ball. It could be an orange. Was that the kind of, environment that you were exposed to at that time?
Yeah, it's the kind of environment we were exposed to. But because of interest I have in football and everything, my parents cannot stop me.
No matter how much they flogged you?
Because I was stubborn and I love football, So that is how it started.
Would it be right to say that even then, you knew what you wanted in life? You knew that this was your star, this was your talent. Did you know then, or you were just being a child?
I knew then, but I didn't know it would be money spinning like this nowadays. It's just for pleasure. We use it for pleasure. We are not playing for money. We are not playing for anything. After the game, maybe the head of the place or everything will buy glucose. You put in there, you lick orange and so on. That's what you get, and you are happy. You are part of the team.
You were playing for Highlanders in ENUGU.
Yeah.
A team that was owned by the Ministry of Lands, which even brings something out. That even then, so many individuals and organizations were interested in growing football. Because you talked about the Olympics, which was owned by Chukwuma, who owned the Olympic Hotel in ENUGU then.
Yeah.
And one is wondering why you don't see such interest anymore in the football, especially in the Southeast. Not many individuals want to invest in football in the Southeast.
Well, it's because of interest. Most of them don't have the interest. Those that are
Even now that it's
those
money
that
spinning.
are having the interest and now money spinning are trying their best. They are trying their best, but it's very expensive
to run
a football club. It's very, very expensive to run a football club. You know, so you have to buy a bus, you have to buy this, you have to buy balls, you have to buy boots, you have to kit the teams, you have to camp them, and so on and so forth. So many of them don't have that kind of money. And those that have that kind of money don't have that kind of chance and interest. But gradually it's coming up.
Okay, let's go back to Highlanders. So you were playing for Highlanders. So at what point did you leave Highlanders? How did you end up at Rangers, which was the number one at that time?
Yeah, well, I left Highlanders after my school days.
Secondary school?
Secondary school. And from there, I was invited on East Central State Academic House. And we went to Lagos, East Central Academy. They said, we are just from war. We don't know how to play.
You were just from war?
From the war, you know, Biafra war. We were just coming out of the war. And the Igbos were not regarded in football-wise and so on because we were fighting war. And from there, we won the Academic House.
Oh, the team that came from East Central State?
Yeah, we beat the Kwara Academic House 2-0 in the finals, and so on. So on that day, the Igbo people in Lagos went wild. That is what started giving Igbo people the courage, the power to come up. As we were leaving the stadium, you can see the Igbo people singing Eimba, and any car that blocks our bus, they do Oshobe and push the car out of the way, and so on. You know,
that must have been very, very exciting.
So during that time too, the Rangers won the Amakri Cup, which is National League now.
Oh, that same year.
That same year.
That your school team won the Academicals.
Yeah. They won the Amakri Cup the same year. So the two teams will have to come back. They organize a friendly match
between the Academicals and Rangers.
Rangers as the champions, you know. And there, after the match, only three of us, myself, Ezani, and Obueze, were drafted into Rangers. The rest of us went to Vasco da Gama. That will tell you why Vasco was a very formidable side by then, you know. So that's how it started. You know.
So you started playing for Rangers?
Yeah.
And at that time, Rangers, like you said, was a very formidable team in Nigeria.
Of course.
As a little boy, I don't know whether it was, whether 73 or 75. There was a match that Rangers played that even as a young little boy, I can't ever forget because it was celebrated all over. Rangers Mahala of Egypt match. Were you in Rangers at that time?
I was the captain.
Of Rangers?
Yes.
Tell me about it because as a little boy, it was the number one story.
When we were drafted into Rangers, not quite long ago, Achebe retired and became our coach. Luke Okpara retired. Ezani played briefly and went on. You know those people that came from Lagos that formed Rangers? You know, Will Amosu, NSU Fele, name them, that formed the Rangers. Okoseme,
yes,
you know, and so on and so forth, you know, that formed the Rangers. So we started replacing them gradually.
As they were retiring.
As they were retiring. We started replacing them gradually, you know. And by then, for you to enter Rangers, you must come from school, academicals, and so on. And not now that anybody can come and they say they are going to bring him, and so Rangers have their procedure
and tradition
of promoting team. So that's how we came in, all of us.
So you were captain
Yeah.
when you played Mahela.
Yeah.
Which year was that?
We played Mahela in 76 or so, you know. We went to Mahela and we lost.
I think it was 3-0.
Yeah, and we came here, we said, Mahela, we see Wahala, you know, because by then we are not used to cold weather, you know, Egypt and all this.
Oh, so it was cold when you played there.
So when they came to our own, we brought them in the sun by 2 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Yeah, that's when the match started. And luckily for us, that was a fantastic team. But we were lucky and determined, you know, and we were able to eliminate them from the tournament.
I remember it was, but then Rangers of those days, you had two arch, I don't want to call them enemies, but opponents. One was in your back door, Vasco da Gama, and the other was somewhere in the southwest, IICC of Ibadan. Tell me about those encounters. Why was it so difficult for Rangers to win almost everybody in Nigeria, and it was always a tough match playing Vasco da Gama?
You know, those days, we are not opportune to change clubs, travel, because we were employees of the sports council.
Okay, for you to play for Rangers, you had to be an employee of the sports
They
council.
will give you a job, not that you have to play. If you decide not to take the job, it's left for you. But most of the teams by then don't move about. It's not only IICC, but then insurance have a very good team then. Kano Pillars, you name them, stationary stores.
Yes.
All those clubs, we have formidable clubs then because the players don't move about. Like nowadays, you know, I'm playing for Rangers and another club can come and offer me better condition. Then I leave. You know, those days there were no such things. And that's why we have formidable teams. Secondly, the two clubs, Rangers and IICC, have a strong chairman. Lekon Salami is a fantastic chairman, football fanatics, and he's the chairman of IICC. Jim Mobodo is the chairman of Rangers, and he's a fantastic person too, you know. So these two big wigs are always competing, not only the players and so on. And Vasco da Gama have a good administrator, Ogufere. Ogufere started Vasco da Gama, and they have a good team. That's why he took about 18 of us, you know, to their team, and so on. So teams were very strong by then. But immediately we finish match, we beat Vasco da Gama, we know we are going far.
Did they ever beat Rangers? Did Vasco ever beat Rangers?
Well, I couldn't remember to my knowledge.
But it was always a tough
game, because they have Patrick Ekeji, you know, Waha, Osaka. All those are colleagues.
That knew even how you guys played?
Yeah, in the academic house. Umero was the goalkeeper. We watched our goalkeeper in the academic house. A lot of them, you know, were playing for Vasco da Gama. And Vasco was a very formidable side by then.
How did your team, even then, because there was something you said about when the Academicals won in Lagos and the new pride it gave to the Igbos who were just coming back from war. When you played for Rangers then, because Rangers became like a rallying point for the Igbo people, did you see yourself as an ambassador, you and your colleagues? when you played for Rangers, did you see yourself as ambassadors of the Igbo people that, look, we have to win?
Well, that is our motivation. We don't want to disappoint Igbo people. Because if you go to IICC, it's all Yoruba. You go to Vendel Insurance, it's all Benin. You go to Sesame Stores, it's all Lagosians and so on. So everybody has people they are representing. So we don't want to disappoint our people, the Igbo people, you know. And that is what is part of our motivation. You know, then there was no money, there was nothing, you know. It's for you to make sure that you represent your people very well. And they reciprocate. Because after that, when you come out in the streets, you are being held. You go to market, they dash you meat, they dash you everything. Ah, Christian people. Ah, Benyan, no problem. You know, and so that is our benefits those days.
Not the money.
And we are proud of it. There was no money, nothing. And when we win any tournament, the Sports Council gives us promotion. That's another promotion, another motivation. We get promotion, we go to the level of level 8, they give you a car, you know, then, and so on. So that's kind of motivations we have, you know. And Jerry Yazo was our director of sports by then.
So how would you compare those that led sports then and those that lead sports now? What, is there anything missing?
Commitment. Commitment. Those that were then when we are playing are very, very much committed to the game. I don't know about those now, because there's money in it, everything. Everybody wants to be this. Even a lawyer will leave his profession. He wants to be chairman of NFF. A doctor leaves his profession. You know, those days you don't have such things. You know, that's the difference.
Commitment.
Commitment.
Let's look at your days in Rangers. When you look back, which match can you tell me was the most challenging for you in Rangers? I know there were so many.
So many of them, but the one that got us angry and annoyed was the final we have to play with Hafi of Guinea.
That's for the club championship, African Club Championship.
We went to Guinea and played. And when we come to Nigeria, instead of them allowing us to play it in ENUGU, we were forced to play it in Lagos. And we were in ENUGU preparing.
Who forced you to play in Lagos?
The National Sports Commission. So we have to enter, we struggle to enter flight that day in the morning to be in Lagos, to settle down and play the match. And we lost that match to Hafi of Guinea, which would have been the first African Nations of Cup we would have won.
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria.
Do you think there was sabotage?
Well, I believe it's sabotage because those days it was home and away. When you go away and come back, you play at your home, and our home is ENUGU. No matter we are Nigerians, it's all the same thing. But they forced us to play in Lagos. It's just the same thing like when we played IICC, Tracy now. We played them in Lagos, they choose Lagos as their home. We played them there. On the second leg, we're supposed to play in ENUGU. And they said no. They brought in politics that ICC did not play at their home. Our home is in Ibadan. But they choose Lagos. It's not we that choose Lagos. So it became a big controversy. And the Yeredua, the then head of state, have to decide that we move to Kaduna. That's how we moved the match to Kaduna. And luckily for us, when we got to Kaduna, the match ended in a penalty, which we won.
So even then, there was a lot of politics in football.
Of course. Of course.
So how about matches that were tough because of the opponents you were playing that was not politics? Do you remember any?
I believe all the matches were tough, especially African competitions. You know, I could remember we went to play Police of Senegal, in Senegal, and they gave us beating of our life. And Obasanjo had to send a flight to us to come back that day, that night.
You won that match?
Yeah.
And the people got the Sierra Leoneans.
Because it's second leg. They came here and got a draw. And they believe they have won. So when we went there, we said, we beat them. Well, and they beat hell out of us. And Obasanjo had to send us a flight to come back that night.
I'm not laughing really, but you mean like they descended on the players?
Straight ahead, everybody. You know? So
Obasanjo sent a flight that night?
We came back that night. We went straight to our hotel, packed our luggages and so on. The flight was waiting for us at the airport. We have to fly back before we are killed. You don't know what they will do next minute.
This must be the dangers of playing football.
Yeah, a lot of
Was it something
dangers.
that worried those of you then? Because it's
No,
not like
we were-
today that there's so much security
We were
in the...
surprised that the people that did this was police of Senegal, who would have given you protections and everything. And when police of Senegal did that kind of a thing, why are you sleeping? You don't know what will happen in the night. It pained them a lot. They never believed it.
But that's football.
But that's football.
That's football.
Yeah.
So, you were captain for Rangers for several years.
Yeah.
How did you end up in the Green Eagles? Super Eagles as we know it today.
Yeah, in the Super Eagles, I ended up after the Nations Cup in 1980 when we won the cup.
No, how did you get into Green Eagles? At what point were you invited into the team?
Yeah, I was invited in 1974. That was
The
when
same
I
year
was-
you joined Rangers?
No, Rangers was 72.
Okay.
I joined the national team, Green Eagles. And by then, Achebedem, all these old players have gone. Ezani became the captain. And not quite a long time in that 74, Ezani traveled to the United States. And I was made the captain. So I was in the Green Eagles / Super Eagles till 1980, from 74. And the name was changed after we won the cup in 1980 to Super Eagles. We were all along Green Eagles.
Tell me about the struggle. I mean, 80, like you told me earlier, was not the first time. You had made an attempt in 70.
76, attempt in Ethiopia.
What went wrong there?
We came back with bronze medal.
What happened? Why couldn't you leave the cup?
It was a game other countries were preparing. you don't underrate other countries. We have good teams, good countries that we are preparing. You know.
So you lost in Ethiopia?
We lost in Ethiopia, but we came back with bronze. We won the 3rd position.
Okay.
You know.
Then you went back in 70.
76.
You went back to in
78. We went to Ghana. And the same thing happened to us. We lost in the semi-final, then played in the 3rd position and won the bronze. Then in 1980, we won the cup.
Tell me about the journey. Tell me about how it was possible. You were captain, so you knew.
It was not easy. All of them were not easy. They were very hard journeys. But luckily for us, we were building ourselves. We were knowing ourselves, understanding ourselves very, very well. You know, at a stage, we became brothers and everything. At a stage, I can close eye and pass the ball to Shego Debame without knowing where he is, and he will get the ball, you know. So we became one unit. Even without coach, we can even play a match. We have a solid team. And that led us to winning the cup in 1980.
You know, one thing I'm learning from the story you're telling is that in those days, it didn't matter how many Igbos were in Green Eagles or how many Yorubas were in Green Eagles. Because just telling me, from what you're telling me, an Igbo man was captain, Ezra, and he became captain, and then you became captain. And it was not such an issue.
No. Then there was nothing like Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, anything. No. We are just one. The coaches were selecting people they feel that can give them results. And nobody queries them, you know. And you know, once you are winning, Nigeria don't know where you come from.
You're correct.
Everybody is giving you the support, the outside, the Yoruba, everybody. So far, you are doing well. Nobody wants to know where you come from. It's Nigeria, you know. So there was no such thing by then. And of course, the most big teams by then was Rangers and IICs.
And it was healthy competition. I remember the match in ENUGU that was played at the temporary stadium. Yeah. It was always a fight.
Yeah, yeah. You know, by then the fence of the temporary stadium was zinc. Mm-hmm. And everybody was struggling, and
a lot of people got wounded
and everything.
But that was how important those matches were.
Yeah.
Chairman, why are Nigerians not supporting local teams like they did when you were playing? What is the problem?
Well, I think the problem is that the English football came out. The television came out.
Cable came out.
And so on. When we are playing, no such, the television then was black and white. How can you get Europe and get all these things? And everybody was, you know, coming. You can see last match Rangers played on Sunday. It's because the English league have ended.
The stadium was filled up.
The stadium was filled up. If not, if the English league was still on, you see people going in the bar to watch Arsenal or Chelsea or this or that, you know. So it's part of our problem.
But you've been in this business, Chairman, for a long time. You've been a player, you've been a coach, you've been this and that. What can we do to promote our local football? What should we do? Yes, we know there's the English Premiership, the European Premiership, and all that. What would you suggest we do so that we can have a robust, you know, local football in Nigeria that will not only bring money for the sponsors, it will bring money for the footballers or whoever is interested? What do you think we should do?
Number one, we should get people who are interested to run the football. It's not everybody that can run the game of football. And number two, in Nigeria, let me not say Africa, there's no money in football. So you see all our players moving out. Some are going even in the Benin Republic to get a higher pay. Some are going to Europe and everybody, all our players are moving out. So there's no motivation, no incentive. The money was not there. You play a match finish, there's no match bonus, no allowance, and so on. So this discourages the teams. You know, in those days, when we are playing, before you come to the stadium, you know the 11 that will start the match.
You know the 11?
Rangers.
Yes.
But nowadays, you cannot see people will come to the stadium and say, "Oh, which side is Rangers, and which side is this, and which side is that."
They are not interested.
They are not interested because they know the player today. Tomorrow they say the player is out, and so on. So a lot of motivation have to come inside it. No sponsors, you know, and so on and so forth. A lot to be done. And
Okay, Chairman.
football will come back.
Let's go back to 1980. You led the Green Eagles that became the Super Eagles to win that coveted trophy for Nigeria. So what happened after that?
As I said, after that, we have to give thanks to Shagari. May he so rest in peace. You know, Shagari awarded us with buildings in First Stack.
In Lagos.
We got cars. We got money. We were taking around Lagos. And that was the first time I rode a horse in Lagos.
In celebration of your victory.
Of victory. So, in short, Shagari rewarded us very well, more than well. And that is why the football is promoted to the level it is now. You know, otherwise in those days, they don't take us as nothing. And we are playing it for the interest. That's the difference. People playing now are playing for money. Our only was interest. There was no money, no nothing. It was after that 1980, we got this gift and everything, that people started
taking it seriously.
Taking it serious, you know, and so on and so forth.
Tell me how you felt when all this was happening. You were celebrated everywhere, in Lagos, in ENUGU, on the streets.
Well, we never believed it.
Were you walking in the air?
We never believed it. We're just playing that we want to satisfy our country, our people, and we make them happy and everything. And in response, they made us happy too.
Mm-hmm.
So it was that time we knew what we did. We don't even know what we did when we won the cup. It was when the showering was coming in.
From everywhere?
Everywhere. We said, so this is a big thing. And we thank God for it.
Let me ask you a question. Was your father alive in 1980?
Of course.
Tell me, what happened? Because he was the same man that wouldn't let you play football.
Yeah, my father and my mother considered when I entered the Rangers.
As they say today, they became loyal.
They wanted their son to be a doctor, mama doctor, pardon, a lawyer, you know, something, you know. But when I entered the Rangers, they started hearing their son's name. And when they were passing, I said, you know this woman? Mama Christian Chuku. I say, hey! Oh, yeah, Mom Christian Chuku. The same thing with father. That is why when they surrendered, you know, and started giving me prayers and encouragement.
And respect.
And respect.
Because,
you know,
because they
wanted me to be one of the doctors, lawyers. That was what is reigning by then. And my mother wanted to answer one of the names.
When you won the cup in 80, did your parents come to you and say, oh, thank God we didn't stop you?
They were so happy, you know, so pleased. And even they reigned more than me.
Oh, they enjoyed the fame.
They enjoyed the fame. They reigned more than me. Because anywhere they are going, they are being recognized easily than somebody who has a doctor and a lawyer. You know, those days.
It looks like I'm missing something.
Yeah.
At what point in this, your journey, did you think like, oh, come, I need to settle down. I need a wife?
That was after the Nations Cup.
It was going to be a big challenge for you because every woman wanted you. So how did you navigate?
My mom intervened. It was even
She
my
knew
mom.
She knew you were in trouble.
You see, it was even my mom that made me to marry. Because I was not ready.
You were enjoying...
You know, those days, the parents will get a wife for you, whether you like it or not.
No, but in your case, I knew...
But I had so many girls.
I know.
I had so many girls, girlfriends and so on.
They wanted to be
But
girlfriend
when I
to
came back,
Christian Chukwu.
My mom said, I'll find a wife for you. This is the person you are going to marry. And we respect our parents those days. We obeyed them. You know, I said, okay, to make you happy, no problem. You have to make your parents happy.
So there was or there is no doubt that even when you got married, especially after the Nations Cup, you were still a very busy man. Of course, your career even got you busier than ever. How did you juggle your career in football and your family life?
Yeah, I was very, very lucky. The person my mother chose for me that she brought, you know, was very understanding. I married after 1980, and we wedded in 1981, and we had our first child in 1983. So she too understands my movement, my profession, you know. So she was coping, you know, to my movements, you know, because after the 1980, 81, I coached Rangers briefly, you know, before going to coach the first under-17 that won the cup for Nigeria with Sebastian Broderick, you know. So from there, I was drafted to the national team. But from national team, I went to Kenya, become the Kenyan national team. I'm from Kenya, yeah. I'm from Kenya. When I came back, I went to Lebanon.
As a coach too?
As a coach too, you know. It was in Lebanon that I was told to come back and handle the national team again. But before I could come back, they said they have given Shaibu the job. I said, okay, no problem. It's all the same, but you wouldn't have told me to come back when I was comfortable in Lebanon.
No, so the National Sports Commission or the NFA reached out to you in Lebanon where you were coaching a team, and asked you to come back to Nigeria and coach the national team, only for you to get here, and they told you they'd given the job to Shuaibu.
Yeah.
So what happened? Why?
So from there we said, okay, no problem. It's a colleague. It's everything. So there was this one man called Noel, who is a Nike man. He brought Nike to Nigeria.
The sportswear company.
Yeah, Noel. Then he found me a job in Kenya. So I went back to Kenya as a Kenyan national team.
Okay. So you went to Kenya twice?
No, once. I went to Lebanon first.
Okay.
It was Lebanon that I went first. When this thing happened, I came back. He said, no. He found me a job in Kenya.
As the national team coach?
That's how I went to Kenya.
Tell me about Kenya and your career in Kenya.
Yeah, when I went to Kenya, I found out that Kenya was so backwards.
In football?
Yeah, I went to Kenya. I have to build junior teams for them because I have coached under 17 in Nigeria. I built under 20 for them and so on. So they were enjoying it, you know, and the senior team. So when I went there, those East African Nations Cup and they are playing and so on, Kenya was dominating, doing very well, which they have not done before, you know. So they enjoyed my stay in Kenya, and they never want me to go.
So at what point did they now ask you to come back to the Super Eagles to coach?
I told you when they called me from Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
Kenya, my contract expired. And I said, no, I'm going home. So when I came back home, you know, then they called me to Super Eagles with Clemens Westerhoff.
Okay.
So I worked with Clemens Westerhoff, you know, and from there we went to World Cup, we won Nations Cup, you know, and from there we dispersed again.
What a journey.
Yeah, so that's how it was.
You know, you played football, wonderful career, a lot of successes here and there. Do you have a regret that you didn't play football when it became gold? Do you sometimes sit back and say, oh, if it were now, maybe I'll be a billionaire? Does it occur to you sometimes?
Yeah, it occurs to me, if it were now, I will invite Vin Euro to London to come and do me this interview. But I was not regretting anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I was not regretting because I got everything I deserved because I was not playing it for money then.
Yeah.
You know, it's for fame, posterity, and so on. When I look back now, I'm happy that I built the football.
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria. I built it to where it is now, for people to start recognizing that football is a big business, and so on. So that's my pride. Whenever you want to talk about the progress of football in Nigeria, well, we will not forget Chairman Christian Chukwu.
Do you think that our country, Nigeria, has paid enough attention to footballers like you who made Nigeria proud in your retirement? Do you think Nigeria has taken good care of you and your colleagues?
Well, that's a problem in Nigeria. You know, other countries are trying to build their footballers. You see in Cameroon, Eto'o is the chairman. You see Ivory Coast, Drogba. You see, they are starting to recognize footballers, you know. But in Nigeria, we don't recognize footballers. People running our football, there's none of them played football. None of them knows what they are talking.
They're businessmen.
They're businessmen. They come. Otherwise, people like Kanuman Kwadem, Okocha them, and all these people should not be lying low while football matters are being taken. You know, you leave the job for the footballers to run. You know, and you see the change. You know, it's affecting everything we are doing.
A lot of you worked. For instance, you told me that as a Rangers player, you were a staff of the Sports Council.
The nation to give me millions of naira or the state to give me this and that.
Chairman Chukwu, I must thank you so much for your time. I know the back and forth for us to have this interview take place. I'm really grateful, sir.
You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And as you age gracefully as you are aging, I say congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. You know my place now. You're
Yes.
always free.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And that's the signature show. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Thanks for watching.
news on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, medical lab scientists reject new health reform bills. 38 ISWAP fighters killed in joint ground and air operations in Northeast. Federal government to launch entrepreneurship program in all federal universities next year. Gaza peace doubts deepen as attention shifts to Iran. And Maldives tells UK it does not recognize Chagos Island deal. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria has raised serious concerns over a controversial bill before the National Assembly, warning that the passage could destabilize Nigeria's healthcare system, compromise patient safety, and trigger fresh interprofessional conflict. The bill, titled Executive Bill HB 2701, alongside a related Senate version, seeks to amend key provisions of the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria Act, particularly Section 3 and 29, which define the governance structure and scope of medical laboratory science practice. In addressing journalists in Abuja, AMLSN National President Kashmir Ifeanyi described the proposed amendment as a dangerous regression disguised as reform, warning that it is misaligned with global best practices and harmful to healthcare delivery. At the center of the controversy is the proposed restructuring of the governing board of the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria. The amendment would expand board membership to include non-specialists and increase the influence of political appointees, a move the association says could erode professional independence and weaken regulatory standards. Ifeanyi also criticized the proposed removal of a requirement that a council's chairman be a fellow of the profession, describing it as a critical vulnerability that could allow non-experts to oversee sensitive healthcare systems. The AMLSN further faulted provisions seeking to include the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria and the Council's governing board, arguing that it violates global standards of independent professional regulation and amounts to institutional overreach. A fire outbreak has gutted the cold store of the Ebonyi State Ministry of Health, destroying vaccines and critical medical equipment worth hundreds of millions of naira. The incident occurred in the early hours of Friday at Block 5, Centenary City, Abakaliki, significantly impacting the state's immunization infrastructure. Items destroyed in the fire include vaccines, vaccine carriers, cold chain boxes, laptops, official documents, 5 refrigerators, 2 solar-powered refrigerators, and 45 solar batteries and inverters. Also affected were hospital beds and mattresses meant for distribution to maternal, newborn, and child health intervention local government areas. Speaking during an on-the-spot assessment, the State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Moses Ekuma, lamented the scale of a loss, noted that the facility housed vital immunization materials and solar-powered units used for vaccine preservation. He added that the fire has significantly disrupted immunization operations in the state and damaged part of the building. Ekuma, however, expressed relief that no lives were lost. He commended the State Ministry of Power and Energy, fire service personnel, and security agencies for their prompt response, which helped contain the blaze. Commissioner said exact cause of the fire is yet to be determined, but announced that a committee has been set up to investigate the cause of the fire and recommend preventive measures. He also directed that alternative office arrangement be made for affected staff, while structural experts will assess the extent of damage. Reconciliation talks between the two factions of the People's Democratic Party may have stalled after the Taminu Turaki-led group declared it will not participate in the national convention planned by the rival Nyesom Wike faction. The Turaku group said it was unaware of a convention scheduled by the Abdul Rahman Mohammed Wike faction, despite ongoing reconciliation efforts within the party. Speaking after an emergency National Executive Committee meeting in Abuja, the faction's National Publicity Secretary, Inia Mebong, said the group has filed an appeal at the Supreme Court challenging the Court of Appeal judgment that voided the party's November 2025 National Convention in Ibadan. Despite the legal move, Mebong maintained that the faction remains open to reconciliation, stressing that the appeal will not hinder peace efforts within the party. He explained that the group's actions were taken in good faith and include pursuing reconciliation, appealing the court judgment, ensuring the success of ongoing e-registration, and securing the party's place on the ballot ahead of the 2027 elections. Meanwhile, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, insisted that the planned national convention will proceed as scheduled. No fewer than 38 Islamic State West African province fighters were killed in a coordinated operation involving ground troops and air component of Operation Hiding Kai in northeast Nigeria. Terrorists were neutralized in the early hours of Saturday while attempting to attack the forward operating base in Mandaragirao Sector 2, according to a statement by the Media Information Officer of the Joint Military Task Force, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, explained that the troops engaged the terrorists through well-coordinated ambushes and a deliberate defensive response, forcing them into a disorderly withdrawal. The air component of Operation Hiding Kai provided close air support alongside intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, enabling precision strikes and enhancing the effectiveness of the operation. Uba said further exploitation along the terrorist withdrawal routes inflicted additional heavy losses on the fleeing fighters. Troops recovered 7 AK-47 rifles, 8 magazines, 4 RPG bombs, and assorted ammunition from the scene after an engagement. The military recorded no fatalities among its personnel, though one soldier was injured, and a mine-resistant armored protective vehicle was damaged by a rocket-propelled grenade fired by the attackers. He noted that the scale of the enemy's losses has sparked jubilation among local communities and reflects the continued dominance of Operation Hiding Kai troops in restricting terrorist activities, while added the troops are continuing exploitation operations along the Garin-Malun and Garin-Kajere axis near the fringes of a Timbuktu triangle to recover bodies of the terrorists and consolidate gains. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai has been granted temporary bail from the custody of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. The release was approved on compassionate grounds to enable him to attend the funeral rites of his mother, Ajia Umman El-Rufai, who reportedly died in Cairo, Egypt on Friday. An aide to the former governor confirmed the development, while his son, Bashir El-Rufai, also disclosed the release in a post on X. As of the time of filing this report, the ICPC has not issued an official statement on the terms of a temporary bail or the next steps in its investigation. Nasser El-Rufai has been in ICPC custody since February 18 and is currently facing multiple legal challenges involving allegations of financial misconduct, money laundering, and national security breaches. On March 24, the ICPC arraigned them alongside co-defendant Joel Adoga at the Federal High Court in Kaduna on charges including alleged conversion and possession of public property, as well as money laundering. He pleaded not guilty and the court adjourned ruling on his bail application to March 31st, 2026. The DSS case involves allegations of unlawful interception of phone communications belonging to the National Security Advisor, Noor Ribadu, in violation of the Cybercrimes Act. His arraignment in that matter is scheduled for April 23, 2026. Meanwhile, El-Rufai has filed counter suits against the authorities seeking $1 billion in damages over an alleged unlawful raid on his Abuja residence by the ICPC and 2 billion naira in a separate suit against the DSS challenging the legality of the wiretapping charges. Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has denied reports suggesting plans for an initial public offering IPO. In a statement, the company described the circulating report as unauthorized, unverified, and, in some cases, inaccurate. It cautioned the public and investors to disregard such speculation, stressing that any official update and a potential transaction will be communicated through its formal channels and appointed advisors. Clarification comes amid earlier remarks by Aliko Dangote, president of the Dangote Group, which had indicated that the refinery could eventually be listed on the stock market. Dangote had previously suggested plans to sell a minority stake in the refinery to attract investors, noting that shares could be offered gradually based on market conditions. Market stakeholders had also hinted at a possible listing, including leadership of the Nigerian Exchange Group. However, in its latest position, the refinery re-emphasized that no official IPO announcement has been made. The company reaffirmed its commitment to transparency, corporate governance, and market integrity, urging analysts and the media to rely only on verified information. It added that any future offer of securities will be conducted strictly in line with regulatory requirements and communicated through authorized disclosures. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited says it plans to expand Nigeria's gas reserves to 600 trillion cubic feet and attract up to $60 billion in investment into the sector. The announcement was made by NNPC Executive Vice President for Gas, Power and New Energy, Olaleko Ogunleye, at a several-week energy conference hosted by S&P Global in Houston. Ogunleye said the initiative is part of the company's gas master plan, which aims to grow Nigeria's current gas reserves from about 210 trillion cubic feet to 600 trillion cubic feet. He added that gas production is projected to rise from 7.4 billion standard cubic feet per day to 12 billion per the year 2030, surpassing the federal government's growth target. The NNPC executive also revealed plans to attract approximately $60 billion in new investments through commercial incentives and strategic partnerships. According to him, Nigeria is well positioned to play a bigger role in global gas market, especially amid supply disruptions linked to geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and constraints around the Straits of Hormuz. He noted that the country's abundant gas resources and proximity to key markets provide a competitive advantage in liquefied natural gas supply and gas-based industries. Ogunleye stressed that the gas master plan is focused on practical execution, not just projections, with emphasis on meeting and exceeding annual development targets. The initiative is expected to strengthen Nigeria's position in the global energy market while boosting industrial growth through gas development. Some Nigerians living in India are raising concerns over alleged racial profiling, police brutality, and visa challenges, calling for urgent government intervention. Complaints come amid growing agitation by the National Association of Nigerian Students, which recently staged a protest at the Indian High Commission in Abuja over what it described as inhumane treatment of Nigerian students. The student body issued a 7-day ultimatum to the federal government, demanding urgent diplomatic engagement and banning of further nationwide actions if the concerns are not addressed. As officials say, they received multiple distress reports from Nigerians, particularly students in cities such as Mumbai, citing harassment, discrimination, and difficulties with visa renewals. Among the allegations are mass arrests linked to immigration status, denied of housing based on nationality, closure of Nigerian-owned businesses, and confiscation of goods. Some Nigerians also claim they're being subjected to physical assault, with reports that complaints to authorities have yielded little or no response. Gaza peace doubts deepen as attention shifts to Iran. Maldives tells UK it does not recognize Chagos Island deal. Details of these and more on Foreign Stories.
Nepal's police have arrested former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and ex-Home Affairs Minister Ramesh Lekhak over their alleged involvement in a deadly crackdown on protesters last year. The detentions on Saturday came a day after Prime Minister Balendra Shah and his cabinet were sworn in after the first elections since the 2025 uprising that toppled Oli's government. According to the Kathmandu Post, Oli, 74, was taken into custody from his residence in Bakakpu, a suburb of the capital, Kathmandu. Lekhak was also detained on Saturday from another area of Bakakpu. His personal secretary, Janak Bata, told the Post. Oli has yet to issue a statement regarding the arrest. At least 77 people were killed in the anti-corruption uprising on September 8th and 9th, 2029, which began over a brief social media ban but tapped into long-standing fury over economic hardship. At least 19 young people were killed in the crackdown on the first day of protests. Nearly 6 months after a fragile ceasefire came into force in Gaza, Palestinians in this war-torn territory are still struggling. In the markets, there are again shortages of some goods and rising prices, with merchants saying supplies brought in from Israel have been disrupted by the new war in the region. While world attention has turned to the Iran war, there is increasing uncertainty about what happens in Gaza at a crucial stage in President Trump's 20-point peace plan, which halted the fighting in October last year. In the past week at the UN Security Council, the High Representative for Gaza on the US-led Board of Peace, Nikolay Mladenov, laid out a detailed plan for Palestinian armed groups to decommission their weapons, linking compliance to the start of reconstruction. The president of the Maldives has formally told the UK that he does not recognize the deal to hand over the Chagos Island to Mauritius. President Mohamed Mizou's office said the Maldives had experienced its opposition to the deeply concerning deal in 2 written objections and a phone call with Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy. The nation of tropical islands in the Indian Ocean is asserting sovereignty over the Chagos Islands and is threatening international legal action to press its claim. UK Foreign Office Minister Stephen Doherty has said the sovereignty of the Chagos Island is a matter for Britain and Mauritius, not the Maldives. A government source said international courts had already considered the question of sovereignty over the Chagos Island and found it in favor of Mauritius. The Chagos Island, officially known as the British Indian Ocean Territory, are located in the Indian Ocean, and the UK has controlled them since the early 19th century. Last year, the UK government agreed to transfer control of the territory to Mauritius, paying an average cost of £101 million a year to lease a joint UK-US military base on the largest island. A 26-year-old man has been arrested for allegedly planning to carry out a violent attack against a New York-based pro-Palestinian activist, authorities say. Activist Nerdine Kizwani said in a statement on X that federal authorities had informed her that a plot against her life was about to take place. Authorities said Alexander Hefle had been taken into custody in New Jersey and charged with the unlawful possession and making of destructive devices. Agents found 8 Molotov cocktails in his Hoboken, New Jersey home, according to court documents. The charging documents did not specify a motive for the planned attack. Hefle, who is a U.S. citizen, has been described by police as an extremist with no criminal record with the New York Police Department. Police believe he was working alone and not with an overseas terrorist group or a foreign government. And that's it on the foreign news.
Morocco brushed aside ongoing controversy over their Africa Cup of Nations triumph system. They are focused on the future, despite Senegal launching a legal challenge against the decision. Confederation of African Football awarded Morocco a 3-0 victory in the AFCON final after Senegal players walked off in protest of a penalty decision, despite Morocco losing 1-0 on the pitch in January. While Senegal continued to contest the ruling, Morocco made it clear, considered the matter settled. The game also marked the debut of new head coach Mohamed Hoube as the team builds towards the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Morocco will reach the semi-finals of the 2022 World Cup, and now technically unbeaten in 25 matches and remain one of Africa's top-ranked sides. France fans have largely backed the decision, insisting the rules were clear regarding Senegal's protest, even if the title was awarded after the final whistle. Meanwhile, attention is already turning to the World Cup, where Morocco will face five-time champions Brazil in a high-profile group stage clash on June 13. Despite the legal dispute still ongoing, Morocco's camp remains focused on preparations for the tournament, aiming to add another title, this time on the pitch. Iran's men's national team wore black armbands and held school bags in a solemn tribute to victims of a recent airstrike before their international friendly against Nigeria in Belek, Turkey. Players including striker Mehdi Taremi posed with pink and purple school rucksacks adorned with ribbons as the national anthem played, honoring those killed in a strike on a primary school in the southern Iranian city of Minab. At least 170 people, including students and teachers, were reportedly killed in the February 28 attack, which coincided with the outbreak of a conflict involving the United States and Israel on the pitch. Nigeria edged Iran 2-1 in a friendly encounter. Off the field, tensions remained high, with Iran's foreign minister accusing the United States of carrying out a calculated phased assault, while reports suggest the strike may have resulted from a targeting error during a military operation. Despite a backdrop of geopolitical tensions, Iran has already qualified for the upcoming FIFA World Cup, but has requested that its matches be moved away from the United States over safety concerns. Defending champion Anya Sabalenka will face Coco Gauff in a Miami Open final at Hard Rock Stadium on Saturday at 3 p.m. The WTA final will mark their 13th meeting with head-to-head. Max Verstappen has described the Red Bull car as undrivable after qualifying 11th of Sunday's Japanese Grand Prix at Suzuka. The four-time world champion suffered another disappointing session, exiting in Q2 despite his dominant record at the circuit, where he has won the past 4 races. Verstappen said the car was unpredictable throughout the weekend, citing a mix of oversteer and lack of control in key corners. Dutchman's struggles continue to a difficult start to the season, having finished 6th in Australia and retiring from the Chinese Grand Prix. Has also been critical of Formula One's new regulations, which feature a 50-50 split between conventional and electrical power. Last year's pole sitter at Suzuka, Verstappen admitted the team believed improvements had been made in final practice, but those gains failed to translate into qualifying performance. Off the track, 28-year-old was also involved in a tense moment earlier in the week when he ejected a reporter from his news conference. Kimi Antonelli will start from pole position at the Japanese Grand Prix after another standout performance of Mercedes in the qualifying at Suzuka. The 19-year-old set a fastest lap of 1 minute 28.778 seconds, finishing ahead of teammate George Russell as Mercedes secured a front-row lockout. It marks a strong continuation of form for the team, who have already claimed 1-2 finishes in both races so far this season. Antonelli, who also took pole in China to become the youngest pole sitter in Formula One history, said his session felt smooth despite ongoing challenges. Russelli finished second, 0.298 seconds behind, admitting he struggled to find the right balances qualifying. Elsewhere, Oscar Pistorius of McLaren qualified third, with Ferrari's Charles Leclerc in the fourth. The race is set for Sunday, with Mercedes looking to extend their dominant start to the season. Next is entertainment news with Quinette Wokonta.
Popular Nollywood actress Motilola Akinlami has finally reconciled with her former boss and producer, Kunle Afod, years after their highly publicized fallout. In 2024, Motilola accused Kunle Afod of blocking her from getting acting roles, alleging that he influenced other producers not to work with her after she ended their relationship, citing issues related to his wife's insecurity. So, however, in a recent interview with actor Tony Montana, Motilola confirmed that their 6 years feud has now come to an end. She also expressed gratitude to Femi Adebayo and others who played a role in settling their differences. Nigerian gospel singer Ono's Brisibi has passed away at the age of 55. Her family confirmed the sad news in a statement released on Thursday, revealing that she died on Tuesday, March 23, 2026, after battling an illness. She is survived by her daughter, Sarah Brisibi, her mother, siblings, extended family, friends, and her church family at Love World Ministries. Now, veteran Nigerian singer Konga has expressed concerns over what he described as the lack of support from today's artists for industry legends. Speaking on a recent episode of the Hits Don't Lie podcast, the Kaba Kaba Krona stated that Davido should have directed the 200 million naira he received as birthday donations from friends and fans in 2021 towards supporting veteran musicians. Davido had added 50 million naira of his own money, bringing the total of 250 million naira, which he donated to 292 orphanages across Nigeria. However, Konga argued that channeling the funds to struggling music legends could have helped revive their careers and provided much-needed support within the industry. MultiChoice has announced that the 12th edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards will hold on May 9, 2026, with Joke Silva as head judge. Don Julio returns as headline sponsor, with a statement highlighting a focus on craftsmanship and behind-the-scenes creatives. Another statement from Atinuke Babatunde reaffirmed the award's commitment to celebrating African film and culture. Johnny Walker and the Singleton will also support the event. Nominees will be announced on March 29, 2026 on Africa Magic, hosted by Chimezie Imo. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta's Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Tell me, when last did you see an eBay interview anywhere?
I had this look of pastor. So they know they real with me.
Ah! You were saving all of that.
Sorry, second time.
From being one of the terrors of the neighborhood, he met Christ.
He said, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." God's dream, if the church knows, is to influence the world with the culture of heaven. You have to just know that, man, I got this, man.
Yes. Stories that he then shared with me today.
One of my biggest influence, aside family, was the church.
from the time when his elder brother was stabbed in the jogging.
I got a call, got in a fight, he's dead, you need to come.
To marry the love of his life.
Sometimes she writes songs and gives to me and say, you need this kind of song.
I interview multiple super exclusive with gospel music greats, Eben Rocks.
Come for me.
I think this year is 20 years since you first did Imarama at the youth conference with Pastor Chris.
Oh my goodness. your records are straight. And you fear now. Wait till you don't know again.
And throughout that year,
yeah.
I mean, this is ministry, yes, but you've been on the A-list that even if you don't release a song in a year, do you understand?
Yeah.
When Eben is ministering at a space, people are shaking. I'm not trying to toot your horn. It's just a beautiful thing. And you come at this assignment with a non-hustling energy. Like, there's no fear. I mean, it comes from being a Pastor Chris child. There's no fear, no panic, no hustling, no rushing. Still in front. Are you aware of this? Is this deliberate, this calm, this peace, this, you know, I mean, I've asked you plenty of questions.
Thank you so much. I think that it all boils down to being real. So that you don't have like a dual personality. You know that artists have what they call, this is what you show them outside.
Yes.
When you're inside the hand, you feel lose guard, but outside, So my first manager brought that to my attention. So he started telling me, and it was from a good place. He always wanted, he said, no, now that we've signed you, you can't be drinking pure water on the streets. You know, because we were just driving, and then I was 13. I was now we had not. There was no money, but say, hey,
you have to package.
You're a rock star. You cannot be taking pure. You know all those things. I'm like, okay. So a lot of things, you know.
Yeah.
But at some point, and it was early for me.
Right.
I said it was a lot of work to have dual personality. I just want to be real, even with the music. I don't want to be all worship on stage, and then normally in my house there's no worship, you know. Some people only kick in when the mic is in their hands. So I was like, no, this guy, it has to be real. This is not a performance, right? I have to be real on stage and off stage. I have to be authentic. So I guess that's where all that comes from.
Yeah, but that doesn't account for the fact that you continue to be in the front. It will be like film.
You surprised me.
In any church, any concert, any ministration, if you shout, tun 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 tun, before we do, you go there, hail everybody, or you say, Imaram. Even if you got born again last year, you will know it. This is a thing.
It's God's grace.
Yeah.
You know that sometimes you look at yourself and you, like you now, see you now. Today, see how you be. There's something about you that's just special, right? Right. And it's not today. Even when you're small, you don't know, say, I see things differently. Like, I see what others are not seeing.
So true.
So it's grace. You know, even when I didn't even know about music, I just knew that I saw things differently. I could tell you what I was thinking at age 10, age 9. Right. What I was asking my parents, why this kind of hustle? Why, makes sense. Even though money no day, but must we suffer like this?
Why?
So I had a thinking, and it's just God that gives you those awareness. You know, so I think for some of us who just have visibility, grace. If you see what people they do,
to have the same
to be seen.
Yes.
Oh my God. Some people lie. Some people backstab. Some people go diabolical. Some people do all sorts they just want to be seen. And then you're just that person that anything you just touch just gets visibility. Is the grace of God more, as I think about it now, right? It's the grace of God more than anything, because some people get gifts past me and you. I know somebody, man, and it scares me every time I think about it. This guy is so smart, man. Like, his IQ is crazy. Like, this guy, on the go, he can draft a business proposal, everything. He knows everything about everything. Yet, he's nowhere today. He has that confidence to believe in himself is not there.
It's not there.
He would rather just power something. Somebody will start something. He will just support. He doesn't have the confidence to do his own thing till date. But look at me now with 5 stones and a sling and all the faith in the world. I don't know too much. Even for the rock self where I start, I don't even know. I know they play anything, but I believe I be this thing.
Yes.
You know.
That's it. It's amazing because I was also thinking about it as you were talking. You know, there's all this whole drama now about no turning back. Say, you know, if they face fire, if they face vote. And it's people. And when you started questioning the norm,
no, as in. No man, let you finish your question.
No, I want to hear what you want to say. I want to hear what you have to say.
You know, I look at it and I'm like, these people, they don't even know when we don't do this thing. Some of the youngins now, when they come with so much bravado, I just they look them say, this thing where you say you did. You know, since we don't they run out.
Yes.
You know, I did my first video. I said, no, I'm not gonna do praise and worship, singing behind the flower. That was the norm at the time. And I said, no, it's got to be better than this. So, and we're not going to do whitey rock because we know white.
It's so true.
So I said, you know, let's have our lingua a bit, sprinkle it a bit on the rock. So I came up with Afro rock. And then I was very intentional. So I had Franco Shodi. I don't know. My manager at that time got me Franco Shodi. I said I wanted jean, denim with some African.
For those who don't know, Franco Shodi was one of the biggest designers in the country. Created Agbari Darego from his world.
So I got the talk. So you got all the things say. Can you imagine how young I was? But I was thinking. I said I wanted the denim stuff made, but with some African print. Nobody was doing those things at that time. So if you saw my images, I wish I had pictures of them. You would see those cuts and those things. I wanted to just fuse both worlds, and thank God it worked out.
Yes. Did you get any resistance from the church then?
Oh yeah. I mean, one of them, and some of these things from churches are so silly that you almost like lose it. So some people were speaking to me. This was some years down. To be in their convention, they were all talking with my man. They were talking. Everything was in full gear and everything. And the next thing, they now saw my artwork for the Victory album. So I was wearing a denim, like a shredded denim jean. And it's not like my skin was exposed. You know how?
Yeah, just white. The white.
Yeah. And the guy got back to me. He was so distraught. He was like, we're so sorry. The church committee said we can't have Iben. You know, this kind of jeans he's wearing. How can a Christian be wearing jeans like this? It's not good. It's not. And he was
preaching.
I was like, really? Seriously? So a door has been shut just because of jean. And then I went to a church. I cut my hair now. I got into the church and I saw this disapproval in the faces of the heads of pastors. They were not happy. In fact, they now got me aside. Say, please, you need to comb this hair so that, because you're already here. And the pastor said you must not climb up.
You comb this hair properly.
Jesus. And you know, so
Yes.
I put that thing in. I see what with the suffer. So I comb my head. The hair come be like afro, come be one kind. But you know,
Yes.
you just gotta do it.
Just do it because of humility.
Yes.
Just-
Our looks like this now intentional because today, let me tell you this secret people don't know. Do you know that I discovered that as a young fellowship leader or something, all the girls around me, they were good in my eyes. Until I started hearing scandal. This one slept with this guy, with the drummer. This one. But when they came to me, they behave very pious. So when I hear those things, I say, so this guy can do this kind of thing. But they always pretended around me because I had this look of pastor. So they're not they real with me. So the Holy Ghost told me, you want to reach these young people, you gotta tone down. You can't every day speak. So I said, okay, because it beats me when I know these people know, you know what I'm saying? That means they are two-faced with me. They are like this because of how I be. That they come like that. But they do things. So I said, okay. So I started now just to diffuse, just enter. I just begin to tone down something. Now when we begin to talk, you go to just, are you a pastor? Are you a pastor? You see? So that's the revelation behind some of these things. And it's the wisdom God gave me to just look a certain way so that you can just get the message across. Don't be like a hindrance to the message.
I love that.
When we realize that God is big on influencing, we will rethink our theology. I see some people there with megaphone in a hot sun at the bus stop, busy bus stop. People are trying to get into vehicle. You are just shouting, repent, give us. Now this guy is doing this thing in his mind. Oh, I'm suffering for the Lord. How effective is this ministry you are doing? Is it effective? They're not thinking. They just feel like because they're doing this thing in the name of God, the failure is welcome. No. You want to think like God's dream, if the church knows, is to influence the world with the culture of heaven. He said, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So that's why we are ambassadors. We are supposed to be bringing values from that side and putting it into all the different sectors of this world till we culture it. So that the principles that this system run is the principle of heaven. It's God's dream. But we now lock ourselves in the church, speak Christianese, talk to ourselves, preach to ourselves, engage ourselves without really thinking, how do I get into this room? Until recently, we were shut out of politics as a church. Because we would just be praying. But right now, you know, people are beginning to see. But it breaks my heart that many of God's children don't realize that God wants to culture this world. And one of the tools, major tools, is arts and sound.
Of course.
Yeah, so we need to be thinking, impact, influence. How many people are we influencing with this thing we are doing? Because God is counting on us to influence this world. So I'm not saying that people should now be copying secular music, but no, you can be so good that you become the standard. Back in the day, man, today they used to invite me for secular events. So
Right.
people go, they carry beer like this. Imara. I performed in club in nobody say paid though.
Yes, I love it.
They didn't see me. Most of these secular guys, they know me.
Right.
And that's, to me, that's like, oh, Father, thank you.
Yes.
That's the relevance. That's what God wants us to be like. Not just to be locked up in the walls of, you are the light of the world, not the light of the church. So that's where all this thing is coming. And it beats me when God's people don't know when we are winning.
Sorry, second time.
What?
It's so sad. We don't know when we are winning.
Yes.
In fact, we start fighting. We win.
Let's go back inside.
It's so sad.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
You talk about your elder brother more than once. So obviously he was a big influence on you, even though you strategically deviated. He was a big influence on you. What happened to him? Say
he got in a fight, and I mean, he was not particularly a calm guy.
Right.
I guess that now, in retrospect, I see why the devil was fighting him. He was so gifted. This guy could. He was so smart. He was so bored. That only that cool-headedness, look on the. You know how somebody can be. So he got in a fight and got stabbed in the jugular.
Oof.
And we had a discussion 2 days prior. Because I'm like, this thing is happening. This your rap game. Because MI them and the rest, they talk rap. Before MI them come out, they need to know, say, somebody's having this thing. I was like, man. He said, okay, now, book the session. I go.
Wow.
So I was like, okay.
So you had finally convinced him.
I convinced him
2 days before.
I said, I'm going to book the sessions. Let's do this.
Let's start.
Let me even, I'm not be saying I'm immediate senior. He's senior me well out.
Right.
3 days later, man, I got a call, got in a fight. He's dead. You need to come. Wow. I'm like, what? Oh my God. It was so sad, but, it was so sad. So sad to think that with all that, the devil really did him dirty, It was so sad. So sad. One of my biggest influence, aside family, was the church, and I thank God for the church in my life. I saw someone talk against the church. Yeah, I know the church has its challenges and all, but the good outweighs the bad. You learn about purpose. For many of us, that was the only place we saw direction, order, love, every other thing that you begin to now explore and develop into. Even for me, it was there I discovered, I can sing, I can affect people with my singing. So the church was really
one of the major influences.
Major. It still is, though.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
How did you stumble into the church?
So I was born in church too.
Okay.
But was not born again.
Okay.
You know how you said,
Yes.
That kind of
yes. You did do morning devotion.
Yes, we did do.
You never did devoted.
No. So you do all that and you're almost like, this thing is pretty random. Until you meet a set of believers that is different from where you're coming from. So, and it begins to make sense that, oh my. So it was in school. The guy who preached to me, they just relocated from America.
Okay.
So just for the fact that his accent was so sweet, I decided to listen. And I wanted the guy to be my friend.
I love it, yes.
I say,
yes.
So this guy now, so make I just say I'm born again now. Me and this guy go, I go go their house, go make yes. Amazing what God can do.
Yes.
And that was it.
Right.
So he introduced me to the other guys who were in my same school with me.
What school was this?
This was my secondary school.
Yes.
And these guys, we now street boys, break time. I don't know about you look like a fico, but we love play. Break time was like, oh my God, get wild. But these guys, they would just have themselves in one corner in the class and just be sharing what they got from their morning devotion, what the Holy Ghost told them. What I'm like, I say, man, this is different. That's why we must shine the light. You never know. So these guys would always talk about what they, how the Holy Ghost gave them a song, and then I'm like, hey, Holy Ghost. Yeah, I know they hear anything. But it became a thing. Because if I had to be friends with them.
Yes, you had to keep hearing these things.
I have to keep hearing and I have to participate.
Right.
So the first few times when I began, I didn't have nothing to say. I was just, cause I know hear Holy Ghost, I know pray, I know study, I know do anything. So I was just. Then I said, okay, Holy Ghost, you talk to me. I started reading, so I started contributing little by little. This is what the Holy Spirit told me. And those guys, they just opened me up to that world of worship music, because they will sing, they will even write their own songs. I'm like, And I started singing. I didn't even know what tenor and all those stuff. But they will sing in parts, they will ad-lib. I'm like, what is this? But over time, my ears began to open. And then we got to their church and whoa. The pastor was just on fire. Church now made sense. You know, I felt God, right? To the point where when I got home, my mom saw that I had changed. Because I used to be the life of the disruption in the neighborhood. I was that boy that everywhere there's problem. All of a sudden, I'll just call my mom and say, Mama, I want to share what we learned. I say, She will sit up. Are you for real? I'll just try my best.
Yeah.
She started seeing that this guy has changed.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, Mom, from today, you don't have problem with me and other kids in the neighborhood. She said, I said, and that was, conviction.
Yes.
It's not about what your parents forced you to do. You got to a point where you now started experiencing God. And then I changed totally. My devotion, my mom saw, wow. And then, oh my God. Next thing, I became like the pastor of the family.
Wow.
If they wanted to do anything, they wait for me to preside, to, what the wisdom of God can do when we open ourselves up. So it's a blessing that I thank God for everyone who yielded to God and created that place where I could find myself. And so I'm trusting God going forward beyond my music, that I can create platforms and experiences for people to find themselves in God, like I did with my father and daughter.
It was something you posted this week, I think, or a few days ago, that this Jesus saved me, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life talking about it.
My God. If you know the depth of that, I always wondered, what would my life have been like? Yeah, thank God for the fame, the money and all that, but the fact that, say, you go even get money, you go get everything, but you still be empty. That I can be by myself and not be lonely. Oh my God. I have a picture of mine many years ago that when they showed it to me, I didn't believe it was me. It was me all right, but I had skin cut. My head was big, my neck was thin. But the only thing I used to know that it was me was the smile. I see that smile has been there through the pain, through the everything. I've always carried this smile, and it comes from the Lord. It's the joy of the Lord.
It's the joy of the Lord.
It's my strength.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, my brother. Such a pleasure. I've been looking towards this for a long time. The person that confirmed you got a bonus. It's a pleasure. My love to the family. God bless you.
Thank you for having me.